and Shri Jaykumar Waghela ji, CEO Distributed Solar Fourth Partner, to kindly join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, this particular session, which talks about the B2B dialogue on clean energy deployment, is basically in terms of how we are looking towards clean energy, how we are looking towards how we are looking towards the deployment moving forward. So the basic purpose was to have both the users as well as the RE stakeholders, RE manufacturers on the same platform. And therefore today when you will look at, you will have a very vibrant panel discussions and the session which is there for around 90 odd minutes. Without taking much ado, as a tradition, I would request our chair, Mr. Shivanand Nimbargi, and co-chair, Mr. Nishant Arya, to kindly welcome our chief guest with a green certificate. We plant trees in the name of our honorable dignitaries, and I would request the panelists to do the honors. Thank you so much, sir. It's really a pleasure to have you with us for today's dialogue. I would request Shri Shivanand Nimbargi, Chair FICCI RE CEOs Council and MD CEO Ayana Renewable Power Limited, to have the welcome remarks as well as the context setting.
Good morning and warm welcome to all the delegates here. We are honored to have Shri Alok Kumarji, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, today with us here for this session. And I have my industry colleagues, fellow panelists, and participants. First of all, I think this session is aimed at clean energy development and the associated technologies. As we have seen, there's been a huge stride in terms of the energy transition, and we as a country, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, have taken a pledge that we will get to net zero by 2070, and accordingly intermediate targets have been set. And on this context of G20 summit here on the clean energy ministerial meetings, the idea is to have dialogue with the people and then look at what ideas, innovations, or other solutions that can come in addition to already what is being pushed in terms of the regulatory and other frameworks. We're glad to see that India has been at the forefront of the energy transition. As you know, we're already close to 400 plus gigawatts of RE capacity, and we are looking at adding another 300, 350 gigawatts by 2030, which is our stated intermediate target. Also, as we have seen, the efforts by the ministry from Government of India has been in terms of enabling policies, especially trying to get the target set, trying to get the renewable power obligations defined, trying to get the green corridor established to be able to evacuate green power, and then a bidding trajectory that has come out in the last 10 years by the central agencies has really helped in terms of getting the capacities on the ground. And also now understanding the need in terms of the intermittency of renewable energy. So what now the focus is on to be able to move towards round-the-clock solutions, which are essentially either a wind and solar hybrid or a combination with storage that will enable us to provide clean energy solutions. Along with the initiative of the government, what we have actually seen is the commercial and the industrial sectors, mostly on their side, trying to move towards clean energy. And large corporates have actually announced their own energy transition plans. And what we have seen in the last 1 or 2 years is massive demand that's coming from the commercial and industrial consumers, which is actually helping us to drive these targets. Also, what we have seen in addition to this is the initiative by the government to be able to localize and develop the Make in India supply chain, which is really very, very critical in terms of the energy security needs going forward. To that extent, the PLI schemes have really made a huge difference in terms of attracting investments, especially on the solar panel manufacturing side. the two PLI schemes have really given a flip, and we have seen large investments coming. In fact, day before yesterday, we saw a statement from US that they would like the complete supply chain to be done here, and one of the leading manufacturers for solar has already established a large capacity. So critical to the energy transition is also to ensure that our supply chain is secured, and that's how the country has been moving towards that. In addition to that, the other critical aspect towards which a lot of efforts have been taken and a clear planning has been done is on the grid side. So there's a clear transmission line planning, and there is a complete transparency in the complete development of the transmission network across the country, which will enable people to plan and develop the projects and be able to meet the demand across the country. And also we have seen a lot of policy support enabling on the open access. The Honorable Minister for Power and MNRE has taken great initiative in giving a lot of emphasis on the need for open access and to ensure that consumers have a right to choose from where they could source their power. So those aspects have really pushed in terms of increasing the consumption and also helping consumers who would like to move towards, clean energy. And realizing the need for round the clock, we have now seen a development and a push on the pumped hydro projects. Madhya Pradesh has come out with a large tender now, which is actually, a kind of big one, whereby they are giving the rights of development. A minimum capacity one can set up is about 1 gigawatt. So all these storage capacities will help in terms of being able to combine and offer a competitive round-the-clock solution. We are sure that other technologies, including battery technologies and other, gravitational flow and other technologies that are there, are likely to come up, but the pace at which they can come up in terms of competitiveness seems to be a little longer. At the moment, I think pump storage appears to be the best option that we have in terms of being able to get to a competitive clean energy solution. Then finally, on the aspect that the distribution companies are also now committed, and the regulation that have been issued by the Ministry of Power, a clear RPO target, and in case they're not able to meet them, there are steep penalties. So that should actually really push all these state governments to be able to get to those targets. And finally, now we have interesting session going forward during the day, and we can look forward to a lot of interesting thoughts coming out. And I'm sure that we will continue to lead, and all other economies around can, we can also help them in terms of moving towards the net zero targets. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to hear from you, and especially on the RPO side. Moving forward, as I suggested, we would have the users as well as the RE developers together in this session. So let's first hear from the user community, and I would like to request Shri Nishant Arya, Co-Chair FICCI Electric Vehicle Committee and Vice Chairman and MD JBM Group, to share his perspective, vision and opportunities in terms of the clean energy deployment towards the end use sectors. Over to you.
So warm welcome to Shri Alok Kumarji, former Secretary Power, Government of India, fellow colleagues from the industry, on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a very opportune time when we are having this discussion, and it's a very relevant forum at the G20, where we are discussing these opportunities regarding renewable energy and the consumer. But idea is to look at the whole ecosystem. Until unless the whole ecosystem performs, nothing works. And when we are seeing a country like ours is going towards a 500 gigawatt renewable energy program, what else could we ask for? But until unless we have the end state in place, nothing would work. And clearly, when on the other end, we are working at zero emission vehicles, electric vehicles, electric mobility is the torchbearer for the whole country, really seeing that how India could become the EV capital of the world. We clearly see that how best of both worlds come together. We generate green and consume green, so from generation to consumption, everything is mashed. And clearly on the other side, at the same time, we've been seeing that as electric vehicles grow, the power requirements would grow enormously, and how these requirements can be met through different sources of renewable energy, whether we look at wind, solar wind hybrid, waste to energy, biomass, and many other areas. Simultaneously, what is extremely essential is that with the growing penetration of EV chargers across the country, distributed energy becomes very important. And that is where we see different forms of microgrids, different forms of distributed solar and other form factors emerging. I think along with this, if a framework can be created by the government today, as we see from generation to consumption, including the financing, including a clear roadmap, how both can be interlinked for the longer term, it would be very meaningful for the sector to have a clear direction, where are we headed. And I think a lot of us are working towards that when we look at this. And clearly, with the kind of penetration which is enhancing, and the adoption of renewable energy with the RPO obligations in certain cases, and the way the market is evolving, how India can take the lead, and with the International Solar Alliance headquarters in India, in Delhi NCR, in Gurgaon, I think it's a big booster for us to really see that how can we take the first steps forward, not looking for any other benchmarks at this point. At the same time, I think local manufacturing, which is being pushed in India, and multiple players are setting up facilities in India, with the PLI succeeding as well. A lot has been done in terms of the demand creation and incentivizing the manufacturing, because the two ends need to be tied up for things to be driven in the right direction. Clearly, a lot of finance has really gone in also in certain areas where we see the solar sector has grown up substantially. But for the ecosystem to thrive, so recently multiple companies, and we being one of them as well, have seen that how solar energy, energy storage, EV charging, and electric vehicles have been integrated at different platforms. And clearly that is giving a long-term perspective to players. And whilst doing that, I think round-the-clock power and peak shaving requirements also, which are coming up with energy storage, also give a very good room for higher capacity utilization and deployment. So therefore, I personally see this as a great initiative. And personally, we as an organization at JBM Group are totally committed to zero emission technologies, whether we see from renewable energy generation to electric vehicles going forward. Looking forward to the discussions and deliberations today. Wishing all of you all the best. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much, Nishanji. It was pleasure to hear from the mobility side. So from mobility, we now move to the metal segment, and I would request Shri Atul Singh, Vice President AMNS India, to highlight how the metal industry is moving towards a clean energy development.
Thank you, Shri Alok Kumarji, members my colleagues on the stage, and all the delegates here. Good morning to you, and I feel excited that I am here to share with you perspectives from the steel industry, an industry which is an energy guzzler, but it also means that there is so much opportunity for us to explore new dimensions and reduce the carbon emissions, and I'm here to share with you our perspective on that. Just to set the context, India's steel industry is the world's second largest, but yet it is just probably less than 10% of the total consumption of steel that happens in the world. And of course, it is emitting more carbon dioxide today than the global average. It's about 0.7 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel, higher than the global average. So the key factor which contributes to that is obviously the steel technologies that are being used. Steel by its nature is a very energy intensive sector, and the range of technologies that exist are spread across the high intensity BF-BOF routes, where coke and coal-based fuel are the primary sources of reduction, and the other extreme, which is the upcoming technology on hydrogen-based reduction processes. So what is different for us is the key drivers that differentiate the steel industry in its journey towards reducing carbon emission is increased use of better raw materials, more efficient raw materials, whether it is scrap or pellets, and better use or use of alternative fuels, whether it's natural gas or hydrogen, which can help us reduce emissions. So just setting the context before I get deeper into the details of what we are trying to do in this space. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India is proud to be an Indian company with global parentage, which is doing its bit as a responsible steel manufacturer in the domestic space. We respect, obviously, health, safety, and environment, which is one of our driving key motivations. Obviously, like most other integrated steel players and our peers in the country, we respect our community. We work with a diverse workforce, and we are also conscious about our climate commitments. What have we done to reduce greenhouse gas emissions since 2015? We have reduced our carbon dioxide emission intensity by about 33%. Today, it is at about 2.2 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of crude steel, which is lower than the national average, and that is based on some of the initiatives we have taken, whether it is in the area of the feed mix, the raw material mix. We have one of the largest pellet manufacturing facilities. Pellet is our primary raw material, which we use during the steel making process. At Hazira in Gujarat, we have the largest gas-based DRI, single location, largest gas-based DRI facility, which uses natural gas to make steel and not carbon-based coke to produce steel. We do have coke-based facilities as well, but a large part of our capacity at Hazira is natural gas-based DRI project. We have also taken other initiatives to improve process efficiency and deployed renewable energy into our sourcing for improving the carbon dioxide emission intensity for our units. This is just trying to communicate that in the current scope of what can be done, we are very positive on increased use of renewable energy. We have signed a 25-year power purchase agreement for renewable energy for our production at Hazira in Gujarat, as well as our company has invested about $0.6 billion in the hydro pumped storage project combined with the renewable energy so that we can source more renewable energy into our production processes. Of course, AMNS India also supports our parent company ArcelorMittal's X-Carb Innovation Fund, and we have recently launched an India Accelerator Program working together with IIT Madras on sponsoring new technologies which facilitate reduced carbon dioxide emission in production of steel. So in short, I just wanted to share a perspective. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of interesting conversation through the day. We remain conscious that as a steel company, it is extremely important that we focus on this initiative. And we are very happy and very encouraged by the positive policy decisions and guidelines being set and targets being set by the Government of India, with whom we are working closely to achieve the carbon emission reduction targets for the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So from users, especially in the terms of the steel industry, when we are talking about regulations like CBAM, it becomes all the more important that we look after our net emissions and move towards the renewable and the clean energy deployments. So from the user side, now let's move on to the RE industry. Let's hear from the manufacturers, from the developers themselves, I mean the other stakeholders of this very important ecosystem. So may I now request Shri Prashant Chaubey, President Avada Energy, to share his perspective from the other side of the system.
Very good morning, Sri Alok Kumarji, my fellow panelists. Thank you, Vicky, for the opportunity. We have heard from Nimbagi sir in terms of all good what is happening. So I thought, let me just play a role of a devil's advocate now. Renewable market in terms of being very bold, in terms of aspiration, in terms of execution. So coming to about 500 gigawatt of RE plan, right, which has been ambition of the India as such in meeting in net zero. So the view would be that this kind of a capacity would need certain plans which would help. So one important aspect which has come up is in terms of a very good trajectory which has come from the MNRE is about adding 50 gigawatt. Currently country adds about 10 to 15 gigawatts. So this quantum jump is going to be an issue as well as a fantastic opportunity for us. This trajectory will have tenders from central REIAs, Renewable Energy Implementing Agencies, state who will be announcing, as well as a phenomenal market coming from the CNI, which is commercial and industrial users. 10 gigawatt is per annum is a wind capacity, which is about to be added. And that's again a great opportunity. There has been, as far as wind is concerned, from 2018 onwards, there was a bit of a decline, but once a decision came that one important region which has led to the decline of the sector, probably the reverse auction, that is going to be start for wind. I think if really that takes place or happens, it has not happened so far, that will really help. And probably similar kind of a direction if it comes for the solar, it will really be very, very helpful. So in the context of extreme competition, the psychological warfare which happens during the reverse auction process, it really leads to a kind of a situation where there could be a lot more capacity announced, but the actual deployment of a capacity will not happen. So that's an important viewpoint from my side. Second important aspect I'd like to come to is ALMM, which has been a kind of a thought process is there. We support that part because Atmanirbharta is important, self-reliance is important, but in terms of a trajectory, I mentioned if you want to have about at 50 gigawatt, then you need to have an ecosystem to support that 50 gigawatt. So by that time that 50 gigawatt has come, one positive development has happened that at least a year extension has come up to March 24 for waiver on ALMM. But ALMM on a private open access project could be one thought process. There could be review of that because in terms of their RE100 goal, a lot of renewable MNCs, global player, they have their own thought process in terms of the quality of the product, in terms of bilateral contracts. So ALMM may not suit in terms of a requirement which we see in terms of a very enormous market coming up for a C&I sector. Third important thing supporting is that enormous ecosystem creation plan for a self-reliance, which is a PLI scheme of about 18,000 crores for solar module manufacturing, which has come. Avada has also won about 3 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity, which we are deploying. And over a period of time, apart from all those, so 26 gigawatt for a fully integrated coming from poly to module, 16 gigawatt for partially, and about 7 gigawatt for a cell and module. So that is going to create a very humongous capacity, but 4 to 5 years will take for that capacity really to come. And that would be a time where a support system for this ecosystem development would be needed. Next important development which has happened is pumped storage, as he has already said, and that's a phenomenal opportunity. There is also storage obligations which are going to come up. So 1% energy storage obligations will be there as a part of RPO, renewable purchase obligation from 24, and the trajectory would go up to 4%. So for that trajectory, we are looking at about adding 27 gigawatt of a pumped storage and 48 gigawatt of a BESS. That is what is required if you're looking at 500 gigawatt of a renewable into the grid. And that kind of a capacity is going to need about 1.6 lakhs crores of investment. So that's the statistics, that's important. So pumped storage is going to support this, this entire ambition of becoming 50% of RE is a part of a grid, but it will require a tremendous thing. A lot of states have already taken it in terms of a policy which has come up, allowing states to allocate pumped storage projects. That's a good development which has come up. ISTS waiver is another good development which has come up. And lastly, green open access rules which have come up are really very important in terms of pushing this thing. One important aspect remains, as I mentioned yesterday also during our address, that we as a federal system of governance remains an issue where a lot of state governments, though there is a part of this renewable yag which is happening, but may not be fully committed in terms of when it comes to implementation phase, and that becomes a really important challenge. So for example, green open access rules which have come up, there has been mandate for states to really implement those rules, and a number of SERCs, which is State Electricity Regulatory Commissions, they have come up with a lot of their own discretion, which may not be conducive to the development. And eventually, Ministry of Power on, I think, 13th of last month have to actually issue an advisory that it is not a matter of just a policy, it is a matter of a compliance under the Act, which they have to do. So these kind of a discretion creates a lot more issue, and especially CNI segment, which is a phenomenal market today. So even if corporates in India, who are almost like a 50% at a consumption end of electricity, if they even go for a 20% of a renewable deployment, we are looking at a whopping 70 gigawatt of a market. Most of these, the corporate customers, they are wary of the regulatory uncertainties, they are wary of policy uncertainties. So that is an important message we get from we sell power to almost like a gigawatt of a corporate customers, leading from Bharti Airtel to Bharat Forge. And that is one important aspect when I engage with those customers we hear is about regulatory uncertainty and policy related issues. So I think that's an important thought process which has to be there while we firm up those things. Two important developments will also be very, very important. Somebody mentioned about CEM, so it's going to play a really important role. And it's basically a European Union carbon tax to prevent the carbon leakage and to put the domestic pricing in Europe at par with others. So it's very simple that somebody who is going to produce something, they should not go to any country which is whose rules and regulations are weaker in the context of environment, so you take advantage of that leakage. And that's going to become very, very important. Currently, till this phasing happens, almost like an €100 per carbon ton of a CO2 equivalent, it is going to play a very important role in the context of whatever exports India is going to do to the European Union. And in that case, two important aspects, very important for India to immediately develop a good carbon credit mechanism. So CCTS has come, but it is a framework which needs to be really dovetailed and to lead to a position where carbon pricing becomes very important in terms of setting up those standards in India. So that's one important thing which will really help. And second would be in the context of a development of a proper market. So like Australia, which is a very proper developed market, we have exchanges now, we have turn ahead, day ahead green markets now. But looking at how much is going to the exchange in terms of a day ahead is almost like a 5% of the volume today. So that's again a very important thing. So that's my thought process while giving a flair where it's one of a fantastic opportunity for Indian transition, Indian role in energy transition, which is happening today as a pioneering nation, which is leading to those efforts. And there has been a typical shift from what is used to be a kind of a political leadership coming from India, coming at a global level, whereas the very bold statements have been given and bold aspiration that has really put India at a level which has been unheard for almost like last 15 to 20 years, which has now happened in last 5 to 7 years. So that has really put India at a global map. And when you are leading that energy transition, right, you need to really implement. So that is where all those thought processes come. It's a fantastic cooperative federal structure, but if the state governments align more in the context of what the federal government is trying to do or a union government is trying to do, I think we are looking at a very fantastic future ahead, and India playing a very important role for a green energy transition. So that's my thought process, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji, for highlighting so many positives towards the clean energy technology deployment. And we must take this opportunity to thank the man behind it, Shri Alok Kumarji, who has been a driving force in terms of how we are moving towards the clean energy ecosystem. We had the two perspectives from the users, so we planned that and thought of that we should have two perspectives from the RE industry also. And so now I would request Shri Jaikumar Vaghela, CEO Distributed Solar, Fourth Partner Energy, to have his views shared with the audience.
Good morning, everyone. Shri Alok Kumarji, my fellow panelist, and the esteemed guests who have gathered here for this discussion on clean energy deployment. Thank you, Vicky, for having us here. So we have heard almost all aspects from the renewable energy deployment perspective. I would like to just share 3 insights, basically from the customer perspective. The CNI industry contributes more than 50% of the consumption of the entire country, but only 6% of this consumption today is sourced from renewable energy. So there is a huge improvement which the CNI industry can make in their share of renewable energy adoption. Second point, the policies today in India enable the CNI customers to actually go 100% green, whether it is on-site, whether it is off-site, within the state, power flowing from across the states, whether buying green attributes or demanding green power from the discoms at an additional charge. Options are all available. The policies are in place. It's just about to make it happen. It is in the interest of the CNI industry itself to quickly adopt renewable energy because it is the cheapest source of energy today. We all know that the power variable grid tariff available from the discoms is comparatively higher if you look at the neighboring states. At this juncture where the entire global companies are looking to have China plus one strategy, India as at that moment where we can grab this opportunity. It's never been there in the history of the country, but these 3 to 5 years can catapult India to a developing country status very quickly, at least on that path of 8%, 10% growth rate. If we can seize this moment, and adoption of renewable energy will play a pivotal role in this particular juncture. The third point I would like to make is the 4 benefits which the CNI industry can avail on adoption of renewable energy. The first benefit is obviously very simple, reduction in their operating cost. India today has the lowest capex cost of installing renewable energy in the world. So the rupees crores per megawatt of wind and solar is the cheapest. Therefore, the tariff which you will get from signing a long-term 25-year PPA is 25 to 40% cheaper than any other alternate power available to you. This makes you much more competitive in the global market, first thing. The second benefit is there are financiers today who are ready to give you all subsidized interest rate if you all show progress on your ESG scores or sustainability targets. So there is a good 0.1 or 10.1 percentage reduction in your interest rate you all can get if you all show them adoption of green energy. The third benefit which CNI industry can adopt is increasing their market share or retaining their market share, because more and more your end customers are becoming conscious of the product which they are buying. Therefore, even commodities like steel, like cement, are being now differentiated by the source by which they are getting manufactured. So we are hearing the terms like green steel, green hydrogen, green cement, right? And the last advantage of adopting renewable energy is that it will make you all a role model in your industry. There will be all stakeholders who would want to work with you all based on your the status of your green energy. So this is the importance of renewable energy. With this, I would like to thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for integrating the user and the producer side and highlighting the benefits in terms of how the ecosystem will work together. Ladies and gentlemen, the most awaited address for the session. Please join me in welcoming Shri Alok Kumarji, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, to share his vision, to share his perspective with all of us. It's our pleasure to hear from you, sir.
Very good morning. Thank you, Arpan. And all my co-panelists who have spoken before me, they have spoken almost all the key issues. I was listening very carefully. So the interventions they made, they are really very pertinent and to the point. I would like to share my perspective and some insights. Most of the issues they have already placed on the table. Say, it was rightly said that C&I consumers, they have only 6% of renewable energy. But if you see the India's perspective, in India's energy level, see, in the power sector, the 24% energy comes from renewables, including large hydro. And our installed capacity is around 43%, the non-fossil fuel-based capacity, which will go up to more than 50% of a then large denominator. And even if we take the RPO which have been announced, that is around 43% in 2030, so 43% of the electricity, and electricity is 21% of energy in India's energy mix. So if you put it that way, even if in 2030, if this 21 becomes 25, though it is not likely 25, it will be somewhere 20 to 23% of total energy will be electricity. And if you touch 43%, so it will be around 5 to 6% only, say like, or maybe 8 to 9% only. Currently, the share of renewable energy in energy supply, not in power sector, is less than 5%. So India has to go a long way. What we have done is just a beginning. So just to give you one figure, there is one modeling exercise being done in Ministry of Power when I left. In 2047, our renewable energy capacity would be somewhere at 2,000 gigawatt. So that is those are the projections which we are now talking of 10 gigawatt a year or maybe 50 gigawatt a year. So it's a huge increase. Another perspective, India will be the only large economy which will have fastest growth of energy demand. Say our energy demand will grow at CAGR of 3%, which is unheard. It's very, very huge. And our power demand will grow at 6% per annum, which is also very huge if you see the compounding effect. So far, most of the renewable energy has been consumed through distribution companies. I say the C&I consumers are doing very less. And through the instrument of the RPO. That will continue, but the share of C&I consumers in the renewable energy will go up very sharply. As far as DISCOMs are concerned, their viability, there are some positive signs in the last 1 or 2 years. So those of your FICCI members who are supplying to DISCOMs, my intuition says, my understanding says that their cash flows will be more secure and it will be more prompt payment. So you can set up more of your renewable energy capacity and continue to sell it to DISCOMs. With the late payment surcharge rules and rules for regulation of power, the current payments are coming in timely and even the arrears are being liquidated. So one part is that the industry can keep on setting the plants and keep on selling to DISCOMs. Their payment security will be far better than what has been. That is right, what has been said by the co-panelists. The commercial and industrial consumers, that is industry, which is sitting in the room, will have to increase their share of renewable energy for various reasons. Some of them have come, some of them I will share with you. Earlier, like in Odisha, the captive power plant consumers had the RPO of only around 5%. But with the new rules, green open access rules, RPO is same for every consumer in India now. So those captive consumers who have a captive power plant based on fossil fuels will also have to have 43% of the RPO to be fulfilled by 2030, and they have to immediately get up to the 24-25%. So that is one compulsion, legal compulsion, because you are talking of RPO. RPO, everybody will have to comply. Second is the cost economy. The cost being taken, but in my view, if you consume only intermittent renewable energy, it is not, I don't think it is very cost effective, and it's very problematic. For manufacturing processes, you want reliable power, dispatchable power. So cost factor will have to take into something else into account. I will just come in few minutes to that. You talked of CCTS, the Indian carbon market. So now that scheme envisages the emission intensity reduction targets for chosen industries. And those industries will, of course, will be like steel, paper, chlor-alkali, fertilizers. So you will have much more pressing targets to achieve once this CCTS rolls out. So far, they were only energy conservation targets. So you could have done something to conserve energy, but now you have to conserve energy and also use more of non-fossil energy. So those will be the future compulsions for the industry. And lastly, what was said that your export industry will be more demanding, like CBAM is now coming. And I think this is going to say that there will be more CBAMs coming. So more CBAMs will come. Whole world will be looking at. So C&I consumers will have to really prepare themselves for very steep climb in terms of increasing their renewable energy share. One word on this reverse auction. Okay, wind people are very happy. They should be happy. But in this room, there are two sides of the same coin. One are the energy consumers, one are the energy suppliers. I think on the dais also, the energy consumers will want competitive tariffs. So e-reverse auction might have gone, but you have to stay competitive. You can't say that I need more profits at the cost of the other half of the FICCI which is sitting on the dais. So tariff have to be competitive continuously. For the C&I consumers, there are two routes, of course, very obvious. About the captive route for consuming renewable energy is also now is very potential route. And you must have seen the latest rules which steel industry was asking for, that please permit the captive consumption through also for their subsidiaries, which has been now made available. The ministry has also added one more thing, that instead of the parent company setting up the captive plant directly, you can also do it through affiliate mode. So there are a lot of possible business models even in the captive route which is possible. And once what I was saying, the dispatchable power, it will require your captive RE power to be consumed through storage, which was not earlier possible. New rules also have made it possible. It says that captive consumption could be directly or through storage, if you see that line. So the captive route is now very facilitative, and that should ease out the pressures on the industry. On the green open access route, the charges are really a pain. So that is correct. You must have read the rule which Ministry Power earlier notified. The cross subsidy surcharge has been capped at 20% of the average cost of supply. So gradually, many states are now coming to that level. I was reading in the newspapers and magazines. It will take some time, the SERCs, because as you say, it's a federalism. Federalism is good also, and federalism also had some challenges. But last thing which I want to speak on this open access charges, you must have seen the draft rules which were floated on, I think, 28th June or 30th June. There are proposals to cap even other charges also. The additional surcharge also to be capped at 50% of the wheeling charge. Otherwise, they are as high as 2 rupees, sometimes 3 rupees. So SERC's conduct is really a problem. I fully agree. But going forward, there will be huge pressure even on SERCs also by the Government of India, by industry also. And my sense is that in the next 1 or 2 years, SERCs will also have to and will also fall in line, and they will also comply with the Government of India rules. On dispatchable RE, I have not such a bullish view on wind, because let me be very frank in this occasion. If you see the wind has very high seasonality. It is available only for 5 months in India, the onshore wind, and highly unpredictable. In the grid operations, we used to say one day it was 13,000, next day it was only 500 megawatt wind. So from the consumer perspective also, this resource has to really upgrade itself to more predictable, like offshore wind will be better. But let me be very honest and frank that those who are working in the wind, as a consumer, wind is not a very dependable and ultimately not very cost-effective resource for the dispatchable RE. Mostly it will be solar plus storage. Initially it will be PSP, and after 3-4 years it will be battery storage, because you are talking that not much renewable energy is being sold in the GDAM and GTAM. It's right, because I said that most of the renewable energy was tied up in PPAs, the DISCOMs. So there is no loose quantum available which can go to exchanges. But now as things are moving, merchant power is daily, they are being announced and they are being commissioned. The quantum of the renewable power being sold in the exchange will go up very sharply. And let me also tell you, when you do the dispatchable RE, there will be always a lot of surpluses and lot of shortages every day. All those surpluses and deficits of RE will be disposed of in the power exchange. You will buy there and you will dispose there. So power exchanges markets will have a very good potential. I personally see there is a very good opportunity for businesses to set up the portfolio management for dispatchable RE. Not every C&I consumer will be capable or should do setting up or buying solar power, buying storage, supplying it, selling it to exchange and all. There will be a lot of intermediaries required, and I think there are a lot of entrepreneurs in the room. We should come up and set up a portfolio management for the dispatchable RE in India. On the demand side, we have already spoken of electric mobility. Power demand will not be much. In that total scenario, electric vehicles will not consume more than 40-50 gigawatt. Don't worry about the power demand of electric vehicles, just ramp up. And green hydrogen, of course, will require a lot of renewable energy as it takes off. There are initial challenges. Ethanol blending is also clean energy, so that is also one opportunity. We have not spoken about the ethanol blending. We are already tied up only green hydrogen electric vehicle. Ethanol blending will go up. Even for that matter, the co-firing of biomass in power plants will be a big opportunity, because now currently we are less than 1%, it has to go to 5%. And India has come out with that new policy of the benchmark tariff for buying pellets by power plants. So there will be a lot of business opportunities. And electric cooking has a lot of good future in India, I'm telling you. If we have to reduce our dependence on the imported gas, India has to move later or sooner towards electric cooking in a large way. So that is one business. Let there be some early starters and come down and promote electric cooking in, at least in urban areas where power supplies reliability is not an issue. My sense is that it will first begin in urban areas, because power supply reliability is good. For cooking, you need good reliable supply. On manufacturing, we have spoken about solar PV, we have spoken about electric vehicle, batteries. There is an opportunity of electrolyzers also now. The MNRE has floated bid for PLI for the electrolyzers. That will also be a huge opportunity. There will also be going to very big opportunity for the associated plants, like when you ramp up renewables, the inverters, the electronic equipment and all. There's a huge opportunity for businesses to come. And lastly, I see the smart meters and smart grid, because you cannot have large scale renewable energy penetration without the time of day tariff, which require the smart meters. And the smart meter rollout is going to very big opportunity. It will take next 3-4 years. So opportunities are very huge and very big opportunities. And I am very sure that entrepreneurs who are sitting in the room and your FICCI members, they will definitely make best out of the opportunities. And I also believe that Government of India will continue to intervene and see that SCRCs also are on track. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You highlighted on the current status when we are talking about 5 to 6% RE penetration. You highlighted on the moving forward 2047 target of 2000 gigawatt and the various initiatives we have taken. So, I mean, via this platform, we would like to convey on the behalf of the entire industry, we convey our very, very sincere thanks to you for the initiatives that you have taken for furthering the growth of the RE ecosystem in the country. Thank you so much, sir. It has been really a pleasure, and we have been very supportive of the industry requirements as well as to FICCI initiatives. So a very, very big thanks to you on behalf of each and everyone present out here, as well as the entire industry. With this, we move on to the next session of this, next part rather I should say, of this session. I thank all the panelists who have been there with us. While I would request our chief guest Shri Alok Kumarji to be seated and join us, be there for that panel discussion, I would request all the other panelists to take their seats in the front row and request the panel discussion participants, Shri Rahul Prithani, Senior Director and Global Head, CRISIL, Ms. Jennifer Holmgren, CEO LenzaTech, Shri Pankaj Jain, Vice President Hindalco, Ms. Surbhi Goyal, World Bank, Raju Goyal, Shri Raju Goyal ji, Chief Technology Officer, Ultratech Cement, and Shri Harsh Singh, Program Manager, World Economic Forum, along with the key co-chair for Cement Committee, Shri Harmeet Singh Sethi, to join our chief guest on the dais. And I would request Rahul to take over the panel discussion precisely for 25 minutes. For the next 25 minutes of a very intriguing session. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Arpan, and good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be interacting with all of you, and pleasure to be hosting this panel. Really look forward to some good insights from the panel, and I think some of the key points have been made in the first panel, where we've spoken about what are the kind of steps that we are taking, and I think it's been a very interesting time for us, and loads of opportunity coming through. So on this panel, I would clearly want to kind of understand the various perspectives from the industry, and also get a sense with what are the kind of opportunities as well as challenges that we are facing in this decarbonization move that we see globally. So first, I'd like to move to Jennifer. Maybe would want some of her insights, since she's been at the center of it in the overall decarbonization drive. So Jennifer, would want your perspectives of the overall options available in the decarbonization chain, and how to kind of look for affordable, scalable options, especially from a manufacturing perspective. And as you heard, India has got strong growth ambitions, and there is also a rising need, and most corporates that we interact with are in an expansion mode, and energy is one key component of that. And as we speak about expanding our manufacturing base, that becomes a very important component. So maybe if you could just throw some light on how do you see the overall decarbonization drive on the industry side, and what are the options corporates have?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think what we need to do is think about energy transition and energy transformation as an opportunity. It is an opportunity to change how we do and make everything. Instead of having to always import our resources, this is an opportunity to create local supply chains. Prime Minister Modi said that India would be powered by the sun and by clean hydrogen. And he's absolutely right. If we think about the use of the sun, the reality is the ability of the sun to create power that enables growth, that enables the production of green hydrogen, allows companies like mine to refine CO2. If I have enough hydrogen, CO2 can be the feedstock. With the power of the sun, we can also utilize resources indirectly. We can grow biomass, and the biomass residues can also be converted and refine to the products we need every day. So we need to think differently, create local supply chains, imagine a world that's distributed, where not everything has to be imported, where local resources are used to create everything we use. To me, that's how we should be reacting to the crisis we face.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I think on the manufacturing side, clearly it's a fairly large challenge. So Raju, maybe would want your perspectives as to, as a cement manufacturer, how are you thinking about the decarbonization? And I know, when I speak to a lot of the cement manufacturers, they consider this as a fairly challenging thing in terms of, from a product pricing point of view. I think cement is one of the lowest among all commodities that we, look at. So in a segment like this and in a price sensitive market, how do you look at the overall decarbonization plans and challenges for yourself and the industry?
Thanks. Good morning to all. I think this is the first time I have experienced that people are realizing that we are in the business of cheapest glue production in the world. Any category, the cheapest glue we produce, and cost sensitive industry, very cost sensitive. So coming back to the thing, I'll put this question, the two part of that. One part I did, what are the current things are happening and what are the challenges in the futures are there, considering the cost and things. So to simplify, I will say that because as everybody knows that about 65% CO2 coming from the calcination process, 25 from the fuel burning, and rest 10% coming from the electricity and other places. So if I say that broad-based, like put like buckets in this, so first we call it how to reduce the consumption of energy, which the process efficiencies, as I will be saying that very proudly that India has achieved the best energy and thermal efficiency in the cement industry. And that is, I think, we have reached to the level where we have very little margins and we have little scope to play. So we are almost best achieved, we have achieved that. Second is coming to the energy transition. So energy transitions, we are working on the solar, wind, where is available. Solar, I think we are doing quite significantly good. All our industry is doing very good, not only us. And then second, we are taking the opportunity of the hot gases which is coming out of the process, which is called the waste heat recovery systems, which is supporting our business. If I can say that number here, maybe about 20 to 25% of the clinker energy requirement, which is the intermediate product furnace requirement, can be met by this all waste heat recovery systems. So that is also we are taking the initiatives to work on that side. Then third part on the product and circular economy side. So all the waste which is available from the different industries, fly ash, slag and other materials, which can be complement to the cement properties and value creation, that we are also using that. So that is a part. Also we are reducing our carbon footprint in the system. Second, working the product diversifications. Product diversification, when you call that, because we are producing I think if I can again mention that here, India is one of the single country in the world which have the blended cement more than 70%. No other country can have this one, because we are some place we say that your problems sometimes are blessings, because our economy was based on the thermal power plants, and the ash coming out from that becomes like a positive value for the cement industry. So currently we are doing quite blended cement. So that's the part we are currently doing. And we are also looking for some innovative products by using the chemicals, admixtures and things to reduce the total cement content in the concretes. So that's the initiatives what is happening currently here. But if you do all the things together, still there is a 250 to 300 kg per ton of cement will be required to do the new innovations. New innovation called the CCS, carbon capturing, storage, utilization, and hydrogen, and the concentrated solar, where these things can be looked into that. Because this process CO2 is still a big question for industry to manage that. And I will say that a lot of efforts are going on and some pilots are happening, and that is the, I think, challenge what we have in the industry. But industry doing excellent to abate that CO2 footprint currently.
Sure. Thanks, Raju, for the inputs. Continuing on the same line of thought, Pankaj, maybe you are also from a very energy-intensive industry, and I think globally there are a lot of challenges again for decarbonization. And also you are also faced, as was discussed in the earlier panel, with the CBAM coming through, and also at a larger note, I know Hindalco is looking at decarbonization in a very big way at an overall level. Given the high energy intensity, how are you looking at this pathway, especially for your industry, and how will it really play out in the medium to long term? And if you have to completely decarbonize, what do you need to do?
Thank you for the question. So as you rightly said, aluminum manufacturing is very energy intensive. Almost 40% of our cost is energy cost, and we are roughly around 3 gigawatt of power requirement at any point of time to produce aluminum and copper. So we are also working on the different initiatives to reduce the dependency on the coal consumption and go towards renewable. So we had around 1000 plus megawatt, almost 1 gigawatt now renewable in the form of wind, solar, hybrid, pumped storage, biomass, and different other technologies. We are going ahead for storage capacity as well. So we are planning to go for battery storage as well. So you can see in the next 3 to 4 years by 2030, almost 33 to 40% of our energy will come from renewable. This is the one thing we are doing to reduce our footprint. This will not only help to reduce carbon footprint, but also make us competitive in the CBAM forum. Because as the tax will be levied, we will be generating less CO2, so it will be more competitive. Already our costs are quite competitive because we have our own coal mines, and we are working on different energy efficiencies in our processes. So we hope that going forward, we will be competitive for CBAM. Coming to the next question, long term of 100% decarbonization, it will be a long process. Then we will require hydrogen and ammonia also to come into picture. It will take certain more time, maybe 5 to 10 years down the line, when the technology will emerge and the cost will come down. At that time, we may do so. Like we can see now in US, almost they are planning by 2030, the hydrogen making will be positive for any manufacturer. So they are, as can be seen in last Argus forum, they have displayed the curve and all. So if we see the same happening in India around another 5 years down the line, then we can say hydrogen and ammonia will be the next thing, which will be helping us to decarbonize fully, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Next, I'll move on to Surbi. Surbi, I think we know, World Bank has again got large targets and very, they will play probably a critical role in the overall decarbonization journey. So maybe would want some of your perspectives in terms of the role of MDBs going forward in this entire process, and how do you really think it is likely to play out for some of the industrial consumers? How will the mechanics work?
Sure, thank you. So MDVs are little different from the end user investors, and the perspective is different. Mr. Alok Kumar, of course, has been privy to all the engagements that we have. So our funding is very small as compared to the requirements of the country. So our principle is always that how we can use our limited funding through the government and to leverage on the commercial investment. So with that principle, we have been engaged in the space of clean energy deployment for over a decade now. We started with solar parks where again we supported where the government had comparative advantage and let it, I would say bloom further to invest, to attract investments from commercial players. Then we moved on to hybrid models of RE that we are working with SECI. There is one project in Chhattisgarh which is under construction, solar with batteries, which would help in the state to displace its fossil fuel-based electricity. I'm talking about state discom here, but then the principles would apply to the bulk consumers as well. Recently, towards the end of June, the bank's board has approved a $1.5 billion budgetary support to the government of India. And the three pillars of it are first, promoting clean energy resources. The second pillar is green hydrogen promotion. And the third is clean and climate financing to be made available. And this particular support is focused on how we can push more policy and regulatory ecosystem so that it accelerates the government's intention to have the goals set forth in the National Green Hydrogen Mission. And I must commend the way Government of India is functioning, and Mr. Alok already had given a detailed brief about it. But frankly, sitting at this place, I can vouch for it that the growth is unprecedented. The way MNRE and MOP and the other agencies are working, it's quite conducive. A lot of things are still under the wraps, and you will see that coming up over the next few months. We already have certain more policy triggers under this particular project, which Government of India has to issue and take action on in next 6 months, and then another 1.5 billion would be given. So this particular instrument has its own incentive mechanism inbuilt. The principle again here is that at this moment, probably direct investment from the bank in specific projects may not make sense, because the policy and regulatory ecosystem in green hydrogen space is still evolving. So that is why we thought of providing support on the policy side. But beyond that, what Alokji was also mentioning in the previous session is that how do we bring the firmer RE supply to the bulk consumers and to the distribution companies. So we are working on multiple ways. We are looking at battery storage, we are looking at pump storage. We are already engaging with Himachal Pradesh, because Himachal has a lot of, it's a hilly state for the people who are not aware about Indian geography. They have a lot of hydropower projects. Majority of them are ROR, run of the river. And at the moment, the water reserved or the stored in those reservoirs are not being valued. So what we are attempting to do is to aggregate the generation profiles of hydro, solar somewhere in the country, wind somewhere in the country, aggregate it all together and identify the bulk consumer to begin with, probably later on discounts, so that we are able to match the demand and supply profile, which is the requirement of the hour. Also Alokji mentioned that there would be sometimes shortages, sometimes there would be surpluses, so that is where we are still trying to figure out, should they be dependent on power markets, should they be looking at the batteries, or there should be incentive mechanisms and penalty mechanisms for the aggregator to take on those kind of risks and returns. So all that is being developed as we are speaking, but we definitely understand that going forward, firm RE is going to be the game changer, which is all of us are working towards. Also for green hydrogen, because 60 to 70% of the costs come from the RE. So bringing down the firm RE supply cost is the cornerstone for the clean energy deployment.
Thank you, Surbi. Harsh, moving on to you. How do you really see the larger pathways for decarbonization really planning out from an industrial sector point of view? Clearly, there are issues in terms of technology, scalability. From your vantage point, how are you seeing things, and how do you expect the environment to evolve as we move ahead?
Thank you for the question. I represent the World Economic Forum. We have few initiatives specifically oriented towards industry decarbonization. You may be aware of the Mission Possible partnership. We had a role in catalyzing that, and an ongoing effort on demand offtake through something called the First Movers Coalition. So speaking of the larger decarbonization pathways for different hard-to-abate industry sectors, I think the basic elements remain the same, but of course there are sector-specific differences there. So it's about the decarbonization of the product in itself, whether via reduced demand or supplementary materials, alternative materials. Secondly, it's about the process decarbonization, using more efficient processes, wherein technologies play a very major role. Thirdly, it's about the decarbonization of the fuel mix, the energy that is being consumed to produce the materials. And finally, the residual emissions, either via offsets or high quality carbon credits. So these are the basic elements that are consistent across all industries, regardless of their the materials they produce or where they are in different parts of the world. But in order to achieve any of these, the enabling environment needs to be to evolve. And the enablers as well are pretty consistent across sectors. So technology, of course, so industrial decarbonization technologies are in the initial stages right now. We don't have as much diversity in technology options, and also what we have is not as mature, mainly TRL 4 to 7, that's where they are. It's about policies, finance. I think Surbi mentioned about finance, Mr. Alok Kumar mentioned about policies, and thereafter the essential component of acceleration of demand. So there has got to be some supply and demand matching for low emission materials. And finally, infrastructure. We always talk about investment, for example, in terms of investment for technology. But in order to power these low emission production technologies, one or the other infrastructure investments is necessary, whether it is green power or green hydrogen or carbon capture, sequestration and storage. All of these infrastructures are not essentially within the scope of investment of the industry in itself, but their volume is in the order of magnitudes larger than the investment for the technologies, low emission technologies in themselves. So this is the scope of this challenge, but the pace is extremely fast. I think we have seen a large number of commitments coming through. The First Movers Coalition, which is a demand aggregation platform, has seen more than $12 to $13 billion of commitments across different hard-to-get sectors. That's certainly not a lack of intent, but perhaps given the early stage of this industrial sector's decarbonization, policies would need to take a leading role at least in the next couple of years. So issues around, for example, the public investment in research and development. So that is not what many countries have to the level where it is required. Some countries have done remarkably well on this, but for all the other economies where industries do play a very large role in the GDP, in exports, and jobs. So there needs to be more investment in public R&D. Secondly, issues around, for example, what we had for power as viability gap funding. So we don't have such equivalents at scale for heavy industries. Carbon contract for difference have been tried in a couple of markets like Germany and Netherlands, but in many other markets we haven't seen those. So those are essential to pull the supply side along. India is now looking to embark on the carbon credits, but as we know from experience that all carbon markets are not the same. So we have a wide range of carbon prices. Japan has around $2.5. European Union, you'd see 95, 100 euros. So essentially the design of the carbon market, that would determine, at least in India's context, how successful it is in driving the industrial decarbonization. So at least these are a few ideas, and among the people in the room as well as many others outside, there is a lot of concerted action in this direction. But net zero by 2050 largely relies on industrial decarbonization and steps taken now in the next couple of years to determine how soon and how successfully we are able to get there.
Thank you, Harsh. Now since there's paucity of time, I'll just quickly move on a couple of important issues. One is, I just wanted to understand from some of the end consumers, both from you, Raju and Pankaj, maybe if you could share your perspectives on how do you see the funding environment for some of these projects? Are you seeing adequate access of differential finance? And in terms of your own planning for the carbon costs related to potential future expansions that you're looking at, how are you looking at that entire piece in terms of your overall project economics, if I were to kind of put it that way?
Thanks. So from our side, if you ask me honestly, I think I do not see the cost differential benefits to the industry right now, because the things we are talking about is only 0.5% cost difference in the lending rates and things. So it's not very much. I don't know right now. That's what I heard. But again, I will say that a lot of talk and a lot of actions are going on for this. But coming back to their point, yes, in our project execution and our whole planning in this, we have the ICP, internal carbon pricing, and we have taken this as our decision-making tool. And wherever we have either the expansion, either reliability issues, or even the new capacity adding, or the new things, we take this ICP in our consideration before we make our decision. One more point also I would like to add this: we have the sustainability linked bond also in our process. I think I will say that we are first in India and second in Asia, if I'm not wrong. And we have the $400 million sustainable bonds are there, which are working on that. And we have committed that about 22% CO2 will be reduced by 2030 in this bond. And as on today, in the 23, we have completed. We have achieved about 12% of that. So we are in line with our expectations, and then this is also helping us to make our decisions and make the expansion as well as taking the cost benefit in that.
Thank you for the question. So, rightly said, as we are seeing, capital will be an issue, but as for Hindalco or for Aditya Birla Group, we see environment and sustainability as a top priority. Funding for that will not be stopped at any point of time. So, as we see the costing as of now, the RE and the current energy prices are more or less matching, and going forward, we also did not see much difference. So the funding will keep coming based on the payback, and the cost of this RE power is going to come down for hydrogen and ammonia also in the future. So as a sustainable business, just like you said, we will invest continuously, and funding will not be an issue. Coming back to the ICP, the internal carbon pricing, we are also keeping this in all our projects. So this is also taken care during calculation of IRR. So if any point of time it comes, then we have the buffer for that. And going forward, if you want to reduce the tax which will be levied, so we have to anyhow work on this thing of RE, so that the tax and other thing in the CBM doesn't come. So if we pay tax or we invest now, so both of them, so we invest and look for sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just want to add one more point. I think industry right now is struggling to check what should be the ICP pricing, because that is the biggest challenge we have, and we are every day scratching our head what should be the right price given all this CBAM and all this are coming up. So if anybody has the magic formula, we'll be happy to know.
There are many magics that will happen there, I'm sure. And I think the range of numbers is also quite substantial across the board. Jennifer, one last question quickly, since we have paucity of time. I think you do a lot of work on the waste side and also carbon capture. So I think we clearly, see a lot of challenges with respect to waste collection, segregation, and also, ethanol is another area of your expertise. So in some of these areas, how do you see pathways to kind of, have scalable solutions there?
Thank you for that. We already have commercial facilities that utilize industrial waste, steel mill waste carbon, and convert that to ethanol. That ethanol is then converted to sustainable aviation fuel. That ethanol has been converted to yoga pants sold by H&M because the polyester comes from that ethanol, is made from that ethanol. So we believe that there is enough carbon above the ground to make all the things we use in our daily lives, whether it be steel mill or refinery off gas, or whether that be a solid waste, municipal solid waste. We have a process that, because it's biological, doesn't require segregation, because the carbon-hydrogen ratio doesn't matter. The organism will interpolate and make the products it needs. So I think that's actually quite important. Waste is not homogeneous. If it were homogeneous, it would not be waste. And therefore, it's quite important to consider processes that allow you to utilize inhomogeneous systems. I'll stop there because I know you're out of time.
Thanks. One last point for Harsh as well as Surbi. Any one policy intervention that you would think would be priority, maybe one each?
So I think we already had a long discussion about it in many panels yesterday. For green hydrogen, I think the mandates would be very important, but I know that it would have consequent effects also. So government is moving very cautiously on it, because if you just provide mandates, say, to refineries or to steel or any other sector, there would be spiral effect on the inflation and others. So cautiously, but yes, sooner or later we do need demand side interventions, because supply side people are ready, stakeholders are ready, investors are ready. The signals need to be given, which are happening through the policy intervention, but also on the demand side.
Thank you. Harsh, anything?
Less to add, but similarly on the aspect of demand, I think public procurement, and specifically green public procurement, that would be essential in driving demand. Public sector is a large consumer of materials. In India is on a very, very massive infrastructure development phase. So public procurement can be essential in this regard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure interacting with all of you. Over to you, Arpan.
Sure, thank you so much. It was a very interesting panel. But in the paucity of time, we can have all the magic formulas discussed offline. And our chief guest has been very kind enough to stay there for the entire session and has many engagements today. So I would request our co-chair FICCI Cement Committee, Shri Harmeet Singh Sethi, who is also the Executive Director and Group Head Corporate Affairs and Incubation Dalmia Bharat Group, to propose the formal vote of thanks for our chief guest and the panelists, and has his the concluding remarks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Arpan, to thank Alok Kumarji, former Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India, who's been kind enough to give us time and has very clearly communicated, I would say, that the efforts which the central government has made till now, and obviously in that line will continue to make, and also conveyed very clearly the challenges which happen because of the federal structure which we have, because we work in about 14 states and we know how, so this, what we are doing today and what all the panelists who have spoken so well and communicated everything, you see, this is something, I mean, like B to B, I think if a G could have been added, it would have been further helped us. But I think this is what continues, and this effort which is happening by the central government and other state government agencies will help us as we move forward. So this is something which is very clearly, because it has to be continuous, it cannot be intermittent like Alokji said, and it has to be competitive. I think then only it is going to make us forward. So this interaction today, all the speakers, thank you very much. I think this is a way forward. There are two very great things happening in this world today. One, which we all are dealing with, and second is the AI. I don't know which one is more important, but I think they will all merge together somewhere, very clearly. And also all which is happening here, not only in this room, all over this place, I think the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, I'm not going to list out the vision because everybody here knows that vision. The Panch Amrit strategy which he has communicated very clearly, I think everything falls in that. And we will continue to make efforts. We are end users, there are people who are helping us resolve it, but we have to move forward. The only one thing which I bring to the fore is, I'll take only 1 minute on that, is that over the next 40 years, 230 billion square meters of new buildings will be constructed. That is one Paris every year. 75% of the infrastructure needed by 2050 still needs to be built. And green building will represent a 24.7 trillion investment. So like, again, quote Alokji said that there are opportunities. This is part of the opportunity. Everything will fall in part of this somewhere. And COP26 has already said that 1.2 trillion USD real estates under management have become part of the net zero campaign. So there are demands and supply side solutions. Cement sector has already come up with that we are making blended cements. My company by 26 will only make blended cements, will not make any other cements. And as we speak today, we've already reduced our fossil fuel from 100 to 70%. 30% is non-fossil. And as we move forward, I'm proud to say that the cement industry is committed to it, and we are part of it, and we are doing our bit on this. Also, it was mentioned by the World Economic Forum that the FMC, which was launched in 26, Dalmia Cement is one of the founding members of the FMC, and the coalition has been primarily developed to create green products demand by calling upon business leaders and national governments, urban bodies to take on green procurement. Now, this is where the key will lie. And this is where, when I say federal structure, other structures, everything, you know, we keep making green products, but somebody has to buy those products at the end of the day. There's no doubt about that. So in conclusion, I mean, we've all shared a lot of inspiring stories, a lot of work which everybody is doing, and let us carry this movement forward, acknowledging that India has the capacity to become a global leader in clean energy adoption, innovation, and deployment. I thank you all for your valuable contribution towards a cleaner, greener India and the world at large. Thank you, everybody. So kind of you.
Sure, thank you so much, sir. While this is the end of the session on B2B dialogue for clean energy deployment, this is just the beginning. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you our chief guests, thank you panelists, and thank you everyone. Thank you.
event organized by Power Foundation of India on the theme Decarbonizing Development, Business-Driven Solutions to Empower Rural India. I am honored to be your MC for the event. My name is Anurag Bhagat and I am Director of Communications at Power Foundation of India. Decentralized renewable energy refers to the generation of renewable energy from small-scale, localized sources that are closer to the point of consumption. It involves distributed energy generation and often includes technologies like solar panels, wind turbines, small-scale hydroelectric plants, biomass systems, and geothermal unit. It supports the transition to a cleaner, more sustainable energy system by diversifying energy sources and empowering communities to become active participants in the energy transition. I now invite Director General of Power Foundation of India and former Power Secretary, Shri Sanjeev Nandan Sahai, to begin the day's event and give his opening remarks. Sir.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Anurag. I looked at the various events that is going on, and there's a lot of serious discussion on hydrogen and renewables and grid stability. And so let me start the post-coffee session with a discussion on a film. In 2004, there was a film called Swadesh, which was screened in India. And the story is, in a nutshell, as follows, that there's this young Indian bright scientist in NASA who has a nostalgic tug in his heart, and he comes back to the country and goes to a village where his old nanny governess lives. Amongst the various problems that that village is beset with, it is the lack of power, which is one of them. And then he creates a micro-hydel station, and the film ends with a light bulb which is lit, and an old lady is smiling because she couldn't believe that in her lifetime she would see electric energy in her home. But that was 2004, and by 2018-19, all households in India that were willing have been electrified. So what is the relevance of the story? What is the relevance of this micro-hydel story? I think there is a very strong case still for local production of energy as a supplement, as a part of a general grid management. It can reduce cost, and given the march towards net zero, the use of biomass assumes great significance. So whilst the topic is on decarbonizing development, which, as Anurag mentioned, it speaks of many renewable sources like solar, wind, and etc. But we will also focus on the use of biomass. Biomass energy in India is estimated to be agricultural waste, about 230 million tons, about 28 to 30 gigawatt generation capacity. And there have been a lot of localized efforts going on. Some of them are grant-based. Some are now looking at it at a commercial level. But if we have to scale it and make it replicable, it has to be commercially viable. It cannot be just grant-based. Biomass localized energy has a straight impact on gender also. Women, electricity, arrival of electricity makes a big change in the lives of women. There they are passive recipients. But in many instances, they are actually partners in the generation of biomass energy. And we have women today from these villages. You will hear their experiences in their voice. In their voices, there is no. And these are women, mind you, in a village, say in northeast Bihar, where stereotyping of gender work where they have stepped out of the stereotype and have become a generator for power. These are questions: how did the family allow them? This is the kind of empowerment we are looking at. Biomass-based energy systems where women have traditionally foraged and acquired biomass for using it in the kitchen, etc., or make cow dung cakes. They seamlessly move into the whole network where they help generation of power or collect money or meet with the potential customers. We will, before that, have my very, very learned colleague. I'm very fond of him also, Alok Kumar, who was my successor in the Power Ministry and who's just for a few days ago, was steering this nation's journey towards clean energy and the power sector. I will invite him to give his opening remarks, and then we will have 3 presentations from the voices of women. One from northeast of Bihar, Araria, another from Uttar Pradesh, and one Mr. Yogeshwar, who way back in 70s as alumnus of IIT went and created micro-hydel stations all over the country in very difficult circumstances. These are amazing stories of the march that we have all embarked on net zero, and then we'll have a panel discussion where we will see whether there is a business case in decarbonized solutions which are localized, what are the regulatory and other challenges, and it's a very interesting panel, and I would request you all to be there till the end. Thank you very much, Mr. Alok Kumar, for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Shri Sahi Sahab. All dear participants here, I must thank Power Foundation of India for organizing this event and also inviting me to speak at this occasion. The topic is very important, but we have to see it in the changed context. Say, when we were writing the first national rural electrification policy in 2005, if some of you can go back and read it, there was a different context. India had a lot of villages, large number of villages to be electrified. There was that policy, if you read, it will take you to those time when DRE and all were a very, very different context, and what were the regulatory challenges and policy prescriptions. But as DG Power Foundation of India has said that now context has changed significantly. After the implementation of Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Vikas Yojana and Saubhagya, the landscape has changed. Now, every village has been electrified, every hamlet has been electrified, every household has access to electricity. I can tell you from my experience in the last 2.5 years in Ministry Power, certain hamlets were electrified through standalone solar home lighting systems. And now there is a strong demand from those hamlets that we want grid power, because they say this is not electrification. There are a number of parliament questions also. So what I'm trying to say is that for the household requirement, the 24/7 reliable grid power is a must, is an aspiration. We can't keep those rural households saying that you have a domestic solar home lighting system, or you are there the mini grid which supply in the day, in the evening there's a limited supply. I visited one village in Hardoi in Uttar Pradesh in 2017, and OMC is set up a mini grid. There they say they have a load limiter and they have supply for 4 hours in the evening and during the day. So those are the days gone now. Everybody aspires to have a grid power. Nevertheless, there is still a very strong business case and very strong place for the local renewable energy generation and its consumption in a different manner. So there are two buckets. First bucket is the household requirement. That, in my view, will always aspire and will need a grid power, 24/7 reliable power. Those are the requirements of household. It is aspirational. But there are other requirements which are not 24/7, which are batch processes, which can be segregated. For example, the feeder segregation is one which started from Gujarat, the Gram Jyoti Yojana. A lot of research has been done and a lot of books have been written on it. And similar thing, the same model has been adopted by Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Jyoti Yojana, and large number of feeders have been segregated for agricultural supply. Now, balance work has already been sanctioned in the RDSS, and after 2 years, you will find almost every feeder which has more than 30% of agricultural load will stand segregated in India. That is the first important component which has been sanctioned in the part 1 of RDSS. So that is one usage in rural area which has been segregated and which is now very suitable for renewable energy supply, because it's a limited time, defined time, and matching with solar hours. This process will also do the de-dieselization. In some states, we still have diesel pump sets. And Kusum scheme has one component which says they will convert the standalone diesel pump to a solar pump. But again, the grid power will take over, and all diesel pump sets in agriculture will stand converted to electric pump sets very soon. For the grid power, one more thing has happened which is very important, which will promote the renewable energy at a grid level. That is time of day tariff. You must have seen the latest rules which have been notified in June, and they are very forward looking. They say the tariff for a consumer during daytime should be at least 20% less than the average tariff. So it's a very good say boost for greater use of renewable energy. In the grid power also, the green open access rules, which says now up to 100 kilowatt you can take green power through open access, it also opens up a lot of potential in rural areas to use green energy through grid power. Like our cold storage facilities and all, they can use now this for 8 hours, the grid power. So this is the context of the grid-based power, segregated uses. Let me talk about DRE. Distributed renewable energy has not yet been looked at seriously so far in India because of its problems, the past problems, the reliability issues, and the cost recovery issues. What happens, large number of hundreds and thousands of the mini grids and microgrids were set up. But at the grid intruded and grid entered into rural areas, those becomes unviable. And their supply is also not very reliable. So DRE the past has not been, there are of course standalone pictures and stories, but it has not been highly aspirational, very successful. But DRE is required for India for the reasons that while we promote large-scale grid-connected solar and wind plants of gigawatt scale in Gujarat and Maharashtra and Rajasthan, they also impose a huge cost of transmission system, building transmission lines. Like this 500 gigawatt transmission plan for non-fossil fuel-based capacity by 2030, it envisages the investment of 2.5 lakh crore rupees. For offshore wind, it is a requirement. The transmission system is going to cost something like 10,000 crores, 20,000 crores because it has to be underground. So what I'm saying, the large scale renewable is required because we have to scale up very fast, but it has a lot of transmission investments required. And I am going to say critically see one policy which many of our RE developers may not like, is this ISTS charge waiver. This ISTS charge waiver, which is given to solar and renewables, is negative for the DRE. Because your large scale grid connected RE power has a very strong edge in terms of cost. If Andhra Pradesh, they have set up a separate company for supplying power to the irrigation, they can buy power from Rajasthan as compared to the local solar generation only because of ISTS charge waiver. This waiver is now, this ISTS cost is now crossing 80 paisa per unit. And it is now being socialized. So discoms are paying. So what we succeeded, I don't know what will be future, what we succeeded, phasing out of the transmission charge waiver for solar and wind. If you see the notification which came out in 2021, they say after 25, the plain solar and wind, the transmission charge waiver will be phased out 25%, then 50%, 70%, 100%. There is still a huge pressure to extend that date. I'm not very sure what will happen in future. But DRE will have a very bright future as we enter into the phase of the phasing out of the ISTS waiver. That is my understanding. Because the local solar generation will start appearing viable and competitive. So that is one policy change which is going to change the whole context of DRE. We have a huge program of the PM Kusum for the distributed renewable energy applications for feeder solarization, for solarization of regular pump sets and all. Or part A, which says you set up a substation to supply, you set up near the substation, is supplied to substation. It is a very good program, but there are certain challenges which it is facing. There are two challenges which it is facing is, one is the bankability of the PPA. A farmer has a PPA with a DISCOM, the parties are very unequal. It's a PPA with not with a company, with an individual. So PPA is not really bankable, so loans are not coming forward, number one. Number two, the state regulators have fixed the benchmark tariff at a very low level, because they have in their mind that 2 rupees power, solar power in Rajasthan, or 2 rupees 25 paisa. So at the most they'll go to 2.5 rupee or 3 rupees, but 3 rupees you can't generate at half a megawatt level. So now some of them are revising this benchmark tariff. That is a must for using the DRE. Because my intuition says, my understanding is that DRE will be utilized only through supply to the local grid. Standalone applications will have their potential, they will be limited. So how to take forward this DRE application? My thinking is that we'll have to create some intermediary companies like SECI or somebody which buys power from these small generators and supply to DISCOMs and recovers cost. This small half a megawatt, 1 megawatt PPAs with the large size DISCOMs, in my view, are very difficult to work, to getting money from those DISCOMs because they're embedded. Even LPSC rule will not come to their relief because LPSC rules are normally at the interstate level PPA, interstate supply. They are embedded down at 11 kV level. So one suggestion is, which you may like to say, look at and discuss if it is worth, let us set up separate company at maybe national level or state level to buy power, solar power from these small generators and stand as a counter guarantee for payment and supply to DISCOM, and DISCOM then they will have like SECI type thing. Government of India can intervene to have some payment guarantee through this intermediary. And of course, the consumer tariffs will have to go up. I have one more point to make. Why the mini grids will be difficult to push? Mini grids will be relevant for far-flung areas in Lahore, Spiti. They will be good because in some of the areas taking grid is impossible. So mini grids will have mini grids with 6 to 7 or 8 hours storage. That's a cost we have to pay. But general rural scenario is states are giving highly subsidized power to the rural consumers, rural households. Free power or highly subsidized consumers. So the business model will not work. If you set up a mini grid and if you want to sell power at 4.5 rupee, no consumer will come forward, no household will come forward. He'll say, I'm getting free power, I'm getting 1 rupee power. So again, the business model has to be that you generate power and you sell to DISCOM. DISCOM has a better economics. Because buying power from Rajasthan or from other places, paying the STU charges, having the losses, there's the economics if the DISCOM buys it and it pools it in this ARR. So that is one. DRE also has very bright future for some batch applications or standalone applications. Like I was reading the newspaper today, you must have also read. In Rajasthan, one entrepreneur has set up a solar charge battery swapping application, battery swapping business. It's a very good example. Some of the businesses which can use that solar energy in a batch process, you can store that energy. You charge batteries and those batteries can be used in the evening for your transport, for any other purposes in the rural areas, for industries and all. It's a good business. Solar thermal also, direct heat applications will be good for many agri-related processes where there will be good business prospects for the DREs. Coming to biomass waste, it is, I think, very rich resource which our rural India has. And let me tell you the other side of the story. Sahasa will also bear me out. We had mandated this 5% of the co-firing starting in NCR regions for the thermal power plants. 5% co-firing of biomass in coal-based power plants in NCR and then extend to whole India. Pellets are not just available. Why? The imported coal price went up and pellets are all bought by local industries. So thermal power plant can't buy. They have a contract, but there is no supply. So there is huge business for pellet making out of biomass, even for thermal power plants. And you must have noticed one policy change which Government of India has made, Ministry of Power, that earlier there was a tendering process for procuring pellets. Now the policy has changed that there will be a benchmark price. It is like feed-in tariff. I give a 7 rupees a kilo price, benchmark price. Anybody can come and supply me the pellet if it's of that quality. So like this policy reversal from tender to benchmark pricing came out of the ethanol blending experience. We were sitting in the meeting, they said, initially ethanol blending, the ethanol are being bought also by tenders, it was not successful. If you go into feed-in tariff initially, then the capacities will come. So that separate models, different models are coming for pellets. For blending, I think the compressed this ethanol blending, ethanol production ethanol and this 2G ethanol agri-waste has a huge potential. So let me conclude. Grid power for household will continue to be aspirational and desirable. Let us not attempt any model for supplying grid power locally generated through microgrid or mini grid to a household because it's expensive as compared to free power. It is not reliable. So that we should not try. We should attempt DREs in terms of generating and selling it to DISCOMs through an intermediary as a viable tariff and with a good payment security. Maybe Government of India will have to win. We should look at DRE applications for the standalone batch applications where 24/7 is not required. You can do it, if not today, you can do it tomorrow. If there is no sun today, you can postpone that energy requirement for tomorrow. That is possible. So those are some initial thoughts. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for sharing your thoughts. It was interesting and insightful to hear from both of you who have been at the helm at the power sector and led transformation in this sector. I now invite Mr. Subhranshu Patnaik, who's partner at Deloitte, to set the tone for the day and introduce the theme.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you. Pleasure to be here. Of all the sessions that's going on the sidelines of MI and G20, this is my favorite because it deals with something which is below the radar, which is kind of unseen, but is extremely important to India's decarbonization targets also, right? So I'll contextualize it in that context in a way. If you look at agriculture as a sector, it accounts for almost 15% of our emissions. Obviously, all of it is in rural India. But apart from agriculture, the part of rural India which has not necessarily been inventorized, but it accounts for a significant share of emissions still. right? And rightly so, because large part of our population lives there, large part of our land is there. So it accounts from the context of agriculture waste, from the context of any kind of industries that operate from rural India, but also transportation. All of these account for a significant share of GHG emissions that we need to address. It's almost 1/3, if I can put my neck out and take a guess. As I said, it's not been inventorized, but if you do back of the envelope calculations, it will come to about 1/3 of our emissions coming from rural India. And we cannot meet our targets unless we focus on decarbonizing this part as well, right? And so that comes from, as I said, agriculture, but very importantly, the use of biomass in various forms that's there in the rural areas. How do we make it clean? How do we make it accountable so that it also contributes from a net zero, but also net negative perspective? We can look at that from that perspective as well. And then, of course, both the former secretaries alluded to the use of diesel still in agricultural sector. So that's very important. That needs to be addressed. And the whole potential for power generation from distributed sources, which exists in the rural areas in the agricultural sector as well, given that it's a rich source of not just distributed resources, but biomass as well, right, which is primarily the catchment, rural areas being the catchment for that. So effectively, that is what we are looking at, that it needs to not just be a decarbonization lever, but also a business lever, right? So if we are able to utilize this well enough, then it can be a transformation lever for economic value generation in the rural areas. So how do we look at that, right? So that's, I think, the context of this discussion, that none of this will work if we try a top-down approach. And the Secretary alluded to former Secretary alluded to a lot of areas where things have not worked out because, schemes can be schemes. When you go down to the ground level, realities happen to be different. And in rural areas more so. You'll have to work with community-driven, localized solutions, which is invariably the case across India. What works in northern India will not work in southern India. What works in west may not work in east. And so therefore, the localized, community-driven solutions are an absolute must. And we'll have two great examples today, three examples actually, including one which is a more formal, corporate-driven, industrialized kind of a model from a Tata Power perspective. But there are others which are very, very localized, tried out different kind of approaches, integrating not just power generation, but various other aspects. So effectively, how do you manage biomass? How do you effectively look at empowerment of women, making jobs happen at the rural areas, and getting the community behind all of these initiatives, without which this is not going to work. So once having tasted success, of course, the litmus test is, are these viable solutions, right? Are these sustainable? Are these scalable? So let's look at what issues they are also facing, so that collectively we look at what are the challenges, what are the barriers, and can we overcome these through some policy measures? Maybe some which the former secretary alluded to, which are possibly something that the government of India can deal with, but some others where the state government has a major role to play in facilitating some of these locally, right, or regionally. So I think that's the context in which we'll hear some very great case studies, which is my favorite part of this discussion, and then possibly move to a panel discussion on maybe double-clicking on some of these items to see what are the barriers, challenges, and can we evolve some policy measures both at the central level but also at the state levels to see if we can facilitate these at scale. So that's the context in which we will now move on to some of the case studies that we will listen to, and then we'll move on to a panel discussion. So I'll stop here because I'm not here the expert on this. I just thought I'll contextualize this and then hand it over to Bhagatji.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. We now begin with real-life cases and experience experiences from people who are active players in this transformation. May I now invite team from Desi Power, who have traveled all the way from Araria, Bihar, to share their experiences and journey with us.
आ जाइए, इधर आ जाइए।
हाँ, ये चेंज करने के लिए आगे पीछे
ये ना।
हाँ जी।
नमस्ते।
Good morning. Please, sorry.
So we have with us the team from Desi Power Araria in northern Bihar, who have traveled all the way from Bihar to share their life experiences, how they have been part of the transformation at the ground level. The team Desi Power is an NGO, it's a not-for-profit foundation working in this sector for over 2 decades now. We have with us Mr. Eklavya Sharan, who's going to talk about his journey and what his company does, what his organization does. So I hand it over to Mr. Sharan now.
Thank you. Thank you, Anurag ji. And thank you, everybody. Good morning. So I am Eklavya Sharan, representing my company Desi Power, which stands for Decentralized Energy Systems India Private Limited. We primarily work in Araria district, which is one of the poorest district in the country. In fact, 2 days back, Niti Aayog's report says. So we are from there, and over 2 decades we are working. And I am here with my colleagues, Gurudev, Radha, and Malodevi. So they are the people who are really working on the ground, and they are the real heroes who are making this happen. And they are from the village. We have trained them, and they are today they will share their story. And I will begin with the presentation. The company is started by our chairman, Dr. Hari Sharan, way back in 1996, who lives in Switzerland. And by the way, today is 92nd birthday, so we wish him happy birthday, Dr. Sharan. So company's main focus was is a not-for-profit to the promoters company, and we work mostly on rural development activities. And as I said, we started in 1996. And that, our program called Empower Partnership Program, that is employment and power to the people. So this is what the theme we started, and we started working, taking into this. And it is a technology-driven solutions for social economic progress of villages. So our focus was, in the beginning, we started with biomass as a base technology to start generating power. And we are one of the company, have spent a lot of time, over 14 years, to make technology perfect, working in a local conditions by trained local men and women. And one of the example is the lady who's sitting here who manages our project in one of the village in Bihar. So it is we have an integrated solution, like we link income generation in the villages, how to generate income in the villages. And this is possible only by creating jobs. And through their energy and energy services, we try to create jobs. So energy is one side where clean energy can play an important role. And as I said, we started with biomass as a main source of energy. Gradually, we also started working with solar, biogas. And today we operate mostly hybrid, not one technology, but biomass, solar PV as hybrid technology in the villages to try and reduce the storage to a minimum level. So this is the model. We also have developed a small tiny grids, which is solar PV based, which is, for the small places for 2 kilowatt, 3 kilowatt, where electricity cannot be reached and pumps can be operated. So we have gone to those level we call as a tiny grid model. And as I said, in biomass, we have contributed a lot. Our first project, which was in Orcha, which has operated for more than 70,000 hours and supplied power to the micro enterprises connected with the power plant. And these are the SDG goals which our projects can meet in the villages. This is a diagram which talks about the integration. One side we say that electricity from the locally decentralized power station, we're using the local resources. So generate power and supply to the various applications which is either to create in the village or is available in the village. Then we also deal with a lot on the agro-residues and energy plantation. Because as we talked about, if we have to run a biomass plant, then we have to deal with the available agro-residues and value them. And also, we have worked on the energy plantation for more security to the biomass power plant. Secondly, it also enhances income to the farmers. Like one example I can say, we had promoted a wheat called daicha, which grows between two crops and which grows very fast. In 2 months' time, it is 1 inch and 1.5 inch dia it comes. So the leaves is a very good nitrogen fixer to the ground. So that leave it there in the field, and the stem will come to the power station, and then we use this as a biomass in our running the power plant. On the other side, we also have worked on the cow dung, water hyacinth for generating biogas for cooking and manure for the agriculture purpose. We also have a foundation, it is called Desi Power Foundation, that is mainly supporting our activities in terms of training center, because training is one of the major factor in our program. Without training, we believe that it's not possible to make it everything work. If our people are well trained, they can manage project, which we are seeing today, they are able to do that. Then we have developed energy plantation for fuel and food, both purposes. We also have done using biomass for clean cooking fuel through the pellet. We have developed the clean cooking solution, which is we are also operating. Then we have organic farming. Last year we started working on the chemical-free and organic farming facility that our Desi Mantra supports us. Then we also have dealt with sanitizer and biogas plant in the village. So as we have been, the theme is the decarbonization. So our project have been dealt with the decarbonization in a very, the way we designed the project, that not only in the beginning, supplement of kerosene, diesel. Even today, we changed the diesel, diesel operated pump set with green power. On the soil, on the agriculture also, we are trying to work very hard to use organic fertilizer, organic way of doing, to be able to reduce the burden on the soil. So these are the kind of, and for the cooking side, through the clean cooking, we have done through pelletizing, which is good, for the health purpose, for mostly for the women. It is very, very important. And benefits which we all know. Sir was also talking, project has to be viable, otherwise how one has to buy power. So all this design where we also have done taking into consideration what is the capex and opex, how it will be covered, that will be inbuilt into the tariff model, how farmers will be benefited. So we have not sold electricity for the pumping set, but we have sold water to the farmers. So that has reduced burden on them, investing in the pump set or running them. Instead, we are just selling them water. And they pay us a price which is, of course, cannot be comparable with the grid, but is cheaper than diesel pump set and hassle-free for them. So that is the benefit to them. And we have seen in our village, farmers have gone from 2 crops to 4 crops in a year when they had the available water. And today my village is totally changed. We can be very proud and see that a lot of changes happen, not only because of us alone, but government's effort, and roads are there, electricity is there. But still we are present in the village. We still continue working there. So these are the things we see. And scalability, of course, there are potential, but it has to be linked with many aspects. How a microgrid, cost of microgrid also has to be in a way that tariff has to be matching with that. So today we see that if we set up a plant, and if it is not matching with the load, if you are building a higher capacity plant with higher storage system, then it will not be viable. Similarly, if you are also doing a under-rated capacity plant, that also will not lead to the ultimate aim of the project. So we also have developed a dynamic model tool, which is, we have worked with our partners from different places to be able to optimize the system, to be able to design the system such a way that the capex of the system is up to the level which is required. And secondly, what is the minimum LCOE it can generate? How load management can take place during the 24 hours of operation? So these are the things we have done in the last couple of years to be able to make sure that project is more viable. And, challenges for finance, it is there. If it is a standalone plant, we have to raise funds. So finance for not only for the project, but we also have believed that together with microgrid, we also need finance for building micro enterprises in the village. Because if we can do together, project will be more successful, more viable, because both will be interdependent. So some of the things we have tried, we have built some micro enterprises business cases in the village, which are dependent on our microgrid. So the factor, the tariff, what has been given to the micro enterprises has been factored into the ultimate product. For example, even water, drinking water. We have done some turmeric production. We have done clean cooking. We have done cattle feed kind of business model we have developed in the villages. And of course, sir, you have been talking that how it will be linked with the grid. That will be ultimately the way forward we will be looking. This is the project which is in one of the village called Baharwari, which is where we have solar and biomass-based microgrid, which supplies power to pump sets, different type of loads, also in the marketplace. So we have a combination. We try to mix the hybrid and supply power to in the village. And sir, as you have been telling, household lightings have been definitely dropped. We don't supply too much household lighting because they don't need. And we also don't want to go into that, charging them high power. So we have focused more on the shops, commercial loads, then pump sets like that. And this is a change of model, I could say. And I also tell you, Malo Devi, who is sitting here, she is the main operator of this plant. She manages everything. She runs the plant. And so she will talk about herself after my presentation is over. We also have another example from one of our hybrid plant. This is again, here also we have biomass and solar both. And here we have dependent a lot on the micro enterprises load. So this is the one kind of model we have. As I talked about tiny grid, so this is the model we have developed, small plant for different, only for lighting and small pumps. Some examples we have shown that how this has created, we have developed and 40 pilots in different areas in our area district. Biomass management, as I've been talking since, biomass is an important part in our project. So we manage biomass not only with the agro-residues which is available in the village, but also trying and growing energy plantation and managing them for the power plant and also for the cooking energy projects. And dynamic modeling, I have been talking, so it's just a small example how we can manage with the load and plant so that is more sustainable. This is the example of our food and forest we are doing, where without using any chemical-free thing. Last year we have started. We are hoping that in that we have involved 16 farmers. And Radha is sitting here. She is one of the farmers working in this program. And we expect that within 3 to 5 years, this project will start generating enough income for the farmers for their livelihood. We also have done a biogas and sanitize project. We have developed, we have set up a toilet in the village for the women and men. With that, I will stop because I also like you to hear the story of our real people who are working on that. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Malo Devi ji, आइए.
Welcome, Malo Devi ji. Welcome, Malo Devi ji. स्वागत है आपका.
आप यहाँ पे आकर के बोलिए, सुनाई पड़ेगा. हाँ.
नमस्ते. मेरा नाम है मालो देवी. बहरवारी गांव अररिया बिहार के रहने वाले हैं.
I am Malo Devi. I come from village Baharwari from Araria, Bihar.
और मैं देसी पावर में 15 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ.
Last 15 years he is involved in Desi Power within the village itself.
मेरा पति बिहार खटता है. उसका कमाई से हम घर मेंटेनेंस नहीं हो रहा है. इसीलिए देसी पावर में हम काम करने लगे.
My husband goes outside for earning, and from his earning, I'm not able to maintain my family, and that was one of the reasons I started working in Desi Power.
5 साल तक मैं लकड़ी आनते थे, लकड़ी का काम करते थे, और 10 साल से हम मशीन खुद चला सकते हैं. जो काम मर्द और पुरुष करता है वो काम भी हम भी कर सकते हैं.
In the beginning, I was given only responsibility for managing the biomass, and it took me 5 years to become independent. And last 10 years, I am running plant alone. And what a man can do, I am doing everything in the village, in spite of their protest or whatever. So I am today an independent.
इस बात का हम बहुत खुश हैं.
So I am very happy.
नमस्ते.
Thank you.
थैंक यू माला देवी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. राधा देवी अपने बारे में बताएंगे.
प्रणाम, मेरा नाम राधा देवी है और हम बहड़वाड़ी गांव अररिया बिहार की रहने वाली हूँ. हम पापा
I am Radha Devi. I also come from the same village, Baharwari, from Araria district of Bihar.
और हम पापा के साथ में खेती बाड़ी और मजदूरी का काम कर रहे थे.
I used to work with my father in the village on farming and also as a labor work in the village.
मेरा आय कैसे बढ़े तो हम काम करने का सोचे. 1 साल से हम देसी पावर में जुड़े हुए हैं.
So I thought how to increase my income, and last 1 year I got associated with Desi Power. They have given me an opportunity there.
और नए तरह की एग्रो फूड फॉरेस्ट की खेती करती हूँ. जैसे कि एक ही ज़मीन में तरह तरह का पौधा कैसे लगाया जाता है, बिना खाद का खेती कैसे किया जाता है, वर्मी कंपोस्ट खाद, अमृत जल, अमृत मिट्टी बनाना सीखे.
In one land, I also learned that in one land how to develop different type of species, and without using a chemical or without using fertilizer, how to develop the organic farming. And also I have learned making vermi compost, amrit jal, amrit mitti for the soil.
और आज हमें अच्छी आय आने से मेरा परिवार बहुत खुश है और हम भी बहुत खुश हैं और हमें यह काम करने से अच्छा लग रहा है और ताकत महसूस हो रहा है. धन्यवाद.
I am very happy.
बहुत खुश हैं. धन्यवाद.
So she said lastly that I am very happy working there and my income has increased, and I also look forward for the future that I will be better off in coming years. So thank you so much.
Does anybody wish to ask them a couple of questions? They'll be very happy to answer. Any question about how they move? Yeah, please. हिंदी को फिर स्पीक करेंगे. आपसे पूछेंगे कुछ.
हाँ, कुछ पूछेंगे, आप बताइए.
तो पहला तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई. आपका इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और आपने अपना लिए इतना सोचा, इतना आप आगे बढ़े. अब आप इसको करके आपको अच्छा लगा तो आप इसको कैसे दूसरी महिलाओं के लिए आगे आप बढ़ा रहे हैं, उस पर आप कुछ बताएंगे कि आपने जैसे आपको अच्छा लगा ये काम करके आपको तो आप अपना आय बढ़ा पा रहे हैं, आपको ताकत महसूस हो रहा है. अब गांव में और भी दूसरी महिलाएं होंगे,
हम लोग
उनके लिए क्या, उनको कैसे इस चीज़ के लिए प्रेरित कर रहे हैं?
हम लोग 16 किसान हैं और इसमें महिलाएं भी हैं और जेंट्स भी हैं, दोनों मिलकर कर रहे हैं साथ.
बहुत बढ़िया. बीच में कह रहे थे कि पुरुषों से कई बार इस तरह
नहीं, पुरुष के साथ भी कर रहे हैं. पहले तो जुड़ने से पहले बोल रहा था कि नहीं, महिला को नहीं रखना है, महिलाएं लोग नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हम कर सकते हैं पुरुष के साथ में.
धन्यवाद.
From the gender giving of what a woman is or what a man is. Step out into what is a man.
हिंदी में. हाँ, हिंदी में. अच्छा, आपने जो भी बोला, आई थिंक काफ़ी प्रेरित करने वाली चीज़ है. जो हम गांव से जनरली क्या होता है, गांव में हम जाते हैं और मैं भी गांव से हूँ, बट हम घूम के वापस आ जाते हैं, उतना हम कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर नहीं पाते. लेकिन आप गांव पे रह के जो आप चीज़ें कर रहे हैं वो बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है और शायद बाहर हम लोग भी सीखेंगे कि अर्बन एरिया में वैसे जो छोटे छोटे कुछ काम हम कर सकते हैं वो अच्छा है. एक चीज़ मुझे आपसे पूछनी है कि जब आपने शुरू किया, एक तो आपने बोला कि थोड़ा सा विरोधाभास हुआ होगा वहाँ पे लोगों का, बिकॉज आपने कुछ एक अलग काम किया, आपको सपोर्ट था, आपको कंपनी का बाकी सब. आपको सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत क्या आई, क्योंकि एक महिला को घर का भी देखना है, बाहर का भी देखना है, तो कौन सी चीज़ आपको सबसे ज़्यादा अपने विरोधाभास हुआ या आपको मुश्किल हुई बाहर ये सब काम करने के लिए? और उसके बाद में आपने, अभी तो आप अच्छा कर रहे हैं,
लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल आपको किस चीज़ में हुई?
मुश्किल
मतलब क्या आपको आप जो
परेशानियाँ
सोच
क्या
रहे हैं
आई
कि
आपके?
आपको घर का भी काम करना है, फिर काम यहाँ भी करने जाना है, तो कैसे सब चीज़ को आप लोग
कैसे आपने किया?
कैसे उसको किया आप लोगों ने?
जैसे पहले हम घर का काम कर लेते हैं, वहाँ का टाइम बंधा हुआ है, तो अपना घर का काम कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद हम अपना काम करने जाते हैं देसी पावर में।
हेलो दीदी, आप भी बताइए अपना,
दोनों जगह का काम कर लेते हैं।
आप भी बताइए कि आप कैसे इस चीज़ को आप दीजिए इनको भी, आप भी बताइए।
हम देसी पावर में काम करने जाते हैं नहीं, सुबह उठते हैं 5 बजे, 5 बजे उठ के घर का मेंटेनेंस सब सारा खाना पीना बाल बच्चा समेट लेते हैं, 9 बजे तक हम ड्यूटी में जाते हैं। एक बार छुट्टी मिलता है 1 बजे, तब आते हैं घर खाना खाने के लिए, तो बाल बच्चा देख के चले जाते हैं। हम फिर एक बार की 6 बजे आते हैं घर।
So in nutshell, I can tell we also have given them flexibility because in the running in the village, so they have, but they work till night, even night 10 o'clock in the night, because if they have to go and switch off the submit item and switch on the sub item, so they are very flexible, and we don't need to tell them that what time you should go, what time you should not go.
I just wanted to ask, are you additionally also creating some kind of reference point so that within villages there should be some touch point whereby they can also teach the other enterprising young and women who can also take up these?
Yes, sir. We are running it. As I said, we have a training program called Desi Mantra. So within the village, we are running the training program where they also take part, share their experience. वल्लभ देवी जी, आप भी बताइए, आप जैसे ट्रेनिंग जो चलता है अपना गांव में, तो आप लोग भी उसमें रहते हैं, तो बाकी लोग को भी आप लोग मदद करती हैं ना कि कैसे सिखाने में खेती से जुड़ा या जो भी चीज़ होता है।
हम 15 साल में जुड़े हैं, तो 15 आदमी 16 आदमी जो जुड़े हैं, हमारा देख के जुड़ा है नहीं।
So what she said, like I am now, because of me, today 16 farmers, including women, I have joined after seeing her that there is a success in the village. So that's what his contribution goes to her.
अच्छा, एक और पूछना था मुझे कि जैसे ये मशीन वगैरह होता है तो थोड़ा उसमें जानकारी वगैरह आपको शुरू में सीखना पड़ा, तो वो सब कैसे आपने सीखा, ट्रेनिंग वगैरह कैसे आपका, मतलब आपको कितना दिक्कत आया, कितना आपको उसमें सहायता मिली?
वो दिक्कत कैसे 5 साल से हम जब सीखने लगे, मेरा स्टाफ था फिर बाहर का आया है, गांव का है, तो उसी के साथ में मैं धीरे धीरे सीखते चले गए, तो तब हम 5 साल उधरे चल गया हमारा, 10 साल से हम खुद अपने से सब चीज कर सकते हैं।
तो आप पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हैं, तो आप कैसे समझ लेती हैं कि मशीन
हम
में
आवाज से पहचानते हैं, आवाज से पहचान लेते हैं, हम देखते हैं हमारा मतलब मशीन कैसा खराब होगा तो आवाज दूसरा होगा, और कोई सही चलेगा तो दूसरा आवाज होगा, हम आवाज से सब चीज पकड़ते हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया।
मेरे को 3 सवाल पूछते हैं। एक तो आपसे पूछना है कि ये जो राइस हस्क वगैरह इकट्ठा करते हैं, कि मैंने पहाड़ में भी देखा, चीड़ की पत्ती से भी आप ये गैसी प्लांट चला सकते हैं, बिजली बना सकते हैं, तो ये सारी चीज़ें इकट्ठी करने में बड़ी आफत आती है, बहुत वक्त लगता है और बहुत मेहनत लगती है। क्या आपने सब इकट्ठा करने के लिए और उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए कोई अपने तरीके निकाले हैं जिससे कि बहुत मेहनत नहीं लगती?
पूछ रहे हैं बायोमास जो हम लोग गाँव में।
मैं एक बारी दोबारा से बोलता हूँ कि ये जो राइस हस्क इकट्ठा करते हैं, या जैसे मैं पहाड़ में देखता हूँ,
राइस हस्क से नहीं काम करते,
हाँ
हमारा
मतलब बायोमास से करते हैं, बायोमास से करते होंगे ना। बायोमास है, जैसे मैं पहाड़ में भी देखता हूँ, चीड़ की पत्तियाँ इकट्ठी करते हैं, उनमें बड़ी मेहनत लगती है इकट्ठी करने में, और उनका भार ज़्यादा तो होता नहीं है, एक बोरी में डालेंगे तो ज़्यादा वजन होता नहीं है, और आपको बहुत बारी उसको ले जाना पड़ता है। तो क्या आपने कोई तरीके निकालने हैं जिससे कि सरल
तरीके है कि
हाँ जी,
12 मास जब बनते थे नी, कटर में काटते थे, कटर में काट के उसको छोटा छोटा पीस बनाना पड़ता है, गैसी फाड़ करने के लिए छोटा छोटा पीस बनाना होता है, तब बोरा में कसते हैं, तब डालते हैं नी।
और यहाँ पे कॉर्न कॉब भी मिलता है, तो उसको भी जमा करके रखते हैं ना।
हाँ,
मकई का
बुटरी,
हाँ,
उसको भी हम लोग स्टोर करते हैं।
जंगल से लाने से या बस्ती से लाने में काफ़ी मेहनत लगती है, उसके लिए
हम अपना खेत में लगाते हैं।
आपसे एक सवाल है, ये जो इसके नीचे जो चार्ड मटेरियल निकलता है, आप उसको भी यूज़ करते हैं?
हाँ सर, बायोचार बनाते हैं
हाँ।
हम लोग उसको। बायोगैस का भी हमारा जो मटेरियल आता है
हाँ जी।
उसको हम लोग वर्मी कंपोस्ट में डाल के बायोचार बना के उसको फिर से खेत में हम लोग यूज़ करते हैं।
अच्छा, और दूसरा आपके जो कंपोनेंट होते हैं जो ख़राब होते हैं, आपने कुछ बाहर से ही परचेज करते हैं सारा, या लोकली भी कुछ बने?
सब लोकल हम लोगों ने ओवर द टाइम।
अच्छा
Sir,
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
so thank you Desi Power, thank you Eklavya ji for
Thank you so much.
sharing wonderful stories from rural India. May I now invite team Tata Power, Mr. Manoj Gupta and Ms. Sonam to come on stage please and share their experiences.
Can we have the presentation, please? So while the presentation is coming up, I'm Manoj Gupta, representing Tata Power, a company called TP Renewable Microgrid. And today you have one lady and the man over here. She has come a long way. She is a woman entrepreneur. And while she has come from UP for such a long distance with all the hurdles, her father has accompanied her this time, but she is an independent woman. We'll hear the story, but today I want to take you through from a different lens. I am from a utility, so my job is to generate and sell it off. But today what I'll be doing is inverting this pyramid and seeing from a customer's perspective, what does it mean for them? So quickly I'll take you through. Broadly I'm covered the first model, what is the business model, then we talk about initiatives and then impact stories. So today when we see that users are, 35% of users are typically using diesel power supply, which Alokji was talking about some time back, it's been there. And the reliability of supply has been also a challenge. So what does they do? They go for alternate use of the supply. Somewhere you use candles, somewhere you use wood, or some of the places use inverters and batteries, so on and so forth. What we have done is scanning of the entire landscape, and we see that almost there are 50,000 villages where the reliable power supply is in the challenge. What we have been doing that for making economical sense, almost 50,000 villages, which has a potential of 400 odd shops and households, that becomes an operable model. Now the question is, where do we go? As Alokji was talking about, everybody talks about the national grid, which is the strongest one, infinite energy sources, and no doubt nobody can beat that. But then today, we also talk about home lighting systems, places which are far away, whose load requirement is hardly for lighting load and to the maximum the cooling load. But when we also talk about the rural villages, where the economy is all about motive loads, like atta chakkis, oil expellers, milk chillers, who's going to operate that? For operating those, the national is required. But when you extend this national grid to such remote areas, the cost of extension becomes very high. The reliability of supply maintenance goes high. So the solution is the microgrid, which is a timing solution. You install it, run it for time, and increase the load consumption from the basic lighting cooling system to the motive loads. And then this aspiration load definitely can be connected with the national grid at a later point in time. Keeping that objective in place, we just sliced the rural requirement. We have a household, shops, farmers, commercial enterprise, just to see a shopkeeper. Today the shopkeepers we see in Mumbai or in Delhi, the customers are very creative. If you don't have a lights, they will go to some other shop. Same phenomena is happening today in the rural villages. The customer is not ready to wait. And this customer is forcing to have a reliable power supply. And keeping that in perspective, today what he does, apart from the grid supply, he takes the DG set. So almost 700 rupees he spends on a monthly basis to avail the reliable power supply. And then the challenges, outages, high speed, high cost diesel, and some of the places three-phase supply, and that to be at an unreliable supply causes a problem to them. So what we have seen is, when you pool this cost with current DG plus grid, versus grid plus microgrid, almost 40 to 45% saving comes through. And this is also, and you see from a DISCOM perspective, cost to serve the land, rural customer, end customer is very, very high. Today it is subsidized, that's why the pinch has not been there. So what we see, the real powerhouses of rural economies are the entrepreneurs. And who are the entrepreneurs? Typically, you have oil expiller, irrigation pump, flour mill, rice seller, and bulk mill chiller. What we have seen through experiment that these entrepreneurs, if they invest into the technology, the payback period as low as 9 months to 18 months. So within which they can get the money back. And we'll see the story, what this gentleman and lady would like to talk over here. So keeping that in mind, TP Individual Microgrid was set up, which is 100% subsidy of Tata Power. Objective to electrify almost 10,000 villages, affordable, reliable power supply, value-added services. And this is one of the main focus area for us. We're not just supplying power, it's more than the power. How do you create entrepreneurs? How do you create income generation opportunity for the people? This is what we are looking. And lastly, affordable and energy efficient appliances. We as a Tata believe that every resources are to be used judicially. So we pay a lot of attention on that. This is how a typical microgrid looks like on the board. And these are various components. If you see on the left-hand side, these are solar panels, 30 kilowatts, standard modules. We have the batteries and inverters. This becomes the backup system for during the rainy season or during the evening time. And then through a transmission and distribution network, the power supply is given to an end customer. Now, just to remember that these end customers who consume a 25 watt of energy at a lowest level, when you see compared to Mumbai or Delhi, how much? 25 to 30 kilowatt of the power supply. Just see the difference. Then the metering system which should be there should be able to capture that much of energy load. Because the typical meters which are being used by DISCOM into urban space does not have such a low accuracy. So if you want to measure 25 watt, the meter has to be different. So this is a patented meter which has been developed, which has enabled capabilities of AI, which also have tripping facility, overload facility, and intimation to the customer that your prepaid system is getting recharged, is getting exhausted. But to have a backup supply, we have a DG set. But aspirationally, we want to be total green. And that's why we have done a pilot through grassroots energy. A project was undertaken to convert that into biomass. So we have used gobar, cow dung from the village, and converted through anaerobic process into biomethane. And this project was carried out in Bihar. That was successful at 2 locations. What we're now moving towards in UP, a hub and spoke model, wherein the gas will be produced at a central location with the biomethane purity of 92 to 95 or 97% purity. That will be pumped into the gas generator to produce electricity. Now, this electricity will be fed into the microgrid to take care of my electric requirement. Now, any of the surplus gas which is left out, we also have seen in the villages that many of the dhabas, big dhabas, use coal, charcoal, or the gas, but they use inefficient chulhas. So we'll be targeting both the segment, replacing coal, and especially when you say tandoor, and tandoor is normally seen with the coal. So we have a technology wherein flameless chulhas, where this dhaba can be used by the biomethane gas, and even and then we also will provide them with the energy efficient chulhas. So both the energy is conserved. So electricity is one, the second is the thermal energy we're talking about. So today we are into Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, covering almost 200 villages, and more than 20,000 rural customers are there with us. We also will be starting our business in Orissa, far-flung areas. And like sir, we also are targeting for Jammu, Kashmir, and Leh, Ladakh. But the important thing is the battery, which is going to play the role. So from a lead acid battery system today, what we have piloted on the vanadium red flow battery, and also we are piloting the zinc cell battery cell. Now these technologies have a potential to operate under sub-temperature, -5. then through the insulation system, we'll be increasing that capability to minus 15 degree, so that in these sub-zero temperatures, the solar microgrid can operate. Solar is not a problem, the storage is the problem. Through this microgrid, we have so much of an impact on the carbon reduction, then diesel, and then you have impacted almost 2.5 lakh people. Irrigation is almost 144. Income improvement, almost 15,000 per farmers there, we have seen it. Then we also have energy efficient machines and appliances we'll see in the. So this is the impact story we are talking about, wherein microgrid is to provide power supply and improve economy. And that's the emphasis what we have. Generating power is anybody's baby, but how do you create employment? How do you create income generation opportunity? So as a process, what we have done, the local resources from that village are being inculcated through training program to installation, commissioning, operation, maintenance are being carried out with them. We also have tied up with SIDBI, who are supporting almost 10,000 green entrepreneurs who will be taking supply from microgrid. Some financial support will be provided to them. Now, this is a story, and I'll spend few minutes over here. This is a story of a person and the family. 25 years afterwards, they got a supply. And when this there was one small child which is sleeping on the right-hand side. When she got up, she was so happy to see the power supply in their house. But then after 2 hours, she said, "Please switch off this light." The father said, "Why?" He said, "This is piercing my eyes." They were so used to staying in the darkness. This brightness was sort of not a happiness, but it was, pain for them. This is the impact that the microgrid has carried out. Other important program was empowering farmers. So each farmers in the village, we see the small DG set, they keep it and then irrigate the farm. In Bihar, what we have carried out a project and which we have scaling up, that one of the farmer in that particular area will be chosen as village level entrepreneur, and he in turn will supply water to all of the farmers. By this, the income of the farmer, the entrepreneur goes up, expenses of other farmers goes by almost 25 to 40%, we have seen this example. Sir, de-dieselization is one of the core area for Tata Power to work upon. More than 100 village level entrepreneurs have been converted from DG to microgrid supply, and this is on pay and use basis. And what we also enable them, buying a power supply is an important thing, but then when you convert that from a diesel inefficient one to this electric motor, you need to have a fund. You need to have a know-how. So what we have done at tie-up, that we provide funding to them and also bring those equipment from the OEMs, highly efficient. Currently this IE2, I3, but we are also getting into I4 and I5 type of motors so that there is efficiency being built into it. Another one is the farmer. So almost 80 such farmers have been converted from diesel to electric pump and using microgrid supply. Another program called Less is More. We believe that apart from the farmers or micro enterprises, there are small shopkeepers which keeps the old refrigerators or they are being using old fan. I visit one of the village in Bihar, and this guy had father and a son, and the father got the fan in his Dahej almost 60 years back, and this is almost 150, 200 watt, and he still uses that. So we were going to and tell them, use the BLTC fan, but then, as a rural customer, there is an emotional value. Sasu ji ne diya hai, So things is not changing. So I told his son that why don't you have one BLTC fan and this fan as, antique thing and use this most of the time. So this is the psychology of the customer for moving to energy efficient thing. We also seen that many places in the villages, they don't have cold water or RO base or cold drink things. So what we have done is almost 5-star deep freezers have been provided to them on the EMI basis. And then we have ensured the microgrid supply is there. Because these ice creams, when you say, if the power supply is not there, or in sweet shops. The whole thing is destroyed. And because of this reason, these enterprises are not coming through. Because of reliable supply, now they're encouraged to have this. Lastly, the rural women. We have provided microgrid supply to almost 1,800 women who run small beautician shop or perfume shops in the villages. On the right-hand side, if you see, this is a photograph of a place where in Bihar where our microgrid supply is given to plastic processing plant. And the beauty is this, there's one man, but there are 10 women from the nearby villages who collects this trash and then processes over here. This is the power we want to leverage through. And not only at this end, what we are working with them is to, what they do is simply press the bottles and send it. What we are enabling them is now to crush them into granules and send it. By doing this, you are adding value to the customers, and then income level goes up. Another important program was skilling women on Silai and through Silai through Usha Silai School. So these are few impact stories. If you can play the last video, if you can click on this image, left-hand side. No, image. The top left. On the left side, left one. No, it's not there. On the center of the picture, Press at the center. Okay. So anyway, the picture is, there is some issue in playing. No. Okay, fair enough. We'll come back. We will have a discussion now. We have Sonam. She is Sonam. आप नहीं तो इसको बैठ के बात.
So we have Sonam and her father.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सोनम मौर्य है. हम सोहास बाजार जिला सिद्धार्थनगर से रहते हैं और हम आटा चक्की का मशीन चलाते हैं.
Sonam has traveled from Bahraich in Uttar Pradesh and along with her father, and she runs a wheat flour mill in her village.
पहले मेरा मशीन इंजन से चलता था तो उसमें फायदा ही नहीं था.
So she says that her workshop was running on the diesel and it was making a lot of noise and it was costly also.
तेल लाने में बहुत दिक्कत होता था और तेल भी महंगा था, कुछ मिलता भी नहीं था.
She had a difficulty in getting the diesel and the cost was also very high.
10-12 साल से मेरा मशीन इंजन से ही चलता था पर उसमें फ़ायदा नहीं था. और जो पड़ोस के लोग थे सभी लोग हल्ला कर रहे थे कि शोर हो रहा है, आवाज़ हो रहा है. कितने लोग तो झगड़ा भी कर लिए थे.
She says that while for last 10 years they have been running on the diesel, the cost has been going up. But more importantly, the neighbors used to complain because of the noise which was getting created.
हम लोग तो परेशान हो गए थे. पापा तो जा रहे थे लाइट वाला जो बिजली का नहीं है वही गए थे करने. तो उसमें जो था 7 लाख मांग रहा था. तो हम लोग गरीब लोग कहाँ से और पैसा देते उतना.
So she says that while because of this diesel high cost, they went to the government for government supply. The cost of extending the supply was almost 7 lakhs, and it was painful for them to pay through. Yeah.
कुछ दिन बीत चुका तब सोलर ऊर्जा ये जो टाटा कंपनी है वही आए तो हम लोग लगवाएं वो.
So after a few times, the microgrid supply was established in that village, and they approached our team, and they have taken power supply from them.
उससे हमारा बहुत फायदा है.
There is a lot of
बचत भी है और आवाज़ भी नहीं होती है. धूप रहे आंधी तब भी चलता है. और 5 बजे सवेरे 8 बजे चालू करते हैं सुबह को, शाम को 5 बजे बंद होता है.
So she says the supply has been there, and they run the business from morning 8 o'clock to evening 5 o'clock, and there is no problem. Yeah.
और इससे मेरा बहुत बचत है. इसमें उतना बिल भी नहीं गिरता, बिल बहुत कम गिरता है और चलाने में भी आसानी है. और इंजन से था तो हैंडल मारना पड़ता था, अब इससे है बटन दबाओ चालू हो जाता है.
So this is typical problem of starting a DG set with the handle, and it's a painful and manual exercise. While she had a difficulty, but now she is very convinced about starting the machine with the push button. It's so convenient.
अब सोलर से देखिए मेरा लाई का मशीन है वो भी साथ में और गेहूं का दोनों चलता है. अब मसाला भी है वो भी चलाने जा रहे हैं.
So she says that earlier they were doing this wheat, flour, and now even the rice they are doing it. They want to expand that the business with masala grinding as well.
और सोलर से तो बचा था, रेट भी कम कर दिया है, इसीलिए बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब चलता है। अब इंजन से तो महंगा पड़ता था, तेल से तो मतलब रेट भी ज़्यादा था। अब इसमें मेरा बहुत बचा था। अब हम लोग अच्छे से हैं, पढ़ते भी हैं।
She says that earlier, because of the high rates, people will not come. Because of solar supply, the rates have come down, and the footfall of the customers have increased.
आप लोग को तो विश्वास नहीं होगा कि हम ही चलाते हैं, पर जो मेरा मशीन है हम ही चलाते हैं।
She says you won't believe it, but she runs the machines.
I would now request if anybody has any questions, we'll be more than happy to have questions from the audience. Sonam, Sonam.
था सर, जब मतलब टाइम से नहीं रहता है, बारिश अभी तुरंत हो बस तुरंत बंद हो जाएगा, तो फायदा ही क्या है। अब सोलर से 24 घंटा लाइट रहती है। नहीं सर, वो भी है पर वो नहीं चलाते हैं। अब सोलर इतना फायदा दे रहा है तो क्या फायदा वो चलाने से, 24 घंटा रहता है।
आपने कहा पढ़ते भी हैं।
हाँ मैम।
और क्या सपने हैं आपके और क्या करना चाहते हैं, इसी को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं आगे या?
नहीं मैम, अपना बिजनेस पर बढ़ाएंगे। हम मतलब 5 बहन है, 1 भाई है, तो कौन करेगा वो सब, तो हमें तो करना पड़ेगा। अब जा रहे हैं मतलब मसाला वाला है और एक प्लांट है वाटर वाला, वो भी चालू करने जा रहे हैं।
RO water.
RO वाला।
बहुत बढ़िया।
So she says that they have an entire family to feed through 5 members are there, and she's going to continue this business, family business, and try to expand the business. Currently, they are operating with masala and this thing, and RO water expansion also will be carried with them.
कभी आपको कुछ परेशानी महसूस हुई, ये जो काम आप कर रहे थे?
इंजन से चलता था तो हैंडल मारना पड़ता था, दिक्कत है। अब सोलर से चल रहा है तो बटन दबाना चालू हो जाता है।
उसके अलावा समाज में या कुछ ऐसा कहा कि आप?
हाँ, कहने वाले तो बहुत सब कहते हैं मैम, पर क्या करें, मजबूरी है, घर पर तो करना पड़ेगा।
So she says, yeah, people are there to talk about it, but she probably is not bothered about that. I think the support the father has been inspirational for the family, and this is where we look into such type of cases where the parents do provide the such a support. आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे आप?
नमस्ते सर। हम जो सर बहुत ज़माने से 10 साल से चला रहे थे और मशीन एक लगा लिया सोलर पैनल वाला अपने घर पे, तो हम लोग सोचे कब अब छोड़ दें, अभी मशीन बेच दें, तो उसका जो है बादल में चलता नहीं है। अब जब बादल में चलेगा नहीं, जब हम गए माने बिजली का काम करने के लिए लें, तो ये सोलर प्लांट वाले हमारे के यहाँ पहुँचे कि आप लगवा लो, तो हम कहें कब लगवा लें, चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा, तो एक लगवाए थे, उन्होंने छोड़ दिया। हमने जो है पीछा छोड़ा नहीं। हाँ, तब भी चलता है। अब वो छोड़ दिया, मोटर ले लिया, हमको कंपनी बहुत सहयोग दी,
चलिए
हम उससे बहुत आगे बढ़े हैं। डीजल 4 लीटर घंटे पर हमारा इंजन हिलता था। एक 24 की चक्की है, आई तो दूसरा चक्की लाए, वो भी दोनों चलता है।
ठीक,
आप लोग के सहयोग से बहुत बड़ा फायदा।
थैंक यू सोनम जी, एंड थैंक यू, आपका भी शुक्रिया। So our last speaker is Shri Yogeshwar ji.
I just had one question, sir, for you. So have you all considered agrivoltaics also in some of these systems that you put up?
See, the space requirement typical for microgrid is almost 1250 square meter. The space is very small. But on the practical aspect, 25% of the plant where the farmer still grows their crop over there. But as an agrovoltaic, we have still not got into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tata Power.
एक मिनट, हाँ लगा दीजिए, मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन लगा दीजिए ज़रा। I'm Yogeshwar Kumar. I've been working on micro hydro since 1976, and it was a time when not working. Yeah? कौन सा लेजर की चेंज करना था नहीं आगे जाना है इससे पीछे इससे आगे इससे पीछे इससे आगे ये इसी को प्रेस करना है ना हाँ प्लीज I've been working on micro hydro since about 1976, and my small project was to provide some facilities to a group of scientists working at very high altitude. That's how I got into it, and that was a time when all the solar and biomass, all these things were not there. Neither the wind energy was there. So I opted for a very old system, of generation of power using small turbines. And incidentally, we have inherited something about 100,000 water mills actually. They've been used all over the Himalayan region for grinding flour and processing food products. I would not like to get into all the details because two former secretaries and many people have pointed on the use of energy for rural development and how empowerment takes place. I will try and skip this because there is also shortage of time. Most important things have been sustainable development goals. That's how the governments got very active in providing electricity all over the country. And in fact, now we reached a place at a situation where about 100% households are electrified in the country, except for some villages in remote areas like Lahul Spiti and some places in Ladakh, Bihar, or could be in the northeastern region. And these are some of the technologies one can actually take up for. These are promising technologies. Micro hydros are one, risers, pine needle gasifiers, and we've been fortunate enough. The government of India took this Saubhagya scheme under which most of the villages have been electrified. I will try and concentrate on micro hydro. Micro hydro, as you know, production of energy depends on the fall of water over a motor which rotates to generate electricity. These are more suited for all mountain areas or Himalayan region. In fact, we have a lot of them working all over the hill areas in the Himalayas as well as in Karnataka, Western Ghat as well as in the Eastern Ghats. And when I started doing these small hydroelectric power stations, these were for very captive or simple uses. I was not gone in the village. It was a scientific community which was doing research in remote areas. And slowly we went on to the villages. And actually that time, the dignity was a very important thing for the villagers. That they didn't see electricity for miles and miles together, and suddenly their village was electrified. So there was a great, enthusiasm among people that their village is electrified and they can do small things with that. And the televisions came, and then small grinders came, small milling units came in the village, and that's how the some process of development started, and children could, study at night. These are the benefits of electric power. I'll show you some photographs of very simple equipments which we have been designing ourselves and fabricating them and installing in the villages, and also involving the village community in assembling the unit as well as installing the unit, so that they know the intricacies of the equipment, and if anything goes wrong, either they can contact us, or for a small thing they can go in the local market and get it fabricated and installed on their own. We have covered states like Meghalaya and Uttarakhand. We have done a lot of projects in Uttarakhand, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, and also in Odisha. I worked also in Kalahandi, where we set up very small systems, about 10 kilowatt capacity system, which used to supply electricity to 3 villages at the same time. And there was a centralized place where they could do some processing, food processing they can do. Just showing you some photographs of livelihoods. The reason here is, as everybody has spoken about, the upfront cost of all these technologies is very high. Solar, when you take, the upfront cost is, installation cost is very high, because you have battery systems and other things. Similarly, in gasifiers, you're all the time dependent on some biomass to be fed into the gasifier, and that's how the cost goes up. So unless we have some system of generating revenue from these schemes are not viable. So in most of our cases, we used to provide light at night. Besides that, there used to be a number of livelihood activities. Here down below, you can see something in Kargil, which is done. Wool is one thing which people love to, process it so that they can weave something and sell it in the market. Then people also use welding sets. They also do construction work. And somewhere we have juices. Himalaya has, a lot of fruits. People sell juice by extracting, using very simple equipment in the houses. Then milling, Himachal Pradesh has a number of small milling units based on this hydro. And we ran also program on, on computer training, for instance. We are tied up with MSME, and we ran many programs on computer literacy. Then here again, when electricity came, they could have electricity operated spinning wheels. Then again, what we tried actually, when the upfront cost is so high, why can't we tie up with some other government departments actually, so that you invite more activities and reduce the cost? We found some very good example in Himachal Pradesh, for instance, that the block came, the fishery department came also in Uttarakhand. So when you're using water has many uses. It's for drinking, it is for irrigation, it is for, could be used for fisheries, it could be, you can have multi-purpose small units for grinding, for generation of electricity, and even for water lifting. So if we can combine this with the help of other government departments, then the upfront cost that you're putting goes down, and you have wider benefits in this. So here is an example of involving SRLM scheme in this, so that the cost goes down, and you add another activity which is based on power generation. Here again, we could tie up with fisheries department. We have a channel going, water is flowing in that. Why can't we have small fishery units, just next to it? If the group of villages agree, then they can have fishery units. A group of people can do that, and same water will go out into the powerhouse. Then similarly on irrigation, and we have one channel which was actually supported by Manrega scheme. So if we have small hydropower unit and the cost is getting higher, we can also have Manrega associated with it, so that at least the channel can be made, because channel is the most expensive part, and it sometimes gives away in the fund. So you can have it easily replaced by involving the government departments. I was also going to speak earlier on rice husk, but here is a gentleman who's completely enlightened us on the whole process. But I'm associated with another a small organization which does pine needle gasifiers. You know, pine, as you know, has some oil in it, pine needles. And every year we have big forest fires in Uttarakhand, in Himachal Pradesh, also in Jammu and Kashmir. And same pine needles, if we can use it in a gasifier, generate electricity. So at least the carbon dioxide and so much of heat which is lost, it can be utilized. And as sir rightly pointed out, that it could be also used in your coal-fired furnaces, and where it can be a very good substitution. And it also provides a lot of income to the people. I have also, we worked on making briquettes and pallets, out of this. So there is a big demand of briquettes and pallets in the, in the furnaces and wherever these heating uses are there. In all these cases, when you work out the cost of generation, here it comes to about 12 rupees per unit. In micro hydro, the cost is actually higher because it's a smaller unit. The cost is actually something about 1.6 to 2 lakh rupees a kilowatt. That is the cost there. And since the costs are very high, so they have to have greater uses to balance out. Otherwise, it's a loss actually to you. And unless you get a lot of grants from CSR and other areas, you can't virtually run the power stations. And sometimes, when your canal gives away, you don't even have money sometimes for repair and maintenance. So each time you go to the deputy commissioner or somebody, requesting him so that he can provide you grants for the maintenance of these channels to make them work. So the whole learning from this is actually you need to have a very sound business with it. And people who were earlier working with you, for the case of Dignity, for instance, that our village will have electricity, and they were willing to carry material, say, to a distance of 20 head load, 20 kilometers, that will there carry pipeline, there carry this, there carry, all the wires and machinery, etc., and they'll work without actually charging anything from you. That case does not exist today. Anybody who wants to get associated with these kind of schemes, he expects something in return, some kind of a business, some kind of a commercial venture, so that, they feel that they're justifying their time actually in this. So we are at this crossroads. We have, of course, many power stations, and one actually worries what are we going to do? And in some cases, what happens is when the grid lines have come, people literally tend to abandon these small units. Actually, there is no case to abandon this, because you need not generate electricity, you use the shaft power, as we have been using shaft power, and you can run a lot of machines with the shaft power itself. So there is no need of abandoning that. The other thing could be, as sir has rightly pointed out, there can be some other agency which can tie up with all the old power stations which are generating electricity, standalone units, or a microgrid, and which can connect to the main grid. So there is a constant constant desire actually to go around and look for some kind of a business, suitable business through which you can earn. My traveling in various areas, I have seen, for instance, in Himachal Pradesh or in Kashmir, you have a lot of fruits being produced, and for instance, so much of apple falls down, and unless you're able to process that, you will not get any money, because that goes as a waste. So you need to have some kind of a processing unit with you, and this is the electricity that you're generating with these kind of power station can be utilized in this, to make benefit of that. And plus, there is so much of use of power now in agriculture sector. Everybody is carrying small diesel units with them. A brush cutter is there. You want to pump water, or it is all mounted on the truck. So much of diesel and petrol is being used in these kind of activities. And if we are able to convert this power, store this power in the batteries, So for instance, the truck going can have all kind of system with it, which is used for agro processing. And you may not need so much of diesel and petrol, which is being used in some of these high horticulture areas like Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Himachal Pradesh. So this could be one idea I thought. And plus so much of drudgery is involved in agriculture fields, for instance. And there again, you can use the stored power in the batteries for doing that activity. And some of these old power stations can be utilized for battery charging for these kind of units. Well, we have discussed this. I don't want to repeat. We know, for instance, that each unit of electricity generated by off-grid system abates about 2.5 kg of carbon dioxide. So renewable energy that way are very, very important. And another thing is the grid power that we supply also costs some amount. It is not reaching the point free. It's already at the rate of 9 to 11 rupees when it reaches a rural area. And a villager is made to pay either nothing or about 3 rupees per unit on that. So if you combine all these, somewhere you are giving such high subsidy, and somewhere you're trying to generate and does not match because people are not willing to pay for your tariff. So that becomes a very difficult situation in that. That's why most of the systems are unable to function independently without any grants and some kind of corporate CSR support. So I will like to close here because I've said my part on the micro hydro. And thank you very much. If you have any question, you can ask. Any question? Ji. जी
जी मेरा जो बहुत एसोसिएशन रहा उत्तराखंड से, मैं THDC टेरी डैम से भी हूँ, तो मैंने उसके अंदर ये देखा है कि वो जो है जितने भी आपके चिरपैंस के जो पत्तियाँ नीचे गिर जाती है वो एक बहुत बड़ा सोर्स है पूरे जंगल को जलाने के लिए। और हर साल जो है उत्तराखंड के अंदर जो आग लगती है उसका सबसे बड़ा मेन कारण यही होता है।
जी।
तो जैसे कि क्यों नहीं इस चीज़ को टाई अप किया जाए इनके साथ मिल करके, जैसे देसी वालों ने कहा है कि हम उसे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वगैरह वो करें, क्योंकि चीड़ का पेड़ जो होता है वो अपने नीचे ना तो खुद दूसरे पेड़ को भी नहीं पनपने देता है। तो इट्स ए वन वे।
इसमें एक्चुअली सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कलेक्शन और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट की। जो पहाड़ पे पड़ा रहता है चीड़ की पत्तियाँ, उसको कलेक्ट करना, उसको डेंसिफिकेशन करनी उसकी, और उसको गैसीफायर तक ले जाना, ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अगर हम इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर लेते हैं देन इट कैन बी वेरी वेरी यूजफुल मटेरियल फॉर जनरेशन ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड इट विल सेव लॉट ऑफ फॉरेस्ट। I have myself done a lot of pellet making and briquette making from this, and the collection is a real problem. Though government gives the support of 2 kgs per pine needle that is collected and brought to some point for processing.
इसको फेज आउट अगर उसके साथ किया जा रहा है,
we have to work out on some technology that's so that we are able to collect it in a very systematic way and simple way.
Thank you, Yogeshwarji. Now we have a panel discussion which will be moderated by Director General Power Foundation of India, Shri Sanjeev Nandan Sahai. May I request him to come on the stage, please? Mr. Ravinder Singh Dhillon, Shri Alok Kumar, Dr. Dhruba Purkayastha,
Mr. Yogeshwar Kumar, Mr. Manoj Gupta. And Mr. Harish Hande, Selco.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are really short of time to do justice to this panel discussion. I will only introduce those whom we have not yet met. And on my left is Mr. Dhillon, who is retired as CMD of Power Finance Corporation. He has had many, many years of lending in the power sector, and his presence is, is very good here because we'll hear from him whether PFC would consider lending to these small businesses, or what the risks are and how we perceive risks. I have Dr. Dhruva Purkayastha, Director of Climate Policy Initiative India. He, as I just said, is India's director, and he leads and guides the Delhi team in developing innovative finance and policy solutions in support of renewable energy and green growth plans of Government of India. Dhruva is also the director of US India Energy Finance, for which CPI serves as the program manager. We have Mr. Harish Hande, CEO of Selco Foundation. Dr. Harish Hande, the founder and CEO of Selco Foundation, is a renewable energy entrepreneur with over 3 decades of grassroots experience in meeting the energy needs of underserved populations. He is also co-founder of Selco India, a pioneering last-mile rural energy enterprise based in India since 1995. Without ado, I was first planning to let every speaker speak for 3-4 minutes, but that will be the end. So what I have seen from the discussions so far, and what Mr. Alok Kumar also alluded to, was that even though biomass is very important as a for net zero, movement towards net zero, energy or electricity drawn from biomass, there is no case really for electricity in households, but as he said, batch processing, which, kind of business work which is not that time dependent, that is where rural microgrids can work. I would like to ask the gentleman from Tata Power and Yogeshwarji that how can we make these microgrids self-reliant, because you've constantly talked about a need for grant. I would also request Dr. Hande first to give his views, because you've not had a chance. How can we make decarbonized, rural, clean, renewable power self-sustaining financially?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. See, the issue is, I think, sir, this is energy is my home for 30 years. So if I criticize, it's my own home I'm criticizing. So please don't take it wrong. And I have no other better way of saying this in front of 2 former secretaries. There's no better form, but I'll make it so people can. For me, the best is, just to tell you, if Ministry of Energy disappears, and Ministry of Energies are created in every other ministry. See, the end goal is better livelihoods, better health, better education. Today what happens is, if I design solar for a sewing machine, I'm blamed that solar is expensive, but nobody talks about the inefficiency of the sewing machine and inefficiency of the financial product, right? Today what we need to do, yes, we can move away and we should move away from grants, provided you and me actually get a housing loan for 20 years, but a farmer buying a rice, which is a rice mill, which is equivalent to an asset, he has to buy it on a consumptive finance at 15%, 18%, 20% interest in 2 years. The game is finance. If the RRBs are actually given $300 million of reducing the interest rates from 12.5% to 7%, and the ITIs are created as centers of innovation for last mile CEEs, you'll see a transformational change of renewable energy. Number two, if we, for example, Ministry of Rural Development has 18 value chains, 18 crop value chains. You have millets, you have rice mills, you have dairy. Let's take a simple example of a dairy, sir. Hydroponics, cowshed, milking, chilling, khoya making. Today, unfortunately, we come from the supply side. Let's look at from the demand side. Solar-powered hydroponics, solar-powered water pumping for cleaning the shed, solar-powered milking machine, solar-powered chilling, and solar-powered khoya making. It's efficient. Nobody is working on a khoya making. Nobody is working on a chilling machine. Moment you transform the value chain process, DRE becomes installed. Baby warmer. Government of India procures baby warmer at 800 watts. The average baby warmer in the world is 150 watts. Each PHC actually can be powered by solar 24/7, even in rural Meghalaya. And the last point is, sir, we energy people talk to energy people. We should be part of the livelihood conferences, health conferences. Two big people like Ram Kumar, who is going to electrify Meghalaya and Mizoram next year, he's not part of this conference. Ministry of Agriculture, which is looking at livelihoods and solar for RRBs, they're not in the conference. We energy people have been talking to each other for the last 30 years. We need to now get out and become part of the other industry, and that's where the supply game change. And then you'll see, sir, subsidies as well as grassroots enterprises, that we don't have to talk about projects anymore. And that's the change we need to happen from the sector.
Oh, thank you. So you've talked about, in a sense, the energy efficiency part of the equipments that are being used.
And the financial efficiency.
And the financial efficiency. I would like to ask Dr. Dhruva Prakastha, do you think that if there is financial re-engineering, and what kind of financial re-engineering would be required to make biomass-based energy or solar-based energy, renewable energy in rural areas? No, I'm insisting on also, particularly emphasizing on biomass because it has direct relationship with income and gender and use of water. How is that even viable at all? Thank you.
Can I just widen beyond biomass and say distributed renewable off-grid systems, just to get the thing a little bit clear. What the world calls DRE, India, DRE is a much wider concept. In India, we assume DRE is off-grid systems. In India only we do that, but globally distributed renewable energy means production of energy close to the point of consumption. Does not matter if it goes to the grid. So typically rooftop solar is also distributed renewable energy. So is off-grid systems, so is solar home lighting systems, so is mini grids. But I'll come to your question. This was a technical clarification. I'll just pick up from where Mr. Harish Hande left. If we widen it, and let's get to policy first, and I kind of agree with him to start with, because, at a government level, the basic principle is intervene where the markets are not working, right? So, but we have a very tendency of saying that because the government does not need to intervene where the markets are working. So we have to decide on starting point at one thing. Is it a public provision? Access to energy, it is. At some level, it is a public provision and it is a public good that needs to be provided. Then let it be a public good. Why we are discussing this, Mr. Sahai, today? Because you raised such a valid point that can you exist without the need for grants, and why are we in this problem today? Because at all the while, these businesses have been given an impression, and they also create that impression, by the way, that grants are essential because I'm doing a public service, I'm providing a public provision. But that clarity is important. Where there is a business model, that business model needs to exist on commercial financing at some level. That's point number one. Now, can it be financially engineered? Yes. Okay, let me put it this way. I agree with the RRB point. India is a public credit distribution system which needs to work and support this. You have NABARD at the top. And another important point which Harish made was, look at the tenure. I mean, you are supposed to use a consumption loan. It is supposed to be an asset loan and you're trying to finance it. And a very classic example, even for a car, you get it for 10 years, 7 years. Now, what do we need to do here? I think there are two interventions required. One, finance needs, and why does finance not flow? Is because it is extremely expensive for finance to get the information. So can we have credit infrastructure which is there in the country, whether it is collateral registry, whether it is moving collateral, asset registry, can that information be captured? We have what we call Jandhan, Aadhaar, Trinity that we are working on. You have all information. Even subsidies can be today not routed inefficiently through providers, but can be given through a direct benefit transfer. Now, if we can capture this information, India's UPI is a revolution. So it is possible that the cost of information, I'm just talking about the cost of information, to come down. And why does finance not go? It is not because the repayment track record of microfinance, self-help groups, you look at all rural finance, you will find it far, far better than all noted industrialists. You look at RBI's defaulter list and look at and show me one defaulter which comes from these kind of enterprises. You'll not find it. So what are we here saying? Reduce the cost of information, and that is a public good, and let government provide that public good of reducing the cost of information. Point number one. And when you look at the reduced cost of information and you have better track record of repayment, that should help. Finally, one last point is, but to get the bank and the NBFC and then the microfinance get into financing, depending on the scale, one credit guarantee mechanism would be required for some time. See, guarantees are often understood that people are financing bad credit. Bad credit is not good for anyone, neither the promoter nor for the jobs that is getting created, not for the banker. It is not for that. It's for passing it through that period of time, by the time when the lender then subsequently has information to do it on his own. So I'll end at two things. Information needs to be improved at that level, and which is a public good can be provided. And for a certain period of time, if some credit enhancement could be provided through this rural credit distribution structure, it will help finance to flow and lower the cost of finance and increase the tenure. Thank you.
Thank you. So increase the tenure, lower the cost of finance, and close the information asymmetry. Mr. Dhillon, you have led to big institutions, but now you stepped out. How viable are the suggestions that Dr. Purka has made? And your ability to lend to these micro institutions or to large institutions like Tata Power, but they're into business of providing in a small scale level the energy to rural households and enterprises.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. At PFC, we did finance a number of biomass projects, but some of them have turned into NPA. So the major reason for, I think, they becoming NPA was that availability of fuel, the availability of biomass. When these units came up, there was abundant biomass, and then slowly it was used for other projects, and it was not easily available, and the cost went high. So they became a sort of unviable. And during the implementation period also, some of the, there has been some cost overrun. So when credit is given, maybe a standby assistance can also be along with that whenever the requirement is there for cost overrun, that can be given. And the promoters itself, they should be a strong one so that we could rely on the promoter to complete the projects and run the project. O&M is very important, so they should have a tie-up for running the plant. So this was the experience which PFC has with biomass. And coming to these centralized renewable energy, like has been pointed out, small plants of 1.5 to 2 megawatt. So that financing for large institutes becomes a challenge. So we can have a sort of aggregator if Tata Power, etc., or the DISCOM itself becomes a sort of guarantor for that. So there the flow of credit will be there for these types of projects. So we have to basically de-risk the implementation of this project, off-take risk, and the payment which is going to come. So that are the challenges which we face while funding the project. So if an aggregator comes forward, obviously the financial institutes will be willing to give that. And we have also heard about different types of finances, blended finance. If the government decides to give concessional funding, then similar private sector players will also come for financing these projects, because with the public institutions doing that, there is a sort of de-risking of that thing. So these are the things which I thought I will share.
I have a question to Mr. Alok Kumar. You know, you all brought out the carbon trading rules very recently. Do you think that now, because ESG net zero has become so important, and that biomass, you know, is absolutely clean, it's a circular thing, and it substitutes also for diesel, solar does. Do you think the difference in the prices that of local production of energy power with carbon trading, A, would they be eligible? B, if they are eligible, would that, in your assessment, be able to cover the gap?
First, this issue of the carbon trading scheme, it doesn't provide currently for the offset program, voluntary projects. It talks only about the compliance, this currently the CCA scheme of the compliance market. The sectors, you have the targets and you have to meet them. If you overachieve, then you get a credit to the extent of the overachievement, and those who are in the shortfall, they will buy it. They could be voluntary buyers. But coming back to the DRE thing, what emerges, the discussions, my take is that we should separate the energy efficiency improvement and de-dieselization, because those can be done even with the grid also. The window for DRE is one till the time the rural power supply becomes reliable. The grid brings an advantage of reliability and also pooled power, pooled system. So the DRE, local generation and local consumption off grid, would survive in those areas which are far flung, like Tata Power is also doing for the Bihar or for Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir. You are not doing for Tamil Nadu or Karnataka, because it's the reliable power. So window is for 4 or 5 years for those. But largely, my view is that three things rather. DRE will be used more for generation and pumping to the grid through a viable business model. What my colleague was saying, number one. Number two, DRE should be taken with some benchmark tariff. If you have to generate that tariff, you can generate at that tariff, only it's viable. Otherwise, let us not pursue an option of generating some micro hydel power at say 12 rupees, 15 rupees, we will to subsidize. Only thing which will change is the carbon pricing. If your carbon pricing through carbon market goes into the economy and your fossil fuel based energy is priced higher, then this DRE benchmark price can also go to that level, only then some of the DRE applications which are not viable today because we don't price carbon in the fossil fuel energy. Once you start pricing the fossil fuel energy going for after 10 years, then DRE applications, even with the costlier power generation, will become also viable. So my take is that the DRE applications will have a window for next 5-6 years, because I see most of the rural India will also see quite reliable power supply after 5 years. After that, it should be only the local generation and supply to the grid through a viable business model with a benchmark tariff. Benchmark tariff will go up as you price the fossil fuel energy. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta, it's very expensive for a DISCOM to supply power to rural households. That's a fact. It's not just theft. The whole cost of the grid, the transformers, the long lines, and the fact that each consumer is a small consumer of electricity. Given the fixed cost, it's very high, and it's a strain on the DISCOMs, and they try to make it up through cross subsidies or whatever subsidy the state government can give them. How do you think that the local generation and maintenance of the local supply and the grid could mesh with, say, a DISCOM and have a different business model? And I could look at, say, the banking correspondent model, where the banks did not want to encourage, because their costs were high, and they went and evolved the banking correspondent model or bought the loan books or microfinance. Do you think there is a case where DISCOMs could look upon institutions and companies like you to do the last mile delivery? And if so, what is the kind of arrangement you would think would work?
Thank you. I think it's a very good case of integrating the DISCOM versus the DRE technologies. But before we go there, I would like to step back and see where things are. This DRE technology is for the community who are at remote end or in the rural places where the energy needs are there. Now, he doesn't have an option but to use the use the energy which is available. So I would place that piece first. If community needs are being understood, enabled through awareness through the DRE technology, then this customer, and they will start using it. Number two, we also talked, Mr. Hill talked about that NPAs were created. Now, the other aspect which we'll have to see, these entrepreneurs or the rural communities are using the energy from some productive work. Now, the linkage what you have to establish that once they use this energy, that should go into productive use, which will have an income generation program, which can self-fund this entire solutions and chain. And hence, these guys will do work. So simply providing energy is not a solution. Providing energy with income generation is one of the key things which I personally feel. Because if it is there, many banking will come forward, finance, because there is risk of getting NPA is small over there. Now, this is as to the center community is concerned. The other side is supply side and the demand side. Just wanted to add that on a supply side, the RE technology, because 30 kilowatts, 100 kilowatts, a very small load which generating capacity to feed the loads. Now, I need to have investment in the battery technology which can take the surge, the inverters to take the initial motive load, which is almost 300% higher than the normal load. Those type things, technology will have to work upon. That frugal has to be there. But important thing, there has to be reliable. Because anything goes down, it takes 5 days to go to that place and then repair it out. And from a demand side, usage, as Alok sir was talking about, that usage of energy efficient machines and appliances are must. Today we were looking in the villages, the atta chakki are made with the patta type of system. Now huge losses in that. Now can I go to the gear type of thing or a pulley type of systems? And latest energy efficient chakki is being given to these people. Yeah.
What I was saying, why to link the energy efficiency improvements with DRE? They can be done otherwise also. So I said that has to be a separate program for small entrepreneurs. Let us not link it only for DRE, only then you will improve the efficiency of the atta chakki. That's all a point I'm making. Yeah.
So once we take care of the supply side and demand side, the equation becomes much easier. And then, as we're talking about after a few years, 4-5 years, when the grid matures and the demand at the rural level goes up, which is economically viable for the DISCOM to reach over there. Till that time, the microgrid player should continue to be there. And later on, it could become ancillary to DISCOM for the rural services. For example, the experience of DREs or the microgrid player is deployment of local resources in those activities like operation, maintenance, billing, technology like prepaid meter systems, which allows the risk to be diluted to a large extent. So that type of integration, hand-holding has to be taken care, and which will make this a perfect solution. And even the DISCOM is today looking at serving the end customer, the reliable power supply. So it could be the grid supply coupled with the microgrid supply, and customer is the most happy one, and it continues to use the energy along the way. And it makes a sustainable solution. That's all. Thank you.
Yogeshwarji, you talked about high cost of power, about 12 rupees a unit, etc. But do you think these micro hydels or your pine needle, is there a case for providing local ancillary services where grid fails and grid comes into a DISCOM comes into a relationship with you to be an ancillary service provider? Do you think there is a business case there?
Hello, it is definitely a case. In fact, all the time I've been thinking, you see, water is a very big resource. We've been using in microhydel. Can't we think it holistically? That's why we had to bring some convergence. The block comes into the picture. The fisheries department comes into the picture. The irrigation department comes into the picture. And that's how you are utilizing water in a proper way. And plus, whatever you generate, you are able to run some industry with that. And when it is not running, well, definitely you can sell it to the grid. Even now it is being sold at just at the rate of 3 rupees or something. Some DISCOMs have been buying it. So per unit, though of course it's quite a low cost, but this is better than not doing anything.
Right, thank you. So please do.
I wanted to add a point on this. I think Yogeshwarji is raising a very important point. Point is, Mr. Alok Kumar also made this point. DRE will be sustainable when the grid is also connected to the grid. DRE is sustainable then. Otherwise, it's like where you don't have electricity today, when you don't have reach. Now, what's the point here? The point is, I think we need to solve, it's a very small regulatory point. The grid purchases electricity at what is called average APPC, average power purchase, and that is wrong. Very clearly wrong. Why? It is wrong because if you make the DRE generating power at the village, at the distribution transformer level, and by the way, the Electricity Act, I'll tell you the section somewhere in the 60s, says the regulator shall give you a tariff. But no regulator gives you that tariff today because I can be an independent solar power producer, I can have land, I can have space, I can produce solar power. The DISCOM is supposed to buy it and the regulator shall give you a tariff. Does not happen in any state. Why it does not happen needs to be. Now, what that will lead to is, that will lead to, and that price needs to be at that point of supply, it needs to be cost of supply at that point. If it is cost of supply at that point, I can see Manoj, right, nodding, that if it is not APPC and cost of supply, because you've incurred the cost of taking the power through the wires up to that point and no one is adding that power, because power procurement for a DISCOM is the average power that is producing. So what we have is a small thing that is needed to be done so that the point of injection of power, if you price it at that, solar power, biomass power at a distributed level, pico hydro, mini hydro power will become viable. It will create electricity, it will create jobs. For that production, it's just energy, but it will create jobs. Whether it creates jobs directly through electricity running atta chakki, oil expeller, fishing farms or not, that's indifferent. It creates electric jobs any which way because the Saubhagya does not today take you to the non-farm economy. And that is what our basic problem is, because you want that economic activity to happen, non-farm, non-agriculture, which is disguised unemployment, but not come to school to work or drop out from school to work on urban construction. And that economic activity is not getting created because of lack of electricity or appropriate electricity today. Thank you.
So I wonder, see, also I think, can we also little move away from comparing, see, for example, if in the last 6-8 months, 20,000 livelihood applications were financed by 3 or 4 RRBs in Karnataka in the most reliable places, where you are actually financing a roti rolling machine, which was converted to DC power, and the break-even of the roti rolling machine was 3.5 years, and nobody actually said it was also powered by solar. By the way, it was powered by solar. If I'm getting an equipment financed at 5 years, which is breaking even at 3.5 years, do I care? Do I have electricity or not electricity, right? I think there are a lot of livelihood applications today that are happening in the most reliable electrified places of Karnataka. Last year itself, 4 banks have financed more than 150,000 installation in the most. So I think we need to get the electricity and are apples and oranges in many ways today, because in 5 to 8 years, irrespective how reliable it becomes, electricity is going to be so expensive, DRE are actually making more sense. So if I'm getting packets of electrons today, can't we do today, when RRBs can finance roti rolling machines, silk weaving machines, hammer mills, let the package go out where the break-evens are 3.5 to 4 years, and the market decides. Absolutely.
So we are running short of time now. We have to end
just
at
take 1 minute.
Yeah, because there's another session. So it's 1
Just-
o'clock.
Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
I've been working in the mountain areas. In every state I see, all the narrow valleys, there's a difficulty in getting electricity. You know, the grid is there. As soon as the weather, is not suitable, they just switch off the line. And the line is off for a number of days.
Yeah.
So local solutions are necessary for this.
No, local solutions are important. We have to look at the real cost of electricity, the transmission costs, electricity for DREs, the power and energy they generate for local income generation. Those are the important things that have come up. We would have had a very long discussion. It's a fascinating subject, but alas, we have completely run out of time. I must thank all the panelists for your incisive comments, and we are the ones who have missing your thoughts, which we would have got had we had more time. But thank you very much for participating.
Yeah. As we conclude this remarkable session, I, on behalf of Power Foundation of India, would like to express my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for their time and presence. A sincere thanks to esteemed panelists and speakers for sharing their insights and expertise on the subject. And a special thanks to our team from Desi Power and Tata Power, who have traveled all the way to be part of this session. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
short while. Apologies for the inconvenience. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I am Karanpreet Kaur from the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, and on behalf of the hosts, BEE, Ministry of Power, CEM and MI Secretariat, and IRENA, I welcome you all to the CEM-14 MI-8 high-level dialogue on access to energy, accelerating investments for empowering lives and livelihoods. In the interest of time, we begin with the opening session. May I please request the dignitaries for the opening session to please come up on the dais. Shri Vivek Devangan, CMD, Rural Electrification Corporation Limited. Ms. Gauri Singh, Deputy Director General, IRENA. And Ms. Damilola Ogunbi, CEO, Sustainable Energy for All. May I please request Mr. Devangan to kindly deliver the welcome remarks.
Good afternoon, friends. It's my proud privilege to give welcome address for this session on access to energy, accelerating investments for empowering lives and livelihoods. As you are all aware that Sustainable Development Goal 7 aims to achieve universal access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy by the year 2030. A lot of progress has been made to achieve this universal access, but the pace of expansion is slow, with some regions experiencing a rise in people without access to energy. Those areas have already been identified. Mostly it is sub-Saharan African countries where access to energy is really poor, and some portion of Southeast Asia is also there, where we need to give more focus. The lack of investment in energy access jeopardizes not only the SDG 7, but also other closely linked sustainable development goals, especially in the least developed countries and small island developing states. The energy is linked to climate change, poverty eradication, food security, health, gender equality, and job creation. Therefore, reliable and sustainable energy is crucial for agri-food system, enhancing productivity, raising incomes, reducing losses, and improving climate resilience. In the health sector, around 1 billion people rely on health facilities without electricity, which impacts food security. Decentralized renewable energy solutions are promising for bridging the energy access gap and maximizing socioeconomic benefits. We have very distinguished panelists. We are having two panel discussion. We'll hear a lot of about their experiences in respect of decentralized renewable energy. The UAE and IRENA plan to raise about $1 billion for an initiative called Empowering Lives and Livelihoods, Renewable for Climate Action, to connect people and livelihoods and through renewable energy solutions in agri-foods and health value chains. Investments are needed to strengthen the entire energy ecosystem, including policies, planning, capacity building, and innovation. The high-level dialogue, I hope that it will focus on innovative approaches, business models, and government policies to achieve equitable and sustainable energy access and create actionable solutions through the right investment blends. I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Gauri Singh, Deputy Director General, International Renewable Energy Agency, they have done remarkable work with regard to universal access. Thereafter, Ms. Damilola Ogunbi, Chief Executive Officer, Sustainable Energy for All, will deliver the keynote address. I now request Mrs. Gauri Singh to deliver her address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Devangan. Dear friends, I think it's really a privilege to be speaking to this distinguished audience. And I think very correctly what Mr. Devangan has said about the decentralized renewable energy is it's really a momentum that needs to be built and based on the work that IRENA has been doing on access. We very soon realized that finance is going to be a big challenge in accelerating the pace and the scale of getting the decentralized systems out in the countries that need it. We know, and it's an audience that knows this very well, that access to energy or even SDG 7 has to move beyond just lighting two bulbs, and which is why there is a huge emphasis that we are now seeing coming together on the Nexus agenda of energy for livelihoods, energy for empowering lives. And that's a very key area that IRENA is developing our work as we move forward. I do, of course, want to talk about the initiative that Mr. Devangan just spoke about, which is empowering lives and livelihood. But before that, I would like to say that IRENA had taken up a challenge almost 2 years back of raising funds for projects of renewable energy in developing countries, of raising $1 billion for renewable energy projects in developing countries. And at Sharm el-Sheikh, we were able to get together a consortium that came together with a commitment of $1 billion for this. That from Sharm el-Sheikh to now, we've already seen a growing interest of financial institutions to support this, and it's already about $1.5 billion in commitment, and we hope that it will grow as we move to COP28. Those are projects which we feel would be, slightly more utility scale, but in many developing countries, as you would know, that it's not, the expanse of grid is limited. So it's what you can do in terms of injecting into the grid is limited because you need the transmission. So in many countries, we are seeing a mismatch happening between how much generation can be done and injected into the grid, but there's still a big gap in terms of being able to provide access to the many other areas where the grid is not available. And all of us know that there's a huge gestation period when we talk about the grid infrastructure. And it is there that I think the decentralized renewable energy will play a very critical role. We just had a session yesterday at the G20 where it became very clear that business models are there. There's private sector and entrepreneurs who have the ability to scale, but it's finance that's going to be a big challenge. And just taking forward the role that IRENA would like to play closer to the ground with the member countries. We have about 170 countries as our members. And we are very mindful of what they're saying and what, and what we can do about it. So keeping that in mind, we did announce in the beginning of this year at our General Assembly, and it's a huge challenge that we've taken on ourselves of getting $1 billion for productive use of renewable energy and for health. Because those are areas we think that countries really need programmatic support. So it's not a few solar pumps here or doing some 100 primary health centers there and putting rooftop solar on it. But it's about taking a much more transformational view of what needs to be done with decentralized renewable energy. And with the technologies available, with business models in place, finance is a gap, and we've taken on this challenge to to take this on, and I hope by COP28 we would be in a position to show some early outcomes for that. But with that, I do want to welcome all of you to this session, which promises to be very exciting. We have a great set of panelists and discussants who will enlighten us about what they're doing in this space. So wishing all of us a very productive session. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, excellencies, honorable ministers, when they get here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that it's not just the ministers. I'm actually talking to the people who do the work. And after lunch, I just want you to please bear with me. It's really great to be here giving this keynote, and I obviously have to thank Irina for putting us together and the dedication that they have to making things work with the fund that they've set up, and now looking to productive use and health, which is very, very close to my heart because that's how I started my career in Nigeria, focusing on primary health care, education, and how that transforms livelihoods as well with things like cold storage. So really, really would like to express again gratitude for Irina for putting that at the utmost important, while still focusing on the issues of the grid, transmission, distribution, and a lot of the technical issues to make solar work. So we're gathered here today to really talk about the most important issue that we really have, and this is how to really bring renewable energy to livelihoods and have it as a part of what we know as the SDGs. I think sometimes we forget that energy access is a key part of climate change. So without energy access, you are not going to achieve our climate change targets. And this includes things like poverty eradication, food security, health, gender, equality, and job creation. From some of our data, we see that women in the decentralized, especially solar industry, are actually earning the same thing as the men counterparts, which is nice for a change, because women always seem to earn less for doing more work. But more importantly, we have to understand that energy is linked to 2/3 of our SDG targets. So 2/3 of the 169 targets are actually linked to energy and sustainable development. So energy is really seen as, if you think about it in any environment, the enabling environment for the other SDGs to either thrive. If you're talking about health, if you're talking about gender equality, whatever you're talking about, you can link it back to energy. And sometimes that is usually a missing link. It's also not about just, I guess the way I can put it is tier 1 electrification anymore. It's not about just providing people light, it's providing them enough electricity so they go out of poverty. And there's an economic growth story, and I feel that is the message that we're sending out. I've also seen from experience when you go into a lot of these communities, and pardon me, I used to be the head of a rural electrification agency, so communities are everything. It's really important to talk to the communities and ask them what they want instead of you enforcing what you think they need. And one of the things we found when we were there is people were very, very firm with the fact that they need electricity where they work, a lot more than where they live, because they spend anything between 16 to 18 hours a day where they work. Some of them live where they work. So it's really important that anybody, when we're talking about decentralized energy, that I would applaud you to really not plan a lot of these schemes, either in the capitals or even in different countries. Really go and get the data on ground about what these people are actually doing and how they want to manifest. And why it's also important is because the capacity building of the local people for money collections or be the solar installers or the maintenance people can actually be done locally. So even though energy is a very global thing, it's important that it's only done locally. That is where it's implemented. And sometimes we have these amazing plans, and because we haven't put into consideration the local content, or we think it's too hard, a lot of these things fail. And solar and renewable energy is something that we all can't afford to fail. because it's so important, and for many, many millions of people, it is the linkage to life and death. And I think that is how we should look at energy and decentralized energy. Aspect that we sometimes leave behind, or we leave behind a lot, is sustainable cooling. Sustainable cooling affects 1 billion people, especially poor and rural people currently, and they're the high risk of lack of cooling. Heat waves also kill about 12,000 people a year, and the number will just keep on rising. We're looking at about 250,000 people by 2050. We all see with rising temperatures from anywhere you are in the world, you can't really, get away from it now. So when we are planning a lot of our projects, could we also think about the cooling element? And that goes back to what I'm saying about tier 1 electrification. We have to see, even if it's a solar home system deployment, can we include a fan? It is very, very important in terms of the quality of life. But the other thing that is also important when we talk about cooling is cold chains. A lot of us come from developing countries where the food loss from farm to market is almost 40%, because there's not a cold chain system that's able to take that. So we also encourage a lot of mini-grid developers to actually put some basically like a 20-foot cold room as part of their mini-grids, and use that as another business source. We've seen that being very successful in West Africa. The other part I think is important when we talk about decentralized energy. We seem to focus a lot on electrification and don't talk enough about clean cooking. Clean cooking, or the use of fossil for cooking and fuel wood, is easily the 4th largest cause of death of an African woman right now. So apart from that being so horrid, there's also so much gender-based violence linked to going to get fuel wood, bringing fuel wood back, not having food in time for the household, and the average woman smoking 3 packs of cigarettes because she wants to provide food for her family. So it's really, really strange for me in a global world where we've banned smoking, but we think it's okay for women to still use these dirty fuels to basically survive. And this also affects children as well, because they're normally with their parents when they're cooking. So in all this doom and gloom that I have relayed here, one of the great things is that we have all the technology that we need to actually make sure people and everybody on earth has access to adequate electrification. We have all the technology we need to make sure everybody has access to clean cooking. We have the know-how to do energy efficiency, and we know we have to basically make sure it's renewables at all costs. But we don't have the funding, Again, I keep on talking about the African continent because it's important, because the average solar project costs 57% more in Africa than anywhere else around the world. So when people say that, renewables are the cheapest source of power and everything like that, I'm like, it's not a technology play. It is how to actually execute the projects. If you're still borrowing at interest rates of 22%, and if average DFI program still takes 5 years, then you can see that it's not an emergency. So at Sustainable Energy for All, we're very proud to say that we've really been focusing on governments looking at decentralized as a key source, but it's very, very hard to speak to governments and not show them where the investment is coming from. And this is the role we think the G20 could play, being very unapologetic about how much investment they want to put into developing countries, because it's not a nice to have, and it's not just about climate, it's also about development. And putting renewables in the developing countries is how you make sure that nobody is left behind, and how everybody has to live an equitable life. So finally, I think this is the perfect forum to bring governments, businesses, civil societies, technology advisors together to really come together to achieve SDG 7 at the UN. We also have something called the Energy Compacts, which is a pledge and also an action to say that what will I do as a company or a sovereign towards SDG 7 by 2030, that has been very successful in order to keep on pushing the ambition, but we really have to move from ambition to action. So thank you all for listening to me, and look forward to the rest of the event.
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for your very enriching talks. This brings us to the close of the opening session. May we have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. Can I request for a group picture, please? Group picture. Thank you. We now move on to the second segment of our event, the two panel discussions. We have planned two panel discussions here where we bring together the perspectives from all stakeholders across the realm, from the governments, the private sector, development agencies, and think tanks, to give their perspective on access to energy so that we can have a discussion in a coordinated manner and move forward for a coordinated action. May I please invite the panelists for session 1 to please come up on the dais. Shri Vivek Kumar Devangan, who will be moderating the panel discussion. Mr. Devangan is CMD REC Limited. His Excellency Mr. Stefan Wenzel, Honorable State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Government of Germany. I believe he'll be joining us shortly. Shri Ajay Tiwari, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Dr. Jennifer Lakey, Global Director, Energy, World Resources Institute. Srimati Parminder Chopra, Chairman and Managing Director, Power Finance Corporation. Shri Sanjeev Nandan Sahai, Director General, Power Foundation of India. And Mr. Rajesh Miglani, Senior Climate Business Specialist and Climate Anchor, International Finance Corporation. Before we start with the panel discussion, we have with us the chair for our event, Access to Energy. We have amongst us His Excellency, Mr. Samson Gwede Mantashe, the Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of South Africa. May I please request His Excellency, Mr. Mantashe, for his opening remarks as chair. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to all of us. It's quite important to talk about access to energy. It's a befitting topic for us because one of the challenges facing our continent is energy poverty. But what is more important to us is that energy it's a catalyst for economic growth and development. So access to electricity is critical for development. The fact that there is shortage of electricity in the continent of Africa reflects in being the least developed continent in the world. And if we can improve on the access to electricity, we think that will improve on our developmental status as a continent. Our country, for example, comes from a history where access to electricity was based on economic status or population demographics. And since 1994, our government has been making interventions to provide access to previously excluded population. And this is our painful context, hence the topic of energy access is a very critical one in our country. South Africa has steadily increased access to electricity from 34% in 1994. We are at about 90% now. And our intention is to get universal access to electricity. It doesn't go easy because the more we connect, the more pressure is on capacity. And therefore we begin to experience a number of load shedding, and which impacts negatively on both the economy and social standing of society. We cannot talk about access to electricity without addressing the issue of increasing power generation. That's why we're here. We think that we can increase power generation. And what we always demand is that the debate about access to energy generation should be a candid and open one. For example, it is important to make a distinction between a base load and intermittent supply of energy. It's not the same. The more you load your grid with your renewables, if you don't have storage and you don't have base load, you are heading for a problem. So as you increase your renewables, I'm making this as an issue that can be discussed. You must partner renewables with a reliable base load energy base, whether it is nuclear, whether it is it should be renewable, it should be nuclear or gas. And in South Africa, we've been dependent on coal for a long time. Our energy company was formed in 1923. It is actually 100 years today, and it is heavily dependent on coal. That's why when we talk of that transition, we are not missing the reality that it means we must begin to scale down coal. That's why in the discussion, you will encounter us everywhere. We will not talk about phase out. We'll always talk about phase down, because we want a systematic process of moving slowly out of coal, rather than instant closure of coal power station. However, we believe that energy transition must be done in a just and affordable way, taking into account that each country has national circumstances, and other countries should desist from imposing own transition trajectory on sovereign states. I'm making this point because our experience in dealing with developed economy is that they think that a solution in developed economy will work in underdeveloped economies. Instead of looking into the circumstances of that country and adapt the question of introducing changes based on the experience of that country. I talked of a country that is having 12% of its population having access to electricity. That's Chad in Africa. It's not an exception. It's more a trend. About 600 million citizens in the African continent have no access to electricity. And that is the reality. We don't talk of universal access to electricity as is the case in the EU, for example. In our case, we have poverty of electricity, and that is what we should be talking about. Now, South Africa currently is having to address poor performance of existing power generation companies. Poor performance of existing power generation assets is creating unfortunate reality of having to implement load reduction measures and to protect power networks. And I think we can learn from developed economies on how to deal with that reality, because they should have met it before us. So we can learn from them. But it is rare to share some of these experiences when we come to forums like this. These measures have devastating effects on the country's economy. For example, I'm also responsible for mining in our country. Mining, which is the mainstay of our economy, had a decline in productivity of 9.19%. When we did research, we identified 3 areas. One was electricity and reliability. 2 was logistics that are totally dysfunctional as a result of electricity, and crime of people who want to actually interfere with economic development. And our view is that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 7, whose objective is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy by 2030, propels all of us to act in responsible manner while we advance energy transition. So in our various respective countries, South Africa is pursuing SDG 7. We are not doubting that. That's why any debate that we're having has nothing to do with us having an issue with moving from high carbon emission to low carbon emission. We've accepted that unreservedly. But the issue is, how do we travel there? I'm not going to bore you with a long input, but what I can assure you is that we are actually today 10% of our electricity is from renewables. Now, from nothing, it's now at 10%, and it continues to grow. It's the fastest growth sector in energy. We're also beginning to look into partnering technologies. So South Africa thus welcomes the effort to collaborate on partnerships that seeks to increase investment needed to strengthen the whole DRE ecosystem, from policies and planning to building capacity and driving innovation. I'm also keen to learn from the session what our countries are doing in pursuit of energy access. So if we listen carefully, we must be able to learn what other people do, what can we do differently, and that's what attracted me to this session. The question of unlocking investment, especially for developing countries, is crucial if we are to achieve the objective of SDG 7. We encourage multinational financing institutions to tailor their financing packages to suit recipient countries in pursuit of deployment of low carbon emitting technologies. Affordable of such funding packages is crucial for developing countries. Our biggest challenge is the commitment that was made by developed economy in 2020 of $100 billion to fund the transition. That never materialized. That is actually pouring a spanner into the wheels of this initiative of moving fast from high carbon emission to low carbon emission. Development Consent will give 100 billion rand. 2020 comes, 2021 comes, 2022 comes. We're now in 2023. We have not seen it. So that's why in the morning, in the session, I referred to the $8.5 billion that was offered to us to move fast out of coal to renewables. But when we broke it down, very little of that is actually grants. And very little of it is concessional funding. Bigger part is loan. And therefore a loan is not really helping because it sinks your country into debt. And when you are sinking into debt, it is difficult to recover. Because as you grow your debt, you find that your biggest spending in your budget as a developing economy is on repayment of the debt. So those are the realities of life that we must confront. Thank you very much for allowing me to make my comments. I'm going to listen very carefully, learn from all of you. I want to understand things differently, and people must enlighten me to begin to understand what is the journey that we must pursue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your very enlightening remarks. We now begin with the first panel discussion. We also have Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, here with us as a panelist. May I please request you to join us on the dais? I now hand over to the moderator, Sri Devangan.
Now we open panel discussion 1 on access to energy. The Energy Progress Report, published by IRENA with other custodian agencies for SDG 7 indicators, emphasizes that current efforts and progress are insufficient to meet the 2030 targets for universal access. The International Energy Agency and IRENA scenarios estimate that staying in line with the international climate and energy goals require annual investments in renewable electricity generation and related infrastructure to the tune of about 1.4 to 1.7 trillion US dollar through the year 2030. The lack of investment in energy access delays in achieving the targeted goals for SDGs 7 and derails in enabling other closely linked SDGs with the poorest and most vulnerable communities, especially in the least developed countries and in small island developing states. Now may I invite Dr. Jennifer Laike, Global Director, Energy, World Resource Institute. Because of paucity of time, what we'll do, we'll ask one question from each of the panelists, because we have another panel session after this, and we have to finish this session by 4 o'clock. May I request Dr. Jennifer to respond, how can Ministries of Energy, Agriculture and Health co-invest and bring in investments from the private sector to scale up clean and modern energy solutions, especially for the most deprived women and youth?
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister, colleagues, friends. It's wonderful to join you today. And I wanted to start my response by recognizing two very critical parts of the agenda: the scale that we're talking about needing to create change, and the momentum in our existing institutions that often drives forward models that are not as innovative, not as subject to local conditions as they need to be. So let me offer a few reflections on this critical moment that we're in terms of changing and delivering at scale against our energy access and equitable development goals. First, we recognize that the risk calculations that have been taken by major international institutions and financial investors has not understood the profile and the approach of the type of investments that we're talking about making. We're not talking about making utility scale investments in the distributed renewable energy space that would be required for healthcare to be transformed at a local level, and or for the agricultural sector, the productive use of renewable energy in agriculture. So in fact, this risk profile, which drives up the interest rates because of the perceptions of risk at the smallest scale, these projects become uneconomical. The second big barrier that we face is this question around the business models that are associated with delivering that technology, and the lack of data and information that allows those business cases to come through, the demand signal to be understood, and the supply side to respond. We do need data. We need audits of these of the businesses in terms of what their demand would be. We need toolkits of the technologies that are replicable and can be deployed multiple times. And we need business planning support. One example of this is in health clinics that we've worked with in Kenya, where we've seen that the health clinics that had put on solar without doing their business plans first had struggled to understand or to take advantage of the fact that they had the solar, and they could provide more hours of service for women and children. Where we had support for business planning to help them, the doctors, the nurses, the administrative staff, envisage the type of services they could provide once they had electricity, they were able to expand that clinic. They were able to provide better service. They were able to repay those investments. So we need to recognize that part of the risk and this need for business model innovation requires integration. That means we need to work at the community level, and I think Damilola summed this up beautifully, to recognize how the local institutions can help support those changes. Rural agricultural centers, country and state planning agencies going all the way down to the local in order to help bring forward those business plans, help drive a vision of the accountability for delivering the business plans and getting that data. WRI has been doing this with our Energy Access Explorer tool, trying to bring that data to life, visualize with a GIS approach where the signatures are, what the needs are, where the local opportunities are for solar and for small-scale mini-grid applications. I'll leave it at that in the interest of time, but thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Jennifer. We have amongst us His Excellency Stephen Wenzel, Honorable State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Change, Climate Action, Government of Germany. Kindly take your place on this dais, please. We have Mr. Sanjeev Nandan Sahay, Director General Power Foundation of India, who has spearheaded the Government of India initiative for village electrification in record time of 987 days against the target given by Honorable Prime Minister of India for 1,000 days. That is 13 days ahead of the targeted timeline. And he had also spearheaded the household electrification, Har Ghar, that is called Saubhagya scheme. That was under this Saubhagya scheme, the household electrification was completed for about 28.6 million households in a record time of 18 months. May I request Mr. Sanjeev Nandan Sahay to kindly share his experience and give us the way forward for universal access to electricity.
Thank you, Vivek. Actually, it was your organization which was the catalyst which did all the work. So first, congratulations to REC, really. We were told in December 14, the government of India decided that all the remaining villages, which is about 18,375, they must be electrified. And a target was given. The scale, I think, is massive. So when we talk of scale, we can see scale here. Money, which is the next requirement, 60% was given as grant by the government of India and 40% had to be mobilized by the state governments through the distribution companies. There were incentives built in for early completion, which could go up to 15%. But what was challenging at that point of time was also the availability of men and material. Because suddenly there was this whole spur in demand for transmission lines, substation, transformers, meters, bulbs. You needed people to string all these, build substations, take them to the villages, and whilst village electrification was on, it was decided in September 17 that all the willing households in the country, they will also be electrified. So whilst the DDU-GJY, which is the village electrification program which is going on, we started on Saubhagya, as Vivek mentioned. And I call him Vivek because we work together, so I take this liberty. We started on this work. And there were huge challenges, absolutely. So first lesson was that there's mission mode. And let me recount a couple of stories in the Northeast. So which are these villages that were left behind really in these 18,000? They're mostly the inaccessible villages or in those states where enough focus had not been made on village electrification. Now in the Northeast or in Leh Ladakh, Kashmir area, these are very difficult terrain. There are places where equipment was taken and dropped by helicopters. There are people who took it on their shoulders, on elephants, over boats, rafts, pulleys, ropes, anything that could be, locally was available. It was crafted and it was taken. Training was required. And there was so much pressure that many, organizations were part of the would check the boxes, but because of strict audit, it came out that wires were strung on poles, wooden poles, which was not accepted. So, in short, what was easy, there's 2-3 things that were necessary: availability of money, and the government of India went to the market through REC, etc., borrowed money, gave easy finance to the distribution companies, whose remit it was to make these the distribution infrastructure. REC, as a very motivated organization, the entire organization was at it day and night. The state governments and then the central government. It was unified mission mode, and the things that not correct to mention, but I must say there was shortage of material, a lot of production units, the CEOs, the owners, when it was family owned, they were called, they were requested, sometimes rather severely requested. It's an oxymoron, but yes, that all production, that material and their machine lines must be put to producing transformers or electricity lines, wires, etc. But that is what happened, and I think sometime you should see a film, small film that REC has made on Saubhagya. It will show you how difficult it was, but with a clear purpose and intent, we managed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Nandar Sahaji. We have Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, who is spearheading the vision given by our Honorable Prime Minister of India with regard to one sun, one world, one grid. May I ask you, Dr. Mathur, how can the application of innovative technologies such as decentralized renewable energy solutions can accelerate energy access and empower the underserved communities, particularly in remote regions?
Thank you very, very much. I think the first point to note is that you have to have a very strong political messaging, which is what made the Indian connections happen. Together with this is that the availability of electricity, as Mr. Sahai said, makes livelihoods possible. I mean, this is something that Jennifer also mentioned. So, why is this good? Because it enables jobs which never existed earlier. It enables lower pollution. It enables the country to, instead of importing fuel, to have local fuels. Now, innovative technologies are amazingly important. In India, we used a methodology which actually, essentially, I mean, there was some standalone solar, but it was largely extending the grid. When we look at the global picture, there are about 900 million people who don't have access to electricity. With grid extension, we did the numbers at the rate at which occurs, the monies that are available and so on. It can at best cater to about 30% of these. You will still have 660 million people in 2030. And 2030 is the year when we had hoped that the entire world would be connected to electricity. So 660 million would still be without electricity. How do we do those? And that's where Mr. Dibangan's suggestion of innovative technologies comes in. One of the things that we are looking at is solar mini-grids. Solar mini-grids, as the Honorable Minister said, they are expensive, and consequently, if the country has to borrow, it clearly doesn't have the capacity. Therefore, can we make regulations which invite the private sector to invest in solar mini-grids, and what the state does is therefore pay for the electricity? That is possible. This has happened in many, many countries. Is it available here? Yes, it is. And we expect that if you've got 660 million people, approximately 60% of them would can get electricity through solar mini grids. And solar mini grids can be scaled up as time goes by. The challenge is, what is the rate at which you provide electricity to people? There is a political compulsion to provide electricity to households at prices which are no more than what urban consumers pay. But there is a possibility of a higher price for commercial consumers, because what do commercial consumers do, or they do now? They use diesel. And diesel electricity is expensive. Solar electricity plus batteries costs at least half, if not even less than that, of what diesel electricity does. Consequently, there is an opportunity for mini grid operators to charge commercial consumers somewhere in between these two prices, and therefore ensure that there is willingness to pay on the behalf of the consumer, the commercial consumer, and there is an adequate return which ensures that they are able to process their own investments. However, solar mini grids still will only work where there are densities of population. If the densities of population are less than 400 people per square kilometer, then we are looking really at standalone grids, standalone systems. Standalone systems would, we believe, be needed for at least 40% of the 660 million people we are talking about. In other words, there'll be a mixture of grid, there'll be solar mini grids will be another part of the mixture, so solar standalone systems will be a third part of the mixture. That's the only way that we can ensure that everybody in the world has access to electricity by 2030. It's doable, but we will need to get our houses in order.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay Mathur, for enlightening us with your considered views. May I now invite His Excellency Stefan Wenzel, Honorable State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Government of Germany. May I ask you, what kind of public-private partnership have helped to provide and enhance public services like health and education with improved energy access across Asia and Africa?
Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. And I think energy access is a very important point, and we should highlight it even at G20 and at the COP28, because we have with energy access one of the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were decided about in 2015 from the United Nations. And it has, and now we now have a lot of new technological possibilities you talked about also, because in the moment sometimes there were diesel electric solutions, and they are much more expensive than using a mini grid with solar. With a mini grid with solar, we can reach regions that never had a grid. Because a grid powered with a big power plant or whatever, coal, gas, or others, was in the whole system much more expensive than implementing a solar mini grid today. And that there must be find good solutions to highlight it on the international conferences, to look together for good finance system, and also for a framework, for an incentive which supports it in the local village, because it's. I think it's also, if you have the access to the energy, you have so much more possibilities. Not only you can charge your handy, that's the first thing, what's easy, but you have a lot of new jobs creating there, handcrafting, cooling possibilities to save vegetables or whatever, that find so much advantages, and on the same way you have a possibility for clean cooking too, their advantages. And so I think we must much more highlight it is on the international conferences and speak about special implementation financial services to reach all these countries and all these regions of the countries which not have already 100% access to electricity.
Thank you, H.E. Mr. Stephen Evanson.
One idea more, maybe, because it's discussed at the G20 summit tomorrow, but also at the COP28. We're talking about the goal. In the moment, we have about 350 gigawatt of new power plants all over the world, in all countries all over the world, and about 80% are already renewables. And now we discuss the goal to triple this, to build every year 1 terawatt new renewables. And that would be helpful also because if we talk about that, we have on the same item we have to talk about energy access. That would be helpful to support that at the summit here tomorrow and at the COP28 too.
Thank you so much. We have Mrs. Parminder Chopra, Director Finance, Power Finance Corporation, with additional charge of Chairman and Managing Director of Power Finance Corporation Limited. May I ask Mrs. Parminder Chopra, how can access to affordable and tailored financing instruments be improved to support renewable energy applications across sectors? What role can the Ministry of Finance and other banking and non-banking financial institutions can play, and how the government can reduce their burden to promote green finance?
Good evening, everyone. With focus on energy transition all around the globe, the goal is now to provide clean and green energy. To fund this energy transition, I think on each of the forum there has been a lot of discussions that how the funding can be provided. And everybody wants to understand how the sustainable financing can be made available to meet the SDG goal. The governments, especially if we talk in the developing nation, can't bear the burden alone. So, private sector investment needs to be channelized here. For this, but we need to address their concerns and provide them with the sufficient incentives. And importantly, the funding solutions adopted need to be for the longer run, on a sustainable basis and not as a one-time solution. For this, I would like to share my few thoughts with you on how we can leverage the available sources to the maximum extent. One possible approach could be to provide the blended financing. For this, we can have a nationwide some nodal agency that can collaborate with government and other institutional contributors for equity investment. This equity can be sought from climate financing agencies, multilateral agencies, sovereign wealth fund, and other financial institutions. This can be blended with the commercial funding from market. To make rising market debt more attractive, the governments can step into with the support and with a minimal financial burden. This can be done by offering of the government guarantees for raising of the commercial loans, allocating low-cost funds to this new fund, perhaps labeling it for the priority sector. And this being a social cause, I think directing some percentage of the corporate social responsibility funding can be channelized. If I talk in India, the size of the annual CSR funds are to the tune of 3 to 4 billion. So even 10% funding for providing the interest subvention could be a game changer. In parallel, we can also consider for creating a government-backed crowdfunding platform. So, generally, the concerns on this crowdfunding is about the usage. But with the government backing, we can address the usage and make it more effective. By pooling these sources, we can make available funds at a more competitive cost than what it is currently available. Through innovating financing solution, we can leverage the maximum available resources and that can create a multiplier effect and amplify the positive outcome of universal energy access. And I think we can collectively do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parminder Chopra, for invoking the collective wisdom and the collective efforts for universal access to electricity. We have distinguished panelist Mr. Rajesh Miglani, Senior Climate Business Specialist and Climate Anchor, South Asia International Finance Corporation. Mr. Miglani, may I ask you, in carrying out Universal Energy Access Program, how can government manage financial burdens? What policies and mechanisms could increase the possible sources of funding, both locally and internationally, public and private? And what would be the share or contribution from the various stakeholders involved?
Thank you very much. Before I talk about the possible ways to unlock the capital from the government perspective, just want to let you know that the World Bank Group, including IFC, we just concluded our inaugural set of country climate development reports, CCDRs, for 24 countries, and it's in the public domain. And CCDRs are essentially the diagnostic tool which examines the linkage between the development and the climate agenda and aims to inform government, citizens, development partners, and enable engagement on this particular topic. These are essentially report, and in one section of the CCDR report, we have pretty much captured the key short-term, medium-term, and long-term recommendations to unlock capital for the government, and highlighted the changes which is required in terms of the institution and policy reform. So it's very much there. So the key message which is emanating out of the CCDR is, as our panelists also said, that the public money is really scarce, right? And the countries which are grappling right now with high debt to GDP ratios, high inflation, there is no choice but to look out for the private sector capital, yeah? And here are my 4 suggestions. Of course, you can have a look at the CCDR, but the key messages which I just want to share with the audience in terms of unlocking capital from the government perspective are, number 1, I would say, we have to enable the PPP environment. So which means you have to swiftly act and establish a PPP unit and equip them with the right expertise for the project identification and work with the line ministries for the project procurement. And the perfect example for this is where Zambia, Senegal, Uzbekistan are working with IFC's Scaling Solar Program, and we have delivered 1 gigawatt of renewable energy through PPP, and under 1 gigawatt is under preparation again for African countries. So this has really worked out. And the secret sauce for this success was the standardization. Standardization means in terms of contractual terms, in terms of financial modeling, in terms of all important terms and consideration. I think the standardization really worked for this. Second, I would suggest we have to really strengthen our domestic financial institution. As one of the panelists rightly said, we have to provide the incentives to the local financial institutions to look into this universal energy kind of access kind of projects, which means you have to have priority sector lending. You have to include these type of projects under priority sector lending. You have to have different risk weight for these type of projects versus fossil type of projects. You have to have enabling environment and reduce the regulatory cholesterol, I would say, by creating risk sharing, credit enhancement, and blended finance, as you rightly said. That kind of environment has to come from the top. And microfinance institutions also have to be brought into this play. And what government can do, encourage them to show them the right product. So instead of open burning cook stove, of course these are energy efficient cook stoves and I've been hearing about them for the last 15 years. Why not induction stoves, which could fall under the category of white goods, and microfinance institutions would be more keen. Third, I would say the carbon finance ecosystem. And carbon finance after COP26, I think, is really picking up, and there's a traction from the carbon neutral companies to really look into buying from. And these are charismatic credits, for these, the solar pumps you say, or all these projects. So what I would recommend government to come out with a national rollout of say, induction stoves alongside solar mini grid. Because solar mini grid, as Dr. Mathur said, there would be some, impediments from the investors. But if you blend alongside this national induction program, and the feedback which I got, it's pretty much working in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, Laos, induction stoves are really working well. So why not club this and do a national rollout by inviting 5 global firms to participate? And of course, you have to do a lot of upstream work. It's not that easy, but this can be worked out. And finally, I would suggest government to come up with a universal energy access pipeline dashboard. We have a very good dashboard in India maintained by Invest India on the infrastructure pipeline. On the similar basis, if government can come up with the universal energy access pipeline dashboard for investors like us, where we can see, following the 3S principle, the size, the safe, and the simple one, the standardization. I think if these 4 simple points can be looked into by the government, probably we can move the needle towards achieving the universal energy access. Thanks.
Thank you all the distinguished panelists for such a productive and enlightening session. At the end of this panel session, we are 100% sure that we'll be able to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 7 to achieve the universal access to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy by 2030. Thank you all. Thank you so much. May I request all the panelists for a group photograph.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the second panel discussion on investments in renewable energy for agri-food and health. May I invite the panelists for the panel discussion 2 to kindly come up on the dais. The session moderator will be Ms. Gauri Singh, Deputy Director General, IRENA. The esteemed panelists for the session are Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, CEEW. Mr. Ravindra Dolare, President, Ecozen Solutions. Mr. Ashwin Pavade, co-founder, S4S Technologies. Mr. William Brent, CMO, Husk Power Systems. Mr. Amit Jain, Country Manager, NG. Ms. Luisa Matos, CPO and CIO, Clean Watts. and Mr. Praveer Sinha, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Power. I don't think he's here. Anji. May I request everybody to kindly be seated? I now hand over to the moderator, Ms. Gauri Singh.
Where the private sector. So good afternoon and welcome to the second panel, because this is where you will hear from the private sector what kind of business models exist, what are the kind of financing solutions we'd like to see in the distributed renewable energy to upscale the pace of deploying distributed renewable energy in our countries. With that, let me get the discussion started and first turn to Arunabha, who just yesterday launched a very important decentralized renewable energy compendium along with the Ministry of Renewable Energy. And my question to you, Arunabha, is that we all saw the case studies that you've done across 27 countries, but if you were to talk about insights, the key insights on financing which have worked, I think we'll all really gain from those insights.
Thank you, Ms. Singh, and thank you to Irina and of course to our hosts for this session. Let's get straight to the point. In the previous panel, we heard about this huge push for household electrification that India had. And if you convert the 28.6 million households that were connected to electricity in 18 months, basically what that meant was about 2,200 households were getting connected every hour, and about 4.5, 5 people per household. That's basically about 11,000 human beings who got access to electricity every hour over 18 months. Now, if you look at the number of people who don't have access to electricity, about the 700 million people, and the 7 years we have to get to 2030, and you do the back calculation, it effectively means that we have to get power to 11,500 people every hour for 7 years. So we have to do what India did in an intensive way over 18 months, and we have to do that globally over 7 years. So this 45 minutes that we'll spend, about 8,000 more people across the world should have got electricity. Otherwise, the run rate in cricketing terms keeps going up. Now, as Dr. Mathur also explained, then there is one part of it which will be the grid-connected push. And then there is the grid-interactive decentralized energy, and then there's the pure off-grid decentralized energy. In the report that we published yesterday as part of an official G20 study report, we at CEW looked at cases across more than 24 countries, about 30 cases, on how distributed renewables can bring access to electricity to people. But the question is not the different types of technology and business models that are out there. The question is, how do we get finance flowing in very innovative ways? So let me just very quickly outline for you some of those ideas. Number one, how do we leverage microfinance institutions? One of the things that we see is that while microfinance institutions might be there in many developing countries, what matters is not the cost of debt, but actually the tenure of debt. So our research at CEW shows that for loan tenures of less than 5 years, increasing it just by 1 year significantly improves the ability of these decentralized renewable energy entrepreneurs to repay the microfinance institutions. So how do we then help these last mile delivery institutions to get the support from the limited amount of public capital in order to be able to extend the debt tenures by a few more years? That's number one. The second most important mechanism we saw was the subsidized interest rates. Now in India, for instance, we see there's a solar looms mission, solar charkha mission. There's the Prime Minister's credit scheme for power loom weavers, etc. The point is, can we use schemes such as these to leverage the access to credit-linked financial assistance for solar-powered productive enterprises, particularly in the small, basic textiles, garment sector, again, which we see across the developing countries. This allows for, as Damilola also mentioned earlier, the place of work to get the power rather than the place of sleep, even though the place of sleep might be very close to the place of work. That becomes important. Third mechanism from an end user perspective is that the pay-as-you-go model allows for better orientation of the loan design to be designed alongside the kind of revenues that the households and the small enterprises have. So that staggered loan collection methods, actually, along with technology-enabled platforms, allows us to bring the digitalization story and the decarbonization and decentralization story much closer to the households and the enterprises. Fourth, the risk mitigation measures. We heard a little bit about this from the Power Finance Corporation. How we use first loss default guarantees with support of philanthropic foundations, multilateral development banks, and of course public finance from the home countries to deploy productive use applications, particularly in rural or farming sectors, for instance, solar irrigation. Fifth idea, revolving funds. How do we use the targeted funding support and then replenish this through a results-based financing framework where rural credit banks or small industries development banks can create this pool of funds. You pay out, once you're done, you take the payback and reinvest it in the next geography. And again, the catalytic role that philanthropic institutions can play becomes important. And finally, of course, the role of non-banking financial institutions, crowdfunding platform, venture capital and angel investments, especially in exploring the use of distributed renewables for livelihoods. So the point here is it's not either or. It's not just grid versus off-grid or grid versus decentralized. It's how do you play a complementary role. But unless you put the household, the small enterprise, the person at the center, we'll have this big gap between our policy pronouncements and ambition at one end and the actual deal flow and the actual volume of investment that flows on the ground. We at CEW in the last 2.5 years with our partners Wilgrow used a capital fund of $3 million and managed to get power to enterprises, enabled more than 11,000 productive use applications with 17,000 livelihoods enabled, 72% of the beneficiaries being women. If we could do that as a small experiment as nonprofits and social enterprise accelerators, it's very much possible that the power or the collective that we have in this room and in this building can be leveraged with that ambition in mind. 11,500 human beings have to get access to electricity every hour for the remainder of this decade. That's the ambition. There should be accountability against that ambition.
Thanks, Arunbha. I think it's really set the tone for this discussion, and we heard from the South African minister earlier that, while getting the fund flow for doing this is important, but so is the cost of capital, and we have to look at innovative ways of getting also the other actors, some of them already available in the country and some outside, involved in this huge endeavor that we have to take. It's not a small endeavor that we are looking at. And because we have some very interesting panelists who will bring out their entrepreneurial journey and their challenges, let me invite Mr. Ravindra Dolare, who's the president of EcoZen Solutions, to talk a little bit about his journey and what are the challenges he's facing as he moves towards sustainable cooling and in the agri-food zone.
Thank you very much. So we at EcoZen work in agri-food ecosystem with different solutions like decentralized solar cold rooms and solar water pumps. We have deployed this technology in India, Africa, as well as in Southeast Asia. However, while developing these technologies and working very close to the consumer, we have realized that there are many opportunities and hurdles into the entire ecosystem. And I will keep my thoughts very relevant to what we have experienced in last 10 years across different continents, and what kind of investment, financing, hurdles are there, opportunities are there, and how can entire ecosystem will support here to scale such technologies. So while working with different communities in India like farmers, farmer producer organizations, because we work very closely in agri-food ecosystem, we realized that right financing instruments are not available at this point of time into the ecosystem. When it comes to financing, from consumer point of view, they talk about affordable financing. And a lot of initiatives still need to be taken. So there are few ideas which we have tried on the ground to unlock this potential. And along with innovation, there was another talk in the last panel as well, the innovation in business model. And that is where it is very much required at this stage, not only innovative technologies, but also innovation into the business models. So one of the model that we tried and tested here in India as well as outside is pay-as-you-go model. And we realized that the initial cost of these DRE solutions from consumer point of view is a bit high, and how this can be made affordable to them. And the models like pay-as-you-go, that definitely have a good impact, and it make this type of technologies accessible and affordable to the community. Along with that, there are few instruments which are supportive into the ecosystem, that is subsidies and incentives. Even though they are not very well attractive because of complexity in the processes, but whatever subsidies and incentives are available, that gives kind of relief initially to adopt these technologies in different countries. One point highlighted by earlier speaker as well, one of the great initiatives taken in India at this point of time is subsidized interest rate. And like agri-infrastructure fund, which is currently very well practiced in India, this type of initiatives are actually supporting the DRE solutions like us to penetrate well to the end user and make these technologies accessible. However, we have very different experience in Africa. We have worked in both Eastern and Western African countries. And what we realized that there, the electricity is a big challenge. There is no access to electricity. And these technologies has to be very well accessible to the community. A few challenges we faced initially were the import duties and taxation rates are very high in these countries, and this makes these technologies completely unaffordable. So there, the collaboration between grant funding organizations, the financial institutions, and what is working for us very well is pay-as-you-go model into these countries. So, like investments are additionally needed to strengthen the whole ecosystem here, from policies to the capacity buildings. However, a collaborative approach like discussed in earlier panel discussion as well, that coming together the government policies, the financial institutions, and few innovations from DRE sector will definitely strengthen and overcome challenges that we are facing currently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've just been told that we'll probably need to, have the next session in about 15 minutes. But so I think all of us here would like to hear all the panelists, and so if we can just keep our replies, keeping that in mind. We have about 10-15 minutes left. William, I know that you've been giving some fantastic offers to countries who are willing to take it about getting mini grids based on biomass in. And I think it's important for the audience to hear what are the real challenges you're facing in being able to scale up with the biomass DRE.
Yeah, thanks, Gauri. So just to clarify, our mini grids that we build are primarily solar plus batteries, although some biomass gasification is also part of it. My answer will be more from an industry perspective than from the perspective of Husk Power. So I've been coming to many of these conferences for several years now, and with all due respect, none of the financial mechanisms that you're talking about that CEW has identified, they're not new, right? We've known about them for a long time. We've been talking about them for a long time. There's not a lot of innovation required from a financing perspective to actually mobilize the money that's needed. The reality is that the organizations that are supposed to be de-risking technologies like ours are not doing their job. They're not doing their job in the sense that they're not taking the risk. They're not doing their job in terms of deploying money fast enough. And they're also not doing their job in terms of pooling their capital. And they're creating an ecosystem which is impossible for companies like us to navigate in an efficient way. So I'm just going to keep it that simple. I think those are the things that need to be done. People need to do their job. The financing mechanisms are there. They just need to do it in a more efficient, efficient way, human resource efficient way, and actually deploy the capital that's there in a way that we already know how to do. Thanks.
No, thanks, William. I think that's really putting the ball very straight, and and I think it's a point well made. Let me turn to Mr. Ashwin Pawade, who's the co-founder of S4S Technologies, and get your views out, because I know you're also working in the agri-food sector. So maybe you also have seen how financing works or doesn't work, and it's good to get your views on that.
Thank you. Most of my points are covered by Ravindra. So because we are in the same segment, just to add to the points he made, we started to avail the finance from the NBFCs and microfinance, but the rates are exorbitantly high. And that's why we have to shift to banks. And banks were not very welcoming, typically the PSU sector banks. So, and we have to make the point, first we did the pilots along with various grants, foundations and government help. And once it is settled, then we again went back to the banks along with some of the proposals like having their risk covered with some of the mechanisms like interest subvention or subsidized schemes from various banks. And when we gave this proposal to them, they were welcoming, and we started working along with them, especially with the RRBs, which are typically neglected for the financing part for the DRE in a district level segments. And they are meant for that. The rural regional bank, who are especially the priority sector lending, they have to lend. They have the mandate, but the typical NPAs are so high that they are reluctant. So we did a tri-party agreement with bank, the beneficiary and us, that we will take care of the EMIs. And whenever the processing is not happening, because typically the food processing is a seasonal thing. In our case, we are into food processing of dehydrated products. So we have developed solar energy based systems which works on the renewable energy, solar energy, and dehydrate the food products like various vegetables, and these dehydrated products we sell to various markets. So to buy these dehydration machines, this financing mechanism we developed along with these RRBs, especially RRBs. So there, the scheme by NABARD, AIF, as Ravindra mentioned, helped us a lot, 3% interest subvention. Then there is specific scheme of PMFME, Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Industries, it gave back-end subsidy of 35%, but that was a comfort zone for banks, that almost 35% of their lending is covered by bank. So this kind of mechanism, if we can club in, it will be very helpful. Third thing, just if, as I mentioned, that there is seasonality in food processing, especially when we are using the renewable energy-based solutions. So our processing units are shut down in the monsoons for almost 3 months. And in this period, we have to pay the EMI on behalf of our beneficiaries. So we are taking the toll on our working capital. But because it's a small, we are working along with 2,500 women as of now, this is possible. But if we can make some kind of moratorium for 3 months or delayed payment or delayed EMIs, especially for the beneficiaries, especially rural women. So this kind of innovative things, which might not be very feasible from a standard banking point of view, but if this could be done, this will be very beneficial for the propagation of BRE in the rural segment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. I think it's a tough job being an entrepreneur, getting your solutions on the ground, getting the output from the farmers, but also arranging for EMIs and doing that kind of backup. So I think it really exemplifies what kind of challenges entrepreneurs in this space face. Let me bring in Ms. Luisa Matos from Clean Watts and get her quick insights into what your challenges have been in this space.
Thank you. So at Clean Watts, we are focusing on building energy communities. And to do this, we are combining digital technology with energy as a service and access to capital. And the part of the access to capital, we still have a couple of barriers if we want to scale this kind of business models that, by the way, are offering savings for end consumers from 20 to 30% lower cost on energy. We have been deploying communities, and we started with a program that was 100 villages addressing energy poverty at rural areas in Portugal. And in these cases, we know that we can't ask people to invest themselves in the PV plants. So what we do, we go and access the funding to private investors, but we have some barriers, some problems. One is the size of the project. So we are not talking about grid scale projects. And some of these infra funds, they look at really big projects. Then we have, when we look at each small community, we have the risk factor. Because even if we are creating a vehicle that will fund these projects, we'll have to put, for instance, a solar PV in a rooftop of a company or an entity there. And our investors, they want to check the risk of that company that is there. And that's another barrier that we have. So there is also uncertainty in terms of permitting. How fast can we actually have the permitting to start building and then selling that energy? So that's another barrier that is not helping when we are talking with bigger investments. Then we have this dual kind of investors. So we are looking at these infra funds that usually they come in when you already built the power plant, and we have the need for the working capital, because they come in when everything is already established and you are already able to build that energy for the community. So we have this problem, so the short-term access to the funding. So some of the suggestions that we would like to share here is to match actually these problems and see how we can combine some public support in some of these schemes that can help de-risk the investment and help us to accelerate the access to this kind of capital. So if we think about having like short-term public funding for the working capital, for instance, where we can actually then reuse this capital to build more and more and more communities. So this will help us to bring faster projects that are ready to be funded by bigger infra funds. So this is a suggestion, and also having the public support to take or de-risk the risk component of where we are actually building our power plants. So combining these two elements, I believe we can actually accelerate the growth of distributed renewables through local energy communities kind of projects.
No, thanks so much, Louisa. I think, you know, the role of public sector and how it can leverage private sector funding or at least de-risk some of the work that you're doing is definitely going to be important. And as we are drawing to a close to this panel, let me bring in Mr. Pillai into the conversation at the India Smart Grid Forum. I think you have seen and interacted with a large number of players and you know what the challenges are, and I think all of us would benefit from hearing about them.
Thank you very much. And this is energy access is something which is very close to my heart and could go on for hours or days to talk about it. But in the next 1 or 2 minutes, let me just talk about the new approach for that. So going back, I mean, we've been doing rural electrification from 1969 or something, but hundreds of thousands of villages were electrified. In 2003, Government of India defined the rural electrification in a different way. The original definition was one bulb. Just one bulb in a village was rural electrification. We changed that to 10% of the household should be electrified, all public institutions should be electrified. And that new program, when it was launched in 2003, Gujarat had about 17,000 plus villages which were not electrified. And the then Chief Minister of Gujarat, our present Honorable Prime Minister, he didn't accept that definition. He said, I want 100% villages to be electrified. Not only that, 100% of the villages to be given, the households to be given 24/7 electricity. They redesigned the program and segregated the feeder. The feeder which goes to the housing area of the village was given 24/7 electricity, and the one which goes to the farm area were given electricity for 8 hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So additional money for doing that was given by Gujarat government, and the 17,000 villages were electrified in a new way where all the houses were electrified. They were given 24/7 electricity. And many of the benefits which were actually perceived or thought about came in. Household income goes up because the day gets longer. 4 or 5 hours of extra hours people could do income generating activities. Children could study, all those things. Medical facilities came to the village. Vaccines and medicine could be kept in freezer. The investigation centers like X-ray, scanning, those things came to the... So people need not go to the nearest town to do simple things. And similarly, telecommunication. People could charge their mobile phone at home. Otherwise, they had to go to a different place to get it charged through diesel generating set or something. And photocopying centers, many other things, television, entertainment, all those things came. Repair shops, welding shops, all those things came in the village life changed. 2 years down the line, an impact assessment study was done by IIM and IRMA, 2 independent institutions. All this were achieved more than estimated at the beginning of the project, like household income went more than 30% in that 2 years. But one particular point which touched everybody's heart is the dropout rate of female students from school came down by 85%. Why? Because the girl students are pulled out from school to fetch drinking water from faraway places. And with 24/7 electricity, people invested in pumping stations, and drinking water was made available in the village right there. And that changed the entire villages in few years. That's a major socio-economic change which happened. And that was close to Prime Minister's heart. That's what exactly he is doing. As you heard in the previous session through Saubhagya, we connected almost all households, 99.9% of the household to the grid. If you ask, do they get 24/7 electricity? No, that's the next challenge, which we are hopeful that we can do through new technologies. So today, 20 years down the line, we don't need to segregate the feeder. There are digital technologies, new technologies in which we could achieve that. The project which Lucia mentioned about local energy communities, the local energy communities, part of them prosumers generating clean energy and sharing or trading with their peers on a blockchain platform in such communities, and the entire local community grid offering flexibility to the bigger grid is something which is a very unique thing which her company has done and demonstrated in 3 different geographies, in Portugal, in Finland and in UK. And that we have a session on that tomorrow, 10:45. local energy communities, 10:45 to 12:15 in the same room. And her project is being recognized an hour later in the award ceremony, and Clean Watts won the first award, prize for announcing it an hour earlier. It's a very, very, all the juries, I chair the jury panel for ISGAN, a honor which I've been doing for the last 5 years for the International Smart Grid Action Network. And all the juries, we have an international jury panel of 6 of them, all of them selected her project as first, which happened first time. And otherwise I used to conduct 3 or 4 jury meetings to come out with the highest marking. And 4 projects we are recognizing an hour from now in the main ballroom. Please come. I won't go, we have to stop it here. There are many new technologies we are in the forefront of new technologies being tried in the country, and 24/7 before 2030 in all the households in India will be possible. And those business models can be replicated in other developing countries as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think, you know, the insights that we've all gained, one thing definitely is for sure, that with access to electricity and also brings in development and consequences that you didn't even think, like having a dropout rate of the girl child go down in the schools by 85%. So I think this is also a call that we'd like to make from IRENA as we you know, build the campaign for empowering lives and livelihood and getting $1 billion for decentralized electricity, for productive use, for health and education, that it has to be part of the adaptation finance, and adaptation finance and development finance cannot be 2 different things. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. This brings us to the end of our high-level dialogue on access to energy. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you for a group picture, please? Thank you. Thank you, audience, for your attention.
India has made climate commitments in different global platforms, demonstrating its determination to combat climate change. The country is taking a leading role in several initiatives, including the adoption of renewable energy to shape the future, promoting sustainable transportation, fostering international collaboration through initiatives like International Solar Alliance, and providing financial support for transitioning from conventional to green technologies. These efforts have been complemented by the robust domestic actions aimed at ensuring reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy while simultaneously meeting its nationally determined contributions and reducing local air pollution. I have been talking since morning, you must have heard. Industrial sector ranks second in terms of energy consumption and emissions also. I gave the figure in the morning. Power sector, Indian emissions are about 1,147 million tons per year of CO2, whereas industry sector is about 700 and odd. It closely follows the power sector. As a developing nation, India is expected to witness a substantial increase in industrialization activities in the coming years. Given rapid urbanization and rising income levels, the manufacturing sector will continue to be a vital driver of the economy. This will significantly influence India's energy trajectory and greenhouse gas emissions also. The pressing need of the hour is, that's why, to develop breakthrough technologies that can decarbonize these challenging sectors. That's why it is called difficult to abate sector. A significant portion of the emission reduction in industries will come from carbon capture, utilization, and storage. In my estimate, the CCUS promises to address about 54% of the industry-related emissions. Niti Aayog report, which was published about 6 months back, will act as an enabler of clean hydrogen economy, facilitating the shift from gray-black to the blue hydrogen to green hydrogen, and expedite the growth in demand, establishing the necessary technologies and infrastructure for hydrogen production, storage, and transportation. Technologies like for carbon capture and sequestration, I am talking now, technologies like physical and proximity of industrial sector. As of now, the major portion of the cost, about 70 to 75% of the total carbon capture, utilization, and storage cost is shared by carbon capture step. The R&D in capture technologies is the need of the hour for reducing the cost from presently about $50 per ton to less than about $25 per ton of carbon dioxide equivalent, such that the industrial uptake of CCUS path becomes a viable option. The conversion of carbon dioxide so collected, so captured, into usable chemicals and products can drive economic development and add value and contribute to the attainment of various sustainable development goals, including the production of environmentally friendly materials like green aggregates, green ammonia, methanol, ultimately leading to the development of green energy solutions. It is crucial to develop and implement a strong and efficient policy framework for CCUS that specifically caters to key industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, chemicals, and petrochemicals. This will facilitate the successful implementation of viable and large-scale projects across the entire value chain. So an integrated energy framework involving carbon pricing and taxing is the need of the hour to build public procurement programs that favor low-carbon products or ensure guaranteed minimum price for products generated from CCUS-equipped operations, along with CO2 tax credits, can provide the foundation of a level playing field for investors. Presently, initiatives have been taken in India and across the globe to decarbonize steel sector. India is also doing it, the same journey, where application of CCUS in steel production plants, utilization of hydrogen as a reducing agent,
and clean power for captive generation are some of the proposed routes. Clean energy ministerial and mission innovation platforms can play a crucial role in overcoming these barriers to decarbonization of the industrial sector, which is not only for steel, but anything which is energy intensive, like aluminum, like mining, like any other sector where the industries which are consuming a lot of power and emitting a lot of emissions. These platforms bring together governments, private sector organizations, and other stakeholders to accelerate the development and deployment of the clean energy technologies. Among them is CCUS. This translates to effective collaboration and knowledge sharing opportunities, as well as opportunities for mobilization of public and private sector finances. By combining these resources, expertise, and network of both the public and private sectors, various collaborative efforts can foster innovation, accelerate technology development, and drive the deployment of next generation technologies for industry decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saraswat. May I now call upon His Royal Highness Abdul Aziz bin Salman Al Saud, Honorable Minister of Energy, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
As you wish.
Thank you very much indeed. And just after what you have said, the remain is leftovers for me. But I would just want to make sure that we're driven by, again, I would keep repeating it. That's why you would see me rotating around the rooms. Circular carbon economy concept make you rotate around the rooms. It gets you to do lots on reduce. It does let you do more on reuse and recycling and remove. And therefore, carbon sequestration is a pillar, is a main pillar for us as a hydrocarbon producer to really walk the talk, because without which I think we are just putting, as I said earlier, a PR stunt as opposed to trying to put forth an exemplary act upon which one can build the case that the world requires all sorts of energies, including those that have not yet been invented, that we stand a better chance collaborating collectively at all levels in attending to the mitigation issue primarily because it is the one that would attend to climate change. And we will target all greenhouse gases using every tool in the kit that is in existence today, work collaboratively to bring about new tools to that kit, because the world requires to attend to these three trilemmas issues that it has been daunting on everybody, and I have to say it, especially when I'm in India, that whatever we do, we really have to be watchful on the issue of energy security, attend to energy poverty, and make sure, again, that we attend to climate change. None of these can be sacrificed against the two others. No one of them should be more supreme. The three have to be attended to simultaneously, because I honestly believe without energy security, without economic sustainability and attending to energy poverty, I fail to see how can we achieve what we are all aspiring for in terms of achieving and attending to climate change. This is not a speech about going around the bushes It is about making it as good as it gets, as clear as it gets. We need that real serious look at a real mirror. What we are doing now, what we will be doing in the future. It is not a race about who fares better, because climate change is a global issue. Whoever fixes his part of the work cannot, should not rest asleep, because it could come to you from a different part of the world. So what we are doing with regard to decarbonizing, we're doing all of the above. Physically, we're spending money on a hub that will handle, as a first stage, somewhere around 9 million tons, and will go to about 44 million tons by 2035. This is not the end of our aspiration. It will be one, and hopefully amongst more if we need to. We're working on air capture because we want to do the whole thing and complete. We will do carbon sequestration and sequestration in the eastern province, because we have the right aquifers, and they are not oil reservoirs. No, they are naturally created aquifers. And by the way, we are in talk with the UAE. We shared this idea that we have such amount of aquifers, empty aquifers. Again, lucky we are gifted, so we're willing to open the idea, we're open to the idea that if people would like to export their CO2, we would host that CO2 and we look after it and deposit it in an empty aquifer. It could have stayed there for the rest of, until the end of Judgment Day. So we might as well make use of it if it is going to be used. In the western side of the country, because we don't have these facilities and we don't have these natural gifts, we're talking about, as Your Excellency was saying, sequester and utilize. And we have the CEO of SABIC here, Abdurrahman. He can tell you exactly what we are doing with CO2. The sequestration also, in case people don't know about it, if you have got the methane and if you have got the sequestration, you really can move and produce clean hydrogen. Clean hydrogen will be a third of our aspirational goal when it comes to how much we could produce of hydrogen, or blue, but now we're going to call it clean, because it is clean, it is polished. It is clean because of carbon. Well, we do a lot of, that's why, we bond a lot with our friend from India. Because we address the same question. But people need to be relaxed and need to be attentive. It is so easy to pull up, a PR stunt. It is always nice to have some kind of flary statements. And it is not nice to try to categorize people, the faithful, the unfaithful, the half-cooked faithful, which is somewhere in between, and when people need to be moved. I think it is an issue that needs to be honestly attended to, carefully attended to. We cannot, again, do all of the above alone. No one can do all of the above alone. Commingling, I just finished a hydrogen event. I asked that if we can host an event on hydrogen that will encompass governments, stakeholders of all the bits and pieces of the value chain of the private sector, technology developers, off-takers, whatever it takes, think tanks, exhibitors to exhibit their technologies. We need to bond. We cannot afford working in silos. If I ever succeed in doing anything in this event, I'm just trying to trigger people's mind, think again. None of these global issues will be attended but through global solutions, without which we will end up being in silos. Silos never help the world. Silos will never deliver good. So as focusing on one source of energy and without which we cannot think, I don't think it is the right approach. We will not do it. But we want to prove to the world that we will be a country to reckon with when it comes to green hydrogen, when it comes to clean hydrogen, when it comes to our own energy mix. We will put effective even next year. We have tendered 16 gigas actually, this year and last quarter, by end of this year and last the 22 quarter. We will go 20 giga a year, respective 24. Check our tenders. We have committed ourselves that no conventional gas utilities will be built without a commitment that it would be sequestered. Check our tender papers. It is not a fancy speech. It is this there, out there in the open, and you could check it. We want to be the exemplary, responsible hydrocarbon producer, because we have been. And I would like you to check our number. When scope 1, scope 2, we stand to compare ourselves with the who's who when it comes to low CO2 emission, when it comes to methane emissions. So if we are to be challenged, we can do collectively a validation process whereby I can guarantee you that some faces will be pale compared to what we will show as Saudi Arabia. So no, we, I believe, are number one when it comes, or number two when it comes to CO2 emissions per barrel, not per capita, and or on a BTO basis. We are number two actually even in methane, including the new number of the IEA, which is erroneous, and we are going to be with our friend from France using French technology to prove that CAPSERC had attended to prove to them that they were wrong, and we are still number two when it comes to methane emission, maybe second or third, but certainly it is only Denmark and Norway ahead of us. So if this is not, doing what you're preaching, I don't know. Again, I'm sorry for taking so much time, but this is near and dear to us. We are working also on carbon capture. So we're doing all of the above. Because again, our story will continue to be that we will demonstrate that we are doing all of the above. The whole world needs to do all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to take from where I had stopped, because I forgot to mention a very important initiative which has been taken by one of our power company, NTPC, and the CMD of that, she is sitting here. They have the first one in our country who have done carbon dioxide capture from a thermal power plant. After capturing, convert using the solar hydrogen, so-called green hydrogen, the solar hydrogen, they have combined with carbon dioxide and they are producing 10 tons per day of methanol. So India has already started its journey where thermal power plants, which are not so much known for excessive emissions, actually they are on the lower side of the emission scale. If we can do it for thermal power plants, I am sure you can do it for steel, you can do it for cement, you can do it for refineries, and you can do it for all. So the journey is in carbon capture, either directly from the source or from air. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, and I really liked you bringing up the energy trilemma, if I may call it, of security, affordability, and sustainability. And, just really underlining the point of collaboration and leading by example. May I now call upon Mr. Seong Zhu, Deputy Director General, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to give the keynote address.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, I would like to start by thanking the government of India for the excellent collaboration throughout the G20 and the CEM presidency, and for their commitment to highlight heavy industry as a priority in advancing energy transitions and tackling climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the industrial sector accounts for 40% of the global total final energy consumption. Two materials alone, steel and cement, account for about 15% of global direct CO2 emissions. And demand for these materials will increase by 30% for steel and 45% for cement by 2050. This growth will be reinforced through the deployment of technologies enabling the energy transition. Evidence the growth will be reinforced through the deployment of technologies enabling the energy transition. Evidence is clear that it is imperative to decarbonize heavy industries and slash emissions by 90% by 2050 to stay aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. To achieve that, we need $26 billion annually for cement and steel alone. Today, we are still far from realizing this investment, let alone the emission reductions. We need to work together to facilitate the low-carbon transformation of industry and overcome the challenges to unlock investment. Both the global nature of the industrial sector requires a joint effort by government, private industry, and civil society to create a policy environment that will support the transition to low-carbon technologies and provide market transparency for green products. The lack of regulatory certainty creates difficulties for industry and erodes the case for investment. We need policy alignment with net zero goals. For example, energy efficiency policies, which exist in many countries, should align with the level of ambition of net zero and drive industry towards the best available technologies. We need international agreed definition for what no and net zero emissions should mean for steel and cement. We need harmonized approaches to how emissions are measured and reported between regions and also within them to enable manufacturers and buyers to clearly differentiate high and low carbon products. Second, many promised low carbon technologies are not yet deployed at the full production scale. And these are the technologies that will produce low carbon fuels and inputs. International technology collaboration and knowledge exchange must play a central role in accelerating the low carbon transition for industry. This applies to both currently available decarbonization options like energy efficiency, the electrification of fuel-based processes, and the renewable energy expansion, as well as those in need of commercially scaling, such as green hydrogen and the carbon capture utilization and storage, CUIs. Finally, investment in clean technology, infrastructure improvement, and the skill. Private sector can play a key role in triggering this investment. They need a clear market signal. They need the standards, access to finance, particularly for developing countries, and emerging economies to deploy low carbon and traditional technologies continue to pose a problem. The cost of private capital for renewables and the low carbon projects can be 2-3 times more expensive in emerging economies than the equivalent financing in developed economies. Investment in emerging technologies are typically viewed as high risk, and the funding available from the public sector and the multilateral development banks is insufficient to make a dent in the capital required for the global transition. Through the Clean Energy Ministerial Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, IDDI. UNIDO is working with the government and the private sector to tackle issues related to demand and standards. And we will continue to work with you all to make sure we have a clear pathway to standard by COP28. I see big opportunities and a gap for the global community to come together to bring a pipeline of PEP project by 2030. I would like to invite you all to work with us through the call to action we are published today to build momentum and now in financing and leverage private capital for industrial decarbonization in lead up to the Climate Ambition Summit in September and the COP28 in December. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to mobilize financing for low-carbon industrial transformation and tackle the needs of developing and emerging economies, in particularly to address the issue that between energy security, energy poverty, and the crisis on climate change. I'm confident that through dialogues such as this, with exchanges between policymakers, industry, and civil society, we can develop a joint vision to get markets toward net zero targets. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zhu. I think we'll have a small change in the layout now. I'll request the next panel, to join us. Thank you. We're going to be having two panels of about 30 minutes each. Sorry for the confusion. I request the panelists to join us on stage as I announce your name. I think that was a much needed, energy breaker we needed after lunch. May I request His Excellency Stefan Wenzel, State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Government of Germany. He's already joined us on stage. Mr. Nagendranath Sinha, Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Shri Abhay Bakre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Mr. Franck de Rosière, Assistant Deputy Minister of Strategic Policy and Innovation, Natural Resources Canada, Government of Canada. Your Excellency, Mr. Stefan Wenzel, if I may just ask you, carbon contracts for difference will give companies the investment security they need. Do you expect to see a spurt in technological breakthroughs and advances in the near future from that? And how can the CEM and MI platform, the CEM Mission Innovation Platform, be leveraged to circumvent some of the barriers obstructing deep decarbonization of the industrial sector, with a special focus on the hard-to-abate industries? Hard-to-abate industries, steel, coal, mining, concrete.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your invitation and your question. First of all, I would like to say that this decade is decisive for setting the tracks to achieve net zero industry in 2050. We must start now. And we must start even with these industrial sectors where it's not so easy. Steel making, for example, parts of chemical industry, but also backup power plants for our electricity nets, for example, thinking about aviation and shipping sector. And we For us in Germany, for example, the CO2 price, the ETS, the emission trade system, is a core system to reach this goal, because it's a very efficient economic tool to reach our goals, and because it's a clear economical sign to all actors on the market. And on the other hand, we are working on a Klimaschutz, Climate Action Support Program, Task Force Program, and we're using this carbon contracts for difference to get the company who is investing in a new technology the security that the investment could be financed over a period of about 10 or 15 years. And that might be in this combination of ETS and special financing programs, we can reach our goals. And we, for example, in the moment, we are here with 4 big companies producing steel in Germany, discussing this and discussing all financing about important projects of common European interest programs. That's a European program, and that is one important part. And on the other hand, it's necessary to say that a good framework, a European framework, a national framework, but also good cooperation with our international and global partners is very important, because we have supply chains, we have off-takers, we are an exporting country, and so we want to have a reliable international framework.
Mr. Bakri, we have diverse international regulations. Right before in the keynote, the DDG spoke of harmonization of standards. There are, the disparity is immense. How is the government tracking and evaluating the progress of heavy emitting industries towards net zero emissions? And what is the roadmap that we're really outlining to ensure that the challenges that so exist today could be addressed in a manner that they could be achieved in one shot, and not, let's see as it goes year to year?
Yeah, so when we talk about the different policies, let's have a very clear understanding that we are talking about decarbonizing. So anything which can lead to reducing emissions, we can take it as a very clear pathway for all our industries, especially what we talk about steel, cement, chemicals, etc. Now, in terms of standards, etc. So, in every industry, because whenever there is a new investment, and in particular like a country like India, which is a developing country, if a new steel facility is set up, or even there is an expansion to the existing facility, we are going to have a decision. Do we have to invest in the existing technology, or do we need to invest a little more to get something tomorrow's technology, or maybe something which can perhaps serve a much higher amount of reduction in the emissions, and perhaps it will be much higher investment. But from government side, if we are in a position to give a clear trajectory, and that's what Government of India is trying to do, whether it's a Paris target of 33% emission intensity, or a Glasgow target of 45% emissions. So, because every industry sector would like to have a clear trajectory, not for a couple of years, but at least for the next decade or beyond, so that the investment portfolio is clearly aligned the kind of technology which is likely to benefit for the trajectory which they are aiming. They can always invest in a better technology which can surpass the trajectory. But the kind of policies which Government of India has put, that not only giving a 3 to 4 years targets, so these are the targets which we are going through giving the industry. So each industry, whether it's of a slightly older technology, of current technology, we are trying to give them targets, and in that process, the industry can also see what is the kind of trajectory in the coming 2 decades the sector is going to have for the country like India. And then they can find out what are the opportunities. So, while the bottom line is to reduce emissions, it can happen through various various opportunities, whether it's a reduction in energy use, or it could be fuel switching, it could be technologies like carbon capture we just now discussed about. So all these things, the standards that will be in place, both in terms of the kind of products, the embedded emissions, the kind of technologies, and also the produce which is being procured either through government procurement policies or any other corporate or any major infrastructure procurement. All these things have to align with the overall country's emission targets, and that's where the government of India is actually planning the policies to make sure that industry is taking a right decision for investment, and to make sure that the industry whole as a sector can lead to a decarbonized pathway to meet the overall targets for the country. Yeah, thank you.
Just a question. There's a lot that Canada is doing. You know, you've got the Net Zero Accelerator, the Clean Fuel Funds, the Canada Growth Fund. There's investment, tax credits for CCUS. What are some of the newer tools that you're exploring for financing and, trying to get that, that investment security and direction so that that trajectory that Mr. Bakre was talking of can be envisioned by the investors?
It's noting that you did your homeworks to research what we do. What is new? I guess what we've paid particular attention lately is to be really deliberate in terms of laying out the pathway to attract investment. So I wouldn't say it's a single measure, but maybe there's some of the measures which we feel will make a difference. And it starts, and we just heard from our colleagues from Germany and India, like laying out that pathway, that expectation is a very important thing for those capital-intensive industries who have long cycle time to. So being able to, as we did in our most recent climate plan, a very detailed sector-by-sector expectation for steel, for oil and gas, for chemicals, for aluminum, for pulp and paper, to say, here's what exactly are we expecting from those industries over time, we feel is something that is essential in order to drive this kind of multi-billion-dollar investments. And then we looked really at 4 principal tools to get the job done. The first one is carbon pricing, which in the case of Canada, it's $65 a ton, ramping up to $170 a ton by the year 2030, so pretty significant in terms of market pull. There's a compelling business case to reduce emissions, because there's real money there, 2030. So it's a pretty immediate. And there's certainly a strong interest by those industries to secure those credits and the value out of it. A second measure is around investment tax credit. You mentioned a few. We've announced 5 of those in the last budget around CCUS, hydrogen, clean tech manufacturing, all of which are geared toward, again, creating the right incentive structure for firms to commit a significant amount of capital. The third one is around CCUS. For many of those RTB industries, CCUS is actually a critical technology. We happen to be in that business for quite some time, and we're really familiar with it. But we want to really create the attractiveness to do this at scale. So the tax measure is one, but also making sure that we are able to have a clear and well laid out strategy that speaks to all of the toolkit that we have. Will be released very shortly, in a couple of months. And just for awareness, we have a number of large-scale projects that are in the queue. Canada's already 5 of the top 20 projects in the world. But we have the oil and gas producing companies who've got together. It's called the Pathway Alliance. And they're looking to commit something in the order of $16 billion to decarbonize the sector and sharply reduce their emissions. We also have projects on the go for concrete that are coming, another $1.5 billion. So pretty sizable projects that are happening. And the fourth and last area where we've devoted time and effort is around having some of those pools of capital to get some action going. They've got different names: Strategic Innovation Fund, $8.5 billion, and the Canada Growth Fund, another 15. And there we're really using more of a targeted approach to decarbonize specific industries. Take aluminum. Probably you and a few colleagues around the table have iPhones in their pocket. Well, guess what? This is made of Canadian aluminum, all of you. And the reason being is that we have developed technologies with the producers to have a net zero aluminum that is now being broadly distributed. So Apple was one of those happy customers. But guess what? There's a lot of customers out there who want to have a low carbon footprint in terms of their products they sell. whether it's airplanes or other such things. We are doing the same thing for steel. So again, net zero steel is what we're working on with the industry, so that Canada can be branded as the lowest cost and lowest carbon producer in those industries. And we hope to make those targeted investments for hydrogen as well, to again have very low carbon intensity hydrogen for export markets. So these are the kind of solutions. So not necessarily one thing, but a combination of measures who do the trick, we hope.
Thank you, Frank. But I think, luckily for me, we have an absentee, and I didn't have follow-up questions, but I'm going to use this liberty to just ask you one follow-on question, because I think the topic of innovative financing is something that needs to really be highlighted, and the effort that's really going in. And so just, the same question for all three gentlemen over here is, other than financing, is there, if you could, speak on that as well, and also talk of what is being done to accelerate deployment of technologies through other measures. Frank just highlighted 4 right now. But other than that, what are you doing in terms of accelerating deployment in your 2 particular geographies? And from your perspective, I think you provided a great overview, but what are some of the barriers that you see, in the hard-to-abate sectors? You already spoke of net zero steel, but I think it's a long road ahead. And how do we really accelerate, that progress that we really want to see? So I'll start off with you, Stefan.
I think, for example, I talked about the meaning of frameworks and international cooperation, because no country, even maybe the biggest ones, have the whole supply chain in their country, but most have part of the supply chain or part of the off-takers if they're exporting. And so our Chancellor mentioned the project of a climate club. The idea was that we come together with all nations would be interested in decarbonize their industry, would be interested in an international framework, and we all have different regulation systems. And we have also in the Paris Agreement, it was a masterpiece of the French presidency. And one piece was the national determined contributions, where we have the stockpile, the big stockpile now, to see what the different nations did in the last 5 years. But it is national determined. And now we would like to talk in the Climate Club about the different ways the Japanese, Canada, or India, or Germany, or other countries reach the Paris goals, and how we can compare it. Every nation has another way to achieve their goals. But if we can see what's similar in the way to reach the goal, then we can, for example, have a definition for what is green steel. If we have an off-taker, an automotive company, or whatever, who said, our customers, they asked me for a carbon-free car. How can I build this car, and how can I maybe buy steel in Canada and then say, my customer, yeah, I'm sure. They have a good certification system, and I bought the Canadian steel, and so you got a car, and it's climate neutral. And so we can work together in the supply chain, and that is the idea of this climate club, to come to an international framework about such things.
Thank you. I liked your explanation of the NDCs as a public progress report card. And just if in a couple of minutes you could address the questions I'd asked.
Yeah. So the question is regarding how to accelerate the technology deployment. Again, if I see the country like India, there are a lot of expansion happening. As I mentioned, the steel production capacity will almost double from, say, something around 150, 160 to something around 300 by 2030. So to make the choices, of course, the bottom approach is that the industry should have some kind of a confidence that the available technologies are really doable, If they want to invest, they should get the benefit what is deserved. And on the other hand, to reduce the cost of those technologies, because unless there is a scale, we need to get the scale, so there have to be first demonstration projects, and when there is a scale, then only the cost will come down. But till such time, we can ask for many other incentives, like we are coming out with some kind of a technology demonstration interest subvention scheme. That's very kind of a low cost of finance. And the other important thing is about the carbon market. So India has now announced the carbon trading scheme, which will be almost like a ETS, where you can have a very clear distinction if those technologies which can save carbon emissions much higher than the business as usual, then they are going to get sufficient carbon credits, which can at least partially reduce the cost of those technologies. So these are the interventions we believe. Yeah, thank you.
So 3 things comes to mind. The first one was just described by my colleague from India, demonstration project. That actually was a bit of a weak spot we felt in terms of our financing scheme in Canada, so we tried to correct that. The other 2 aren't too sexy, but we think are yet quite important, and it was referenced just earlier, this issue around harmonization of standards. I'll take the simple example of hydrogen. We've all heard of the funny colors going on, like purple, pink, gray, green. It gets utterly confusing, and for countries like us who aspire, and we had a session just prior, we are looking to have large-scale production, trade, and use of hydrogen. This cannot work, obviously. Trying to figure out which molecule is this color and combination of colors is just utterly unworkable. So if we really want to build up world markets at scale, we have to agree on carbon intensity standards, making sure that this is well laid out, a certain quantity per unit of production, so that we can trade it, again, by large quantities, and we don't have to second guess each other in terms of what exactly is the carbon intensity. So this is the kind of work that is being done at G7 and other circles, but is all too important. And the third and last one I would note is around government procurement. That could be actually a very powerful way to trigger action in having those first customers who actually are sizable customers. We're the largest landlord in Canada, and I imagine most of your governments are too. And if you have those governments who suddenly are willing to commit, that can make a difference for concrete, for steel, for so many other products. So that's something we heard loud and clear from industry, and we're working on it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think the message is quite clear. You know, that's how, our German counterpart here, Mr. Stefan Wenzel, His Excellency, said that we need to start now. We need to start across sectors. You need special financing programs. Mr. Bakre, you really underscored the need for clear direction, having a trajectory out there and not having a single measure. I think just, the sheer mention of having a sector-by-sector outlook, a detailed analysis of what's required. And I think moving on to the not-so-sexy aspects of, harmonization of standards. But I think to sum it all also, the need for green procurement. And with that, I'm going to have to, in a very rushed manner, cut short this panel so that we can move on to a second one. And I thank you for your presence here. I will now request our second panel to please join us as I call upon your name. Mr. Abdul Rahman Al Faghi, Chief Executive Officer, SABIC. Mr. Joseph McMonigal, Secretary General, International Energy Forum. Mrs. Gauri Singh, Deputy Director General, International Renewable Energy Agency. Robert Wilt, Chief Executive Officer, Madan. Mr. Thomas Guillot, CEO, Global Cement and Concrete Association. Ms. Annie Heaton, CEO, Responsible Steel. Dr. Anita Gupta, Scientist and Head, Energy and Innovation, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India.
Divya Sharma, Executive Director of Climate Group India. I'm loving the number of women on this panel. If I may start with you, Mr. Abdul Rahman. You're committed to leading low-carbon energy solutions to the mainstream, and you've already utilized a lot of international multi-party collaboration to that effect. What public-private efforts can be undertaken to build a pipeline of next-generation technologies?
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, I'm very happy to be among this distinguished panelists here to discuss these critical issues. And as per His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, I think everything has been said, so the leftover is going to be distributed among all of us. But let me take this into 3 pillars here. Actually, the word of the collaboration that we held, it has to be the secret for the decarbonization in the industry. And the collaboration, I mean here, by the governments, by the industry, and by the individual companies. And if I started by the governments and the role of the governments in this, and to build, the robust pipelines for the decarbonization for the industry, it is very important, it is very crucial, it is actually the starting point that it should be done in terms of setting up the right regulations, setting up the right incentives for the decarbonization, and putting the right measures for the taxation, as well as for the flow of the trade of the industry in this. And if I may say, the commitment is an important part for the governments, and we have said and have, heard a lot of, commitments from the government delegations here, whether in the hydrogen, session or here in the industry decarbonization. And these commitments is another, words that it has to be distributed among all the states and the countries to make a commitment for the industry decarbonization. And I can say the Saudi Arabia has proven that commitment by, during the G20 presidency in Saudi Arabia in the year 2021, the Majesty the King, the custodian of the two Holy Mosque, King Salman, has announced the circular carbon economy. And I think this is one, if it's not the best solution for the decarbonization, it has to be, circulated, and it has to be circulated as an economic, and it has to be put into business cases for the industry to be done. So the commitment is there, and the good thing is in that G20 summit in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that has been approved by the total G20, that approach, which is good. In terms of the industry also has a major role in this, to collaborate all together and to make sure that there is a good collaboration in the innovation and the technology, as well as in the making sure the availability and affordability of the decarbonization as a business cases. And I can give an example how SABIC is doing this. We are part of what we call it the low carbon emission technologies, and this kind of gathering is almost, we started as 10 companies of world global chemical companies we started, and now I think we reach almost 20, 25. And the role of this council is to make sure that, we collaborate all together. We started as SABIC by that collaboration. We work very closely with the PSF in Germany and Linde to make sure that we have a technology for the electrification of the crackers, which is the most consumer of the energy in the industry. And by electrifying the crackers and improving that technology, I think will have a significant, reduction in the carbon. And if I come to the individual company like SABIC, we have started in 1976, actually as a capturing, the carbon dioxide emission in the world. And I think we started by developing a technology to capture the CO2, not only to capture the CO2, but to purify that CO2 in the way that it can be used into the desalination, as well as in the food and beverage chain. And now we have the largest CO2 capturing plant in Jubail in Saudi Arabia, capturing more than 500,000 tons of CO2 per annum. And we are going to continue by capturing at least 2 million tons in the next 10 years, actually before the year 2030, to capture another 2 million tons per year of carbon dioxide. So all these efforts, these are the rapid pipelines. It is the government, it is the industry, as well as the individual companies.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Faqih. I've just been informed by the organizers to stick to a certain time limit, so therefore, unfortunately, I'm going to request everyone to please restrict yourselves to under 4 minutes. Otherwise, I'll have colleagues holding up placards threatening me over there. So, Mr. Joseph McMonigal, international partnerships will be an essential component of developing the low-carbon economy. They're going to provide offtake certainty, enable the scale we need. Now, what are some of the innovative mechanisms you envision at IEF that can encourage through these partnerships that we're purporting to be the linchpin for success to address these challenges and really accelerate the process?
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here and an honor to be invited to participate with this panel. Let me just commend our 2 previous panels, because I think it left me with a lot of optimism about not just the level of commitment, but you heard real practical, concrete, if I may, policies that are being put in place. I mean, the whole green procurement that our colleague from Canada talked about, I think is very innovative. And so hats off to those governments that are doing all that, and I might add they're all IEF member countries, so we're pleased with that. The IEF just concluded about an 8-month series of roundtables, global energy dialogue roundtables on the energy transition, and also with an eye on the energy crisis. And we held them all over the world, from Africa to Latin America to Europe and the Americas. And I think one of the permeating points or themes that came from those discussions, I mean, there were a lot, but I think for this panel, one was on really optimism, I think, and confidence that technology and innovation will continue to accelerate. And also that the costs for these new technologies like CCUS, like hydrogen that we talked about in the other panel, and storage, by the way, is another area, that those costs are going to decline rapidly over the next decade. And in these roundtables, we had a lot of engineers and technologists and policymakers and people from think tanks. So I think we had a very informed group of people bring this to the table. So I think that's important to note. But the technology solutions that I think are crucial for us to double down on are for the industry to decarbonize our carbon management and the circular carbon economy innovations that His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz talked about. And really the hard to abate third of the global energy mix is not hard to abate by choice or stubbornness of industry leaders, but really for good reason. The energy transition policy cannot escape the laws of physics and permitting procedures. So I think we have to recognize that as policymakers and take steps to, again, create the incentives and the different policies to encourage movement and action in this sector. So at the IEF, we do a lot with our member governments, who you just heard from in the previous panels, but we're also working very closely with industry. We hosted 2 very high-level CCUS roundtables. We'll do another one as well to explore areas of cooperation, not just among governments, but among various industry players. And so I look forward to hearing more from our other colleagues on the panel today as well.
Thank you, Joseph. My next question to you, Mr. Wilt. How do you tackle the dilemma of shareholder profitability versus the responsibility to the planet for achieving a low-carbon economy?
That's a great question. And I was reflected on that exact topic as I was listening to the first two panels and our colleagues here. And the dilemma is who is going to pay for it. So if Ma'aden is the Saudi Arabian mining company, we are basically 68% phosphate, 25% aluminum, then gold and base metals. So first of all, my shareholders have not given me relief on a return because of the expectation to be an ESG champion. They've told me to be an ESG champion and to be carbon neutral by 2050, but there's been no relaxation on the expectation of rate of return or return back to the shareholders. Customers. My biggest customers are farmers in India, farmers in Brazil, farmers in Southeast Africa. I already am very cognizant of the cost of my fertilizers to farmers in those countries. I measure affordability on a weekly basis. There's no way I can raise prices to farmers to pay for this. We talk about incentives from the market. We are currently the largest exporter of blue ammonia in the world. We export about 138,000 tons. I don't get one premium for that. We talked about a premium, we talked about Apple iPhones being green aluminum. There's no premium for the green aluminum. All told, McKinsey tells us it's going to take $300 trillion to convert and make the energy transition and be carbon neutral by 2050. We've got to figure out how we're going to pay for it. And I've yet to hear a solution. All the incentives the government offers are basically a tax on somebody else. So I hate to be cynical. I hate to ruin the mood. But as a business leader with the responsibility to provide shareholder returns and fulfill my expectation to be a good global citizen, we've got to figure out how we're going to pay for it. And it's going to be shareholders are going to have to take less, customers are going to have to take more. Guys like us are going to have to take cost out of our system, not just innovation in terms of energy efficiency, but innovation across the board so that we can generate positive returns by being more productive across the map. So we talk about all of the above solution. It's all of the above are going to have to feel some level of sacrifice from what we're currently enjoying in terms of returns, prices, et cetera, to pay for this.
I think that was quite candidly put, and I can't say that, there's nobody in the room who doesn't echo that thought. My next question to you, Mr. Guillot. Concrete is more than a material, it's about life, right? Now, how do you ensure there are global standards for cement production that are established and, adopted across stakeholders so we can achieve that not so sexy harmonization of standards?
So I have the not so sexy question. Okay. Now maybe first a few words on the Global Cement and Concrete Association, on what our members have committed to. So the GCCA is representing about 80% of the cement and concrete sector. We have about 49 members. And they have all committed into this decarbonization journey, 2050 net zero, with some objective for 2030. And the good thing with that is that the people that have committed, it's not association or sub people, it's the CEO of all these industries, and including actually some CEOs from China. On China is really moving on that thing. Why it's important? Because indeed, and I think there is a specificity in the concrete or cement or concrete market, is that it's a very local business. There are exports, but you are very much dependent of the local situations. And you need indeed to understand, there is a need to make sure that people are talking about, you call a cat, on that, when we talk about green cement, there are rules, there are understanding, there are comprehension of what is a green cement and how does it work. And to answer your question on standard, we are cooperating actually with the IDDI, the UNIDO initiative, to talk first about definition, to say, okay, what is a green cement? How do you define green cement? How do you define green concrete? The definition is not something that belongs to the GCCA. We participate in the discussion with other stakeholders. I think people contribute. And then, you will be able to say, okay, look, and then it gives you a grid of progress on an understanding of progress. And then we have tools, we have solutions to actually measure in the details. And this is science, so I mean, it's something that is applicable in every country with EPD tools, things like this, that can, apply and verify and make sure that these things are actually implemented properly and that no one is cheating, so to say. And I would like to come back on what you said on, at the end of the day, somebody needs to pay for that. Because that's the issue. And in concrete, you can do relatively quickly or relatively easy a lower carbon cement than some others. You have some materials you mix, typically slag. Maybe we talk about that with the steel. And slag is something that doesn't cost much, right? And you need to be careful that, but all the slag is in the market. So basically, if you take the slag from another project and make a lower concrete on one project, you will have a much greener project, but it doesn't solve the problem of the planet because it's just a transfer from many projects to one project that is greener, to make it a little bit simple. And we need to be careful that we don't give a windfall profit to someone, and that we use this system to actually pay for the near zero technology. And that's what is important with the standard, is to say, look, how do we promote, elevate all these near zero technologies for tomorrow, and again, to be able to cover for the planet. I am off the 4 minutes. Good.
Thank you. Ms. Heaton, what are some of the challenges in arriving at consistency that we've been speaking about, but specifically when it comes to near zero steel?
Thanks. Consistency is the key to it all, and steel across the world should be something that you could hold in your hand and say, right, this is a ton of steel, and this is a ton of near zero steel. And you should be able to know that wherever you are in the world, this near zero steel has the same embodied emissions. So that's the challenge. But of course, steel is made across the world with different technologies, with different energy sources, and with different iron content or sources. And actually one of the most difficult and challenging aspects of that is that those economies that have been generating vast quantities of steel for decades have built up a stock of scrap to be able to use to recycle. And those economies who have not had such large-scale industrial production of steel for so many decades have not got so much scrap. So when it comes to definitions, it's not as simple as saying this amount of CO2 per ton of steel is green, because in one country you might have 70% of scrap availability, and in another country you might only have 20%. And so if you want to be equitable across the world, you've got to create a solution to that. So Responsible Steel worked with its members for many years, total of 7 years in fact, of dialogue on how do you make this definition of near zero steel and low embodied steel. And our members come from industry, come from the demand side as well, and come from civil society and academia, think tanks. And what we developed was what has become known as the sliding scale. And the sliding scale defines what is low and lower and near zero steel according to the amount of scrap that you have, right? So you have a sliding scale of a threshold. And that means that you can create something that is globally applicable and globally equitable and globally effective in driving decarbonization, because if you don't have such a system, the danger is that everybody wants to rush to scrap. They buy up the scrap. It's actually a limited quantity of scrap in the world. And if everybody rushes to scrap, the price of scrap goes up, and the scrap will not be available to those producers that can't afford it. We won't have reduced global emissions overall, but we'd have made some people very happy because they've been creating low emissions steel. So that's been the challenge, and it's something which we are converging on in lots of different initiatives in the Steel Breakthrough Agenda, with Steel Zero, and First Movers Coalition and IDDI all working on this concept of a sliding scale to define what is near zero steel.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, as the world grapples with escalating impacts of climate change, it definitely falls upon us to take bold and decisive actions. And one thing is for sure, that the governments also need to get their skin in the game. And talking of that, I would now like to request His Excellency May I now request His Excellency Yasutoshi Nishimura, Honorable Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, Government of Japan, to please give the special closing address on the podium.
Thank you, Chair. It's okay?
Yes.
I am Nishimura Yasutoshi, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of India for its efforts in organizing the CEM-14 and MI-8 ministerial meeting. For the closing remarks of this high-level dialogue on industry decarbonization, I'd like to present Japan's efforts in this field and its contribution to the world. More than 80% of global CO2 emissions are energy-related, but the power generation sector amounts for 40% of these emissions. The rest comes from other sectors, including the industrial sector. Therefore, in order to achieve our goal of carbon neutrality by 2050, industry decarbonization is extremely important. On the other hand, there are many hard-to-abate sectors in industry, such as steel, chemicals, and cement. Further technology development and cost reduction are needed to decarbonize these sectors. In order to solve these challenges and promote industry decarbonization, we must accelerate our efforts in 3 areas: policy, innovation, and finance. I will introduce our efforts in Japan. The first key element is policy. This February, the government of Japan announced its basic policy for realization of green transformation, or GX, and passed relevant bills in the latest Diet session in May. Based on this law, we have set a goal of public and private investments worth more than $1 trillion over the next 10 years to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and at the same time to strengthen industrial competitiveness and economic growth while ensuring stable energy supply. We will implement multiple substantive policies and measures. The first is upfront investment support through GX economic transition bonds. These will be the world's first transition bonds issued by a government and will provide bold upfront investment support on the scale of $140 billion. Next is to provide upfront investment incentives through carbon pricing. Full-scale operation of an emission trading system and introduction of a GX surcharge will create mechanisms to give business incentives to work on green transformation ahead of time. The government of Japan presents the overall vision and policy timeline upfront to enhance predictability and help industries build strategies and make hard decisions toward decarbonization. The second key element for industry decarbonization is innovation. heat utilization amounts for around 75% of the final energy consumption in the industrial sector in Japan. Promoting the use of hydrogen and ammonia is key to decarbonizing heat and fuel. We are developing and demonstrating technologies for industrial burners and boilers that utilize hydrogen and ammonia. We must also develop technologies to decarbonize manufacturing processes and raw materials. For example, in the steel sector, which is the most difficult to decarbonize, Japan is taking on the challenge of developing a new process of hydrogen reduction steel making. The petrochemical industry is making efforts to establish technologies for manufacturing chemicals from CO2 for combusting ammonia in naphtha cracking furnaces. The third key element for industry decarbonization is finance. Transition finance is essential to support efforts by hard-to-abate industry sector for the development of new technologies to promote step-by-step emission reductions. The G7 Hiroshima Summit was the first G7 to stress the importance of transition finance. METI has developed a sector-specific roadmap for achieving carbon neutrality in 8 hard-to-abate sectors, including steel, chemicals, and cement. The roadmap serves as a guideline for both financial institutions and companies that are making efforts toward decarbonization. As a result of these efforts, the cumulative amount of transition finance raised to date is over $7 billion. I have presented the importance of policy, innovation, and finance, and the latest efforts of Japan. Looking worldwide, Japan's share of global CO2 emissions is about 3%. In addition to reducing our own emissions, Japan's role is to provide the world with solutions for clean energy, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, nuclear power, hydrogen, CDR, and CCUS to contribute to the 97% outside Japan. Through various multilateral and bilateral frameworks, we are ready to provide the necessary technology, finance, and experience that is appropriate to the energy situation in each country. Yesterday, in New Delhi, I met the Indian Union Minister of Steel, Mr. Scindia, and jointly released our agreement to work together for achieving respective net zero goals, including through developing appropriate measurement methodologies for carbon intensity of steel production. For cooperation towards decarbonization in Asia, Japan held its first Asia Zero Emissions Community, AZEC, ministerial meeting in this March. Japan will contribute to decarbonization in Asia by providing support for development, demonstration, and deployment of decarbonization technologies and with policy coordination, such as for developing standards. The CEM and MI, whose member countries account for around 80% of global CO2 emissions, have a tremendous role to play in the decarbonization of the world through sharing experiences and facilitating international collaboration or innovation in various areas of clean energy. Let us work together toward a sustainable and secure energy and climate future of the world. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I think you reiterated the 3 points of policy, innovation, and finance quite acutely and importantly. Policy to drive the much needed certainty and the direction. Innovation, the need for private investment in it, and public scale and public investment and interest in providing the much needed sheer scale that you need for accelerated deployment and adoption. And moving on to the third most important pillar, finance, the most important, I would say, cog in the wheel. Finance for investment in renewable energy, in greening production of hard-to-abate industry, implementing energy efficiency measures for continued R&D, for infrastructure upgrades, basically for overall widespread long-term adoption. As Minister Nishimura just stressed the need for green finance, I urge all to respond on his call to action and look at these 3 particular pillars of policy, innovation, and finance. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed the session as much as I did, and have a splendid evening.
Hey check, hey check, hey. Hey check, hey check, hey check.
Hey, hey, check इधर. Hey. इधर पकड़ दे.